This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we go to our agenda, I understand we have an announcement. Mayor Chow, you wish to make an announcement at this time?
Yep.
Okay.
Members of council and our guests here. On a very cold, snowy morning of February 15th, 2025 this year, Toronto Fire Service was dispatched to a fire incident at 275 Bleecker Street, a multi-unit high-rise building. I want to talk to you today about both the experience of the people that were living in 275 Bleecker Street, and also recognize the extraordinary efforts of the fire service and all the team members that have supported them. Imagine this. You, all of a sudden, that there's smoke coming out from everywhere. And then you hear there's a fire alarm going on. And you're living in that building that are multi-story. I think it's like 12, 13 story at least. And people were worried. And people were told that they have to evacuate, get out. But there's smoke. And there's long stairways. You're running out. And it's cold out. And people were really worried. And the fire started on the 6th floor. This was not just a frontline suppression effort, but a full-scale coordinated response involving the deployment of people and equipment who worked around the clock over multiple days to make sure that the safety of the building and the residents in it and the public. I want to highlight 5 elements that made this operation successful. First, it was very coordinated. It was orderly. 2, it was an extraordinary team effort. 3, there were bravery involved. 4, it was comprehensive in its approach. And 5th, people were well trained with proper equipment. And the successful response was only possible because of the seamless collaboration across multiple Toronto Fire Service teams, telecommunications, frontline suppression staff, fire investigators, and public information officers. And of course, the team from the Toronto Community Housing. Let me name a few. Telecommunicators control the critical flow of information, making sure that the emergency personnel were swiftly dispatched and resources were coordinated in real time. And I saw it happening. It was in a big truck where fire, ambulance, EMS, police, the TCHC, they were all there working together. The telecommunicators were fielding a huge range of calls from occupants that were trapped on the balconies, unable to leave the unit because of the smoke from the fire, and they were scared. They offer guidance to Bleecker Street residents on how to shelter in place safely. And then the firefighter, and here is where the bravery came in, battled extreme heat and hazardous conditions, protecting property and lives while triaging residents in need of urgent medical attention. They got people out into the hospital if they need it. and those that didn't need it got taken to a nearby community center. Post-fire, and I saw them, they remained on site, performing fire watch to make sure no further risk to public safety. Then the fire investigation teams immediately began work to determine the origin, the cause, and the circumstances of the fire, providing critical insights for future safety measures. Then the public information officers kept the public and media informed with accurate, timely updates, making sure the residents were aware of the situation and knew how to stay safe. And here's the fourth piece that are comprehensive. The Toronto community housing staff worked around the clock with the community to make sure that people have a place to stay, to take shelter, making the food available. Because imagine this, you run off, you are coming down the staircase, it's freezing cold, but sometimes you didn't bring your warm clothes. They could be in their PJs. They certainly did not have money or the electronics, or they are lacking in things. So they get into the community center. They don't know how long they're going to be there for. They have no food. Yes, they have a bit of shelter, but where do they go? How long are they going to be there? Do they have their phones? Not necessarily. Do they have any money on them? Not necessarily. So TCHC with their staff was able to work with the tenants to make sure they have clothes, they have essentials, they have food, they have translation, because some of them are seniors, others may not speak English. And it was comprehensive in the approach, and this is where the leadership of TCHC really stepped up and make sure there's funding available to help them out just that much. And then when do they get back? They don't know, right? They were able to then, some that were safe, to then go back to their floors. Others in that floor and in some of the floors are not able to go back, and they were able to shelter in place. So the entire scale of this operation is a stark reminder of the importance of having the right resources at the right expertise, especially in a city like ours when we face increasing unique challenges in fighting fires in a vertical urban environment. The tools, especially the high-rise trucks, the equipment, and I was shown later on, these long tubes, I don't even know what it's called, or pipes that get the water through. They have to be extra long, and thank God you had them, and they were not cheap. And then there were the mobile jaw of life, because it used to be where you have to charge them forever. And then there's the charging equipment, but these mobile jaw of life that you just purchased this year or last year, I saw a demonstration of it, was able to save lives. You were opening the doors, you were able to do what needs to be done because you had the right equipment and the right training and the right personnel at the right time. And that is essential, that they can respond to situations like this effectively and safely, because every minute matters. So some of you that are wondering, all of you, members of council, if you're wondering what your tax dollars are doing, your tax dollars are training new firefighters, having existing firefighters mentor the new ones, getting the equipment in place, providing support to TCHC, the EMS folks, the police. All of these frontline officers save lives in critical moments. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who was involved in the response, your professionalism, your skills, your commitment to working together as a team, and the commitment to protecting our residents are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you for your service, and thank you for everything you do to keep our city safe every single day. I know many of you are here with us, and we have, of course, the fire chief and his team, and it's a long list. I think I will, you have the commission, you have the different divisions, the communication group, and the president of the Firefighters Association, President James Reed, and all of you are here, and I see Sean Bear from TCHC, your team, your program supervisor, senior superintendent, manager, advisor, a whole team. Members of council, can you join me in giving them a huge round of applause and recognition? Thank you so much. Words cannot express the gratitude we have for you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Moyes, I understand you just wish to make a brief comment.
Very brief, very brief. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to thank, like the Mayor just did, thank all of you for the amazing work that you did on that day and you do every day. I was there with the Mayor as well, and I saw firsthand how difficult this work was, and you used compassion and care when working with the most vulnerable people in the most critical of times. Again, Toronto Fire, Toronto Police, EMS, Emergency Management, TCHC, and even our community partners in St. Jamestown really came to the forefront and helped everybody. Also, too, I want to thank the TDSB. It was actually March break, and I received calls from the school administrators asking if their students were okay, what can they do if they needed food or clothing or whatever. And so again, you know, all hands were on deck and everybody did an exemplary job. No one was killed, thankfully. I've been looking at that black smoke and the sud, and I see the firefighters, their uniforms was all covered in sud, and I could smell it from the distance. I don't know how you do this work, so thank you so very much. Ironically, I think exactly a month later, this happened on February 15th, on March 14th, there was another fire in that same building on the same floor. And thankfully, only one person was displaced, and TCAC and the team was there as well to relocate them. But again, thank you so much. I live in the area, so I see and I know a lot of you. So thank you for all that you do always. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much to everyone. Councillor Cheng, you have an announcement.
I do. On March 20th, millions of people around the world, including here in Toronto, celebrated Nowruz, which means New Day, something that honors 3,000 years of tradition that marks the arrival of spring and the Persian New Year. Nowruz is a time of renewal, hope, and unity, observed not only in Iran, but also across Asia and Middle East. It's a time when families gather around a half-seen table, share festive meals, and gather, embracing the spirit of peace, kindness, and new beginnings. At the heart of the Iranian culture is a deep appreciation for hospitality, artistry, and human connection. To reflect this, I am pleased to share with you a traditional halamkari tablecloth, which has been gifted to each of the councillors' offices. So if you go to the back, you will get a little bag with a gift of this beautiful tablecloth, which is an example of Persian textile crafted over centuries, handpicked by a member of my staff, Atife Javadian, and her mom in Iran, and shipped across on a plane to Toronto. And as we celebrate this, let us remember the timeless words of poet Sadi Shirazi, whose words of unity and compassion are inscribed in the entrance of the United Nations. Human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. I'm also proud to be the counselor of a neighborhood that will be designated as Little Iran today, recognizing their cultural and economic contribution to our city. Earlier this month, we celebrated the 3rd annual Willowdale Nowruz celebration, where hundreds gathered to enjoy delicious pastries, beautiful performances, and the festive spirit of Nowruz. On behalf of my office and my community, I wish you all a prosperous and joyous Nowruz.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today just to announce the tragedy and just to speak a little bit about the tragedy yesterday that affected members of my community. Yesterday, unfortunately, a 15-year-old girl, Christina Huang, was killed as she was walking by a driver. Many members of the community are shocked and incredibly saddened. We understand her family is overseas, and we can only imagine what they're going through at this moment. My office, of course, will be speaking with city police, city officials, and the local principals to see what can be done to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. But I just want to extend, on behalf of the council, our deepest condolences to the family and the classmates, and of course the Brimwood community where this tragedy unfortunately happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 28.7, review of the order paper. There are 76 items left on the agenda, including 48 member motions. The mayor has timed a second key matter, item CC 28.2, headed Identifying and Addressing Pressures in the Refugee and Emergency Shelter System, as the first item of business this morning. When we recessed yesterday, council was considering item EX 21.13, supporting ownership housing developments, the last timed item from yesterday. Members, I propose that once we finish the mayor's second key matter, we complete consideration of the EX 21.13 and then consider the following items in the order we adopted yesterday. CC 28.4, update on electric ferries, shoreside infrastructure, and ferry and terminal improvement projects to be considered together with EX 21.3, Toronto Ferry Service Operational Review, then EX 21.1, Review of Toronto's Winter Maintenance Program, followed by CC 28.6, Review of Council Remuneration. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have any item to release. Are there any further changes to today's order paper? Are there any quick releases? Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release IE 19.5, William Allen Road, construction staging area. This report before us has major closures and lane closures over the summer months, spring, at a time when the temporary Downsview music venue is opening. I'm simply asking through this motion to, there has to be a motion on the screen. Yes, sorry.
I believe there's an amendment, so we'll put it on the screen. The amendment is on the screen.
So this amendment merely asks transportation staff to work closely with the property owners and venue organizers in Downsview to better align the street closures and lane reductions during concert venue dates.
On the amendment, all in favor, show of hands. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I can release EX 21.11, public reporting of performance and service standards. This is urgently needed. But anyway, I can let that one go. And I have one other.
Releasing EX 21.11. Right?
Yes,
On favor, carried.
yes. I also like to release PH 19.10, please. Replacement units for dem-evicted dwelling room tenants.
I'm sorry.
Replacement units for dem-evicted dwelling room tenants, PH 19.10.
Councillor Sachs, just hold on, please. PH 19.10. Councillor Holiday, you want to hold the item down? Questions?
Well, then I'll keep holding it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'm looking at releasing EC 18.8, developing an urgent downtown Coyote action plan. And there is an amendment from Deputy Mayor Morley, and I'd just like to speak to the item very briefly.
This is a quick item, briefly,
Yes.
and then we have Councillor Morley to move the amendment. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know that councillors and so many folks in our downtown are well aware that there has been a surge in coyote incidents, particularly in Liberty Village and in Fort York around our downtown rail corridor as a result of the loss of habitat around nearby developments, including Ontario Place. And over the last several months, we've seen an unprecedented level and severity of incidents between pets and residents, and uncharacteristic behavior from coyotes themselves, which has been causing incredible alarm. And my commitment has been since the start of hearing about this escalation in incidents is to make sure that we're closely connected to community, that we as a city are taking this issue as seriously as possible, and that we are marshaling all of the expertise that we have here and in this space to ensure that we are taking the next steps with the critical approach that this requires. We know that coyotes are not new to Toronto, but we know that the experience of them in the downtown is absolutely unprecedented. I want to thank Municipal Licensing and Standards and the Executive Director, Carlton Grant, to our Animal Services staff and to all the MLS staff and the many divisions who have been working with me and my team to ensure our responsiveness to community concerns has been swift and as serious as possible. These incidents also reveal to us that there is a gap and a shortcoming in our city's approach to coyotes. And our Downtown Coyote Action Plan means that we are prepared to address this issue in the immediate term, but most of all in the longer term, because we know the issues of wildlife and in our communities, especially in our downtown communities, are not going to end just after one incident. We know that we have to be prepared for the long haul. So while we've been taking immediate action, putting together an expert panel on how we address the coyote issues that we're experiencing right now in our downtown and seeing that escalation, which I'm really happy to see move forward, and to make sure that city staff have everything they're equipped and that they require to take the next steps to address this issue. We are doing our work to ensure that we are closing the gaps in our own review of our approach to coyotes. And there is going to be a report back in July on this particular aspect of our approach to coyotes as a city as we prepare for the overall review of the coyote approach from the city that is coming in Q4. Thank you everyone who has reached out to us on this. My office will continue to stay connected until we work to a resolution. Thank you very much.
I just want to remind members of council when we do releases, it's a quick release. Please, Councillor Morley, quick.
Yep, I just
This
have an
is a
amendment.
quick release.
I have an amendment. I'm rising to share the amendment here. To piggyback what Deputy Mayor Malik has mentioned, there's an incredible amount of work happening here, and we do have coyotes citywide. So the amendment is just requesting staff to share information with all councillors' offices that comes out of this work specific to the downtown, so that we can also help socialize that within our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, all in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. We do have some members' motions to introduce before we start with the mayor's second key item. Okay, where is she? Councillor Fletcher, if you could introduce, you're the
Yes.
seconder on this motion.
Yes, I'm happy to introduce this motion.
There it is.
Have it up. Oh, up, there we go. This urgent motion without notice, 55 Bonver Avenue, West City Solicitor to attend at the Toronto local.
Carried. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I need to reopen and amend item 2025 PH 18.3, recommended parking requirements for new development accessible bicycle visitor. It's literally that the bills contain a small error and it needs to be corrected. There's no policy change here.
Okay. On favor, carried. In favor of adopting the order paper as amended, carried. All right, so we will now go to the mayor's second key item. Yeah. So which is CC 28.2, headed Identifying and Addressing Pressures in the Refugees and Emergency Shelter System. And there was a request to ask the Ombudsman to be here today on this item, so the Ombudsman will make a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of council, city staff. I want to say that I'm pleased that council again is considering how it best supports refugee claimants seeking shelter in Toronto. This indicates to me that councillors have listened to the community's calls for action that follow the release of my report. As you may recall, the city manager did not accept my findings at the time and chose not to implement my recommendations unless directed to do so by council. After I asked council to direct the public service to implement my recommendations, it voted instead to receive the report without debate. So it's great news that this report has come back on the council agenda. Also on the agenda is a briefing note from Toronto Shelter and Support Services that lists the actions it has taken and plans to take to address my report's 14 recommendations. The actions listed in the briefing note are a good first start, but I believe that the city needs to do more. The comments I'm making today will help the public service improve the fairness of services it offers to people of Toronto. I've submitted to Council a letter that addresses some of my concerns with the briefing note, and the letter is attached to the agenda. In my investigation report, I found that the city's decision to stop allowing refugee claimants access to the base shelter system went against the Ontario Human Rights Code and important city policies. And that's why I recommended that the city ensure all future changes to shelter eligibility for refugee claimants adhere to relevant law and policy, including the Ontario Human Rights Code and the city's human rights and anti-harassment and discrimination policy. The division's briefing note makes no commitment to do this. I also found in my report that the city did not follow a clear, well-documented decision-making process in making the eligibility change. I'm concerned that the division's briefing note makes no mention of any plans to develop a formal, transparent process for making changes to shelter eligibility. I also recommended in my report that the city develop a framework to analyze any proposed changes to shelter eligibility to ensure that they are consistent with the Toronto Housing Charter. The division's briefing note does not directly address this recommendation. Finally, with all my investigations, Ombudsman staff monitor the implementation of my recommendations, and this work can take hundreds of hours of thoughtful collaboration. I cannot stress the importance of the office's oversight in making sure my recommendations are effective. Unfortunately, this oversight is missing in this case because the city did not accept my recommendations. In closing, I want to say that I am proud of the report and stand by all my findings. I believe Council should adopt the report and direct staff to implement its recommendations. I believe that is the only way for the city to earn the public's trust on this matter and ensure it is a fairly supporting refugee claimants seeking shelter in Toronto. Madam Speaker, those are my comments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Matlow, questions? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. So as far as questions, it will be either to the Ombudsman or city staff. Yeah.
Of any, well, I have to have a mic on.
Yeah.
No, it's on. Thank you, Speaker. I think the clerk just clarified what my question was going to be, that this isn't, that any city staff, like the city solicitor can answer questions, the deputy city manager can answer questions. So our questions can be directed anywhere. No offense to the Ombudsman, but this is a broader discussion than just about
I
this
agree.
report. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. So councillors need to know that. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the Ombudsman. Are you aware of any other city service where the city would ask somebody in our city seeking that service how they came about being in our city? In other words, would anyone be asked, did you go through what course of immigration did you use to arrive here? Are you a refugee? Were you born here? Can you think of any other service of any kind where we ask at the door, are you a refugee or not, before we let them in?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I understand that there are some programs where eligibility is dependent on immigration status, but generally the city has Access TO, which is supposed to ensure universal access for individuals regardless of their immigration status.
And regardless of whether or not one is here as a refugee, or perhaps they grew up here their entire life. Would it, from your understanding, would it be dangerous and frankly wrong to leave somebody in a situation they're outside minus whatever weather just because of status?
So through the speaker, Councillor, we all know that the shelter system is under tremendous pressure. And what this report has asked the city to do is, if they are making difficult decisions about shelter eligibility, that they ensure that it's done respecting human rights. And so if there are beds available, you know, I think the reasonable person would say that if there's a bed available, the individual should have access.
I inferred from the response from the city there was some concern that your report in some way made accusations of anti-Black racism toward staff. I'd like you to have an opportunity to clarify whether or not you report allegations against staff, or were you making allegations of systemic racism rather than?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, our investigation determined that the city knew that most of the refugee claimants accessing or trying to access the shelter system at that time came from Africa and were Black. So the decision to change the eligibility criteria really was directed at non-Canadians, and it also disproportionately affected Black individuals that, for some, have previously had opportunity to access city programs. And so, on the basis of citizenship and race, we determined that this decision was systemic, was an example of systemic discrimination. The finding in no way made any comment about the conduct of individuals. It was really about the decision that was taken and the impact that.
Other groups look different than the African refugees, such in some way have put up in hotels, but they.
Through the speaker, Councillor, comparing what happened in the summer of 2023 and the situation with Ukrainians, not an apples to apples comparison. With Ukrainian refugees, those were supported by federal programs allowing people to study, work, live in Canada. So it's a different situation.
And it may have been for more federal support, but was.
Through the speaker, there was a different experience, but I believe that it could be explained by the supports that were provided.
Do you believe that it's fair if I were to say that this will not be the last time that people from Africa are seeking refuge?
That was your last question?
And just to conclude that question, should we be moving forward with a plan to ensure that we are better prepared for that anyone who does, regardless of where they are, at the very least, have a warm place to stay on a.
Through the speaker, Councillor, that was what our recommendations or our report attempted to do. We know that this is not a one-time situation in terms of refugees coming to a city like Toronto and seeking shelter. So we hope that with the adoption of our recommendations that we can work with the city to assist them in finding a way to ensure that people who seek shelter can access it, and if there's not enough opportunity for that, it's done in a way that's fair and is consistent with the entire human rights code.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. For you to the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman reports to City Council,
To the Speaker, yes, Councillor, we report to Council.
So this is usually my first question when we debate an ombudsman report. Why is it going to the public service first to preempt any decision debate that we have? Why isn't it coming directly to Council?
So through the Speaker, the process for the approval of a report is that we work with the City Division or the Respondent Division. We share our report with them to get their feedback, to get acceptance of a recommendation. And once that's done, we finalize a report, and then we bring the report back to Council. The division is the technical expert on the issues that we are dealing with.
Right, but usually when we see it here, staff have already commented on the recommendations, as was the case here, and it's common for your reports or preempts our debate and our decision. Do you not agree?
Through the Speaker, this circumstances or this process for this particular report was a little different. We, as I said, we presented our draft report to the city, received their feedback, incorporated their feedback where it was appropriate, and finalized our report. We were advised that the city wasn't going to accept our recommendations, and so the option for my office is to bring the report to Council, to ask Council to make a decision as to whether or not how they wish to proceed. They could vary our report, they could direct the city to adopt the report, or they could choose not to accept the report. So ultimately, the decision rests with Council as to what they want to do.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. When it comes to immigration, newcomers, people coming to this country, there are different stages. There's certainly fast tracking. There's normal processes. There's in-country application, out-of-country. City of Toronto doesn't control any of that, does it?
To the Speaker, Councillor, that's not within the city's control. I would agree.
Okay. Next set of questions are for city staff. On any given night, how many people do we have in our shelter?
To the Speaker, Councillor, could you just repeat that?
Yeah, on any given night, I guess it spikes in the winter. How many people do we have in City of Toronto shelter?
So to the Speaker, at its height during this winter, we had close to 12,500 people we were accommodating. That's about 10,500 in our base shelter system, including our refugee response, and another 2,000 people in hotel rooms.
And approximately how many of those would be newcomers, people who have just arrived on our shores, who haven't gotten status from federal policy, who need a place until they get going, until they get their feet on the ground?
At its height, about 6,500, or over 50% of the folks we were accommodating.
Now, I guess I read the Constitution on an irregular basis, but it's my understanding that immigration and refugees is federal jurisdiction, and that they are to assume the cost and the policy responsibility.
To the Speaker, it's been the position of this council to seek the 100% remuneration for costs that we allocate and spend supporting refugee deployment.
Are they paying their fair share?
So to the Speaker, in this past 2024 full calendar year, we had costs that were almost reaching $290 million. We've been compensated $161 million, so somewhere in the range of about 93% of total costs. What we hear, though, and what we know is the federal government is making changes to the federal program that reimburses municipalities, and they are rolling back the proportion that they will spend, 75%, 50%, and then actually the program ends in March of 2027.
Their plan is to spend less.
They're planning to spend less, yes.
I'll wrap up by asking you whether we can do better.
To the Speaker, we can always do better. What I tell you is that through the work that our staff do every day, our community partners, we're always trying to stretch the dollars we have further to support more people. And there is learning from the report, an investigation that the Ombudsman undertook that we've reflected on, and we're making changes to improve our system best we can.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is to the Executive Director of Social Development Finance Administration. You could just pause my, oh, you're ready to go. Okay, thanks. So Access TO is the access to city services for undocumented Torontonians, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in the situation where we have the need of receiving, for example, through the federal IHAP program to support refugees' access to shelter, do we have the prohibition when we receive the money? Does it still stand to not ask people about their status, or how does that work when we receive federal money?
So the exception that is embedded in the policy is where eligibility requirements are determined by another order of government. And if so, for example, Ontario Works would be one of those examples. And so if another order of government requires us to ask for immigration status, then that is the limitation or the exception of the policy. And then the policy details some ways in which to do that with care for undocumented Torontonians.
So it's built right into our policy for Access TO that we would be able to ask, that we must actually, when we must ask for status, that we are able to do that and not be in violation of the policy because it's being directed by a senior order of government, which is funding the program. Okay. The second question has to do with, can you explain why, for example, there would be some beds held back in the shelter system for a program that is of the City of Toronto, which actually attends to another vulnerable population?
So one that I can speak most concretely about is the Toronto Community Crisis Service, where we have worked very specifically with Toronto Shelter Support Services to ensure that there are some beds held because as we respond to those particular crises, oftentimes those clients need access to immediate shelter, and for that system to work requires some agreement with PS.
Okay, thank you. So for, I'll go now to the General Manager, Toronto Shelter Services and Support. So we just heard that there are reasons why on a given night beds might be empty, let's just say, or unused. One of them is to ensure that we're able to effectively deliver Toronto Community Crisis Services 211. Can you provide a different reason or a different policy objective that would require us to hold beds back? I'm thinking specifically about our interdepartmental protocol and encampments, which is in human rights informed, and the council adopted this protocol. And once we engage with someone in an encampment, they have agency or choice to decide whether to come inside. Is that correct? That we have that there's a period where the bed is held for that person?
To the Speaker, Councillor, that's correct. Whether it be to support people who are living outdoors in public spaces, at parks, on the TTC, we will hold beds back for other purposes. Like currently, we are closing the Better Living Centre, our winter programs. We are holding space within our base shelter system to make sure individuals there are able to be referred into the shelter system. But it is a very small proportion of beds that are held. We want to get every bed in use as much as possible so that we are stretching the system as much as possible to serve as many people as we can.
Okay, thank you. And I have one question for the Ombudsman. Was pleased to be briefed by yourself on January 10th about this report. It's a lot of pages. It's challenging for anyone to take a read. I don't know how many people in this room have read the entire report. You briefed Councillor Perk that day with me. I just want to clarify with you, do you agree that accountability officers, when they bring recommendations to councillors, some through committee like the Auditor General's audit, but they're often amended to be made operational in terms of being able to actually direct the public service to produce a better outcome.
Through the speaker, Councillor, I was having difficulty hearing the question. There was some background noise.
Okay, can you just stretch my time? So accountability officers, like the Auditor General reporting to audit, often have their recommendations amended by council because we make the policy direction and we make policy here, so that it would be within the course of how this would work, that if we could look at your recommendations and then turn them into operational direction. Do you agree with that?
Through the speaker, while the Ombudsman's office reports directly to council, our initial discussions regarding our investigation reports are with the Respondent Division. They are, quote unquote, the experts in how to run their particular programs. And so when we're developing our recommendations, we have discussions with them to make sure that what we're proposing makes sense from their perspective, that they have the legal authority, for example, to do that, that is something within their ability to do. So we have buy-in from the division before we finalize our report, and so that's the way our process works. So when we come to council, when a report comes to council, those type of operational concerns that you've raised should have already been addressed.
Thank you. I gave you extra time. Look, okay? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have about 5 questions, and I'm hoping to get them all in. We got a letter from the Ombudsman yesterday. I'm going to ask the Chief People Officer. I understand that the Human Rights Office sits in People and Equity. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that's
correct. Yes,
correct.
that's correct. Thank you. And the Ombudsman says he recommends the city ensures all future changes adhere to relevant law and policy. I'm wondering if our Human Rights Office has been involved or if was consulted by the Ombudsman directly in any of the issues that he says are related to human rights in this letter or in his report. Yes or no?
To the Speaker, the Human Rights Office consulted with the Shelters Group.
But the Ombudsman did not ask to consult with the Human Rights Office.
They did not.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you very much for that. Secondly, I just want to ask Mr. Tanner. There's a lot of recommendations in the Ombudsman's report that were underway when the report came. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And there are currently recommendations that he had made that are advanced. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's pretty in full force or being looked at quite strongly, including the table for refugees and everything else, particularly through the work of Councillor Bravo and yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to you, Ms. Andrea Campbell, just asking about the requirements for federal funding. As you mentioned, for Ontario Works, you may get asked questions or the claimants may get asked questions. For the federal eligibility for refugee dollars, are there certain requirements that claimants are being asked for or that, let's say, the service manager is being asked to provide to the funder? Let's call it like that. The service manager has to provide certain things to the funder in order to justify the funding in certain circumstances.
That is my broad understanding, but Mr. Tanner would have more
Let's
detail.
ask Mr. Tanner, is that correct? That in order to qualify for funding, there's eligibility requirements that are requested?
Correct. For this IHAP funding, specifically on the issue we're talking about,
Thank you.
we need to support that information to the
So
federal
you'd have to
government
ask,
to get
you're a
reimbursed.
refugee, why are you here, where are you from? All those kinds of questions would be standard questions for the system and to provide our funding. We can't I can't walk in and you can't say, you can't claim for people that aren't actually refugees.
We generally ask everyone that comes in what their needs
But on
are and
this
what
one,
their
in
circumstances are.
particular,
And in particular,
you have
to
to.
best meet their needs and to receive federal funding, that is
It's a
information we
requirement.
need to collect.
You might ask everybody, but in this case, it's a requirement, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I just wonder as well, the eligibility requirements, there was a change to eligibility criteria for this set of refugees. Is that correct, what the Ombudsman has said, or do you feel did you agree with that?
Yes, to the Speaker, we made a change at central intake to refer folks who were refugee claimants to refugee-specific programs, a part of our system that we were growing over time. That's right.
So the eligibility requirement was simply that,
That's
for a
right.
refugee program. And holding back of beds, you do hold, I think Councillor Bravo asked, that I know for in Toronto Community Housing, there's beds held back for domestic violence, there's beds held back for safety if somebody's family's been shot. It's quite normal to hold back beds. You weren't holding them back in particular for any reason that because of this set of refugees. Is that right or wrong?
That's correct. A very small number of beds are held back to support our outreach work. That changes from day to day. Generally, every bed is in use that we have available to support people.
And so your staff saying there was available beds and they weren't being given to these folks, do they understand the policy that you do hold back? For Dufferin Grove, getting people out of there, a couple of beds are required to make sure if they want to go, they can go, correct?
And to you, Speaker, that is a practice within a 24-hour day.
Thank you. For the city solicitor, the housing charter, there's an inference that we have to follow the housing charter. Could you describe, is that a guide? Is that a legal requirement? What's its relationship to the Human Rights Code or any requirements, please?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the Housing Charter is a policy of council, and it is a commitment by council and direction of staff to apply a particular lens to decisions. So it is a policy. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is a different sort of charter. It protects rights of individuals.
It's a legal requirement.
It is, yes. It contains enforceable rights.
Thank you.
As does the Human Rights Code.
Are there enforceable rights in the Housing Charter?
Does not create enforceable legal
Thank
rights.
you. My
it is
last
a policy
question
of
is,
council.
my
Same
last
status as
question
other policies.
is, where did we not adhere to the Charter of the Human Rights Code in what took place earlier?
That was your last question.
I'm not aware of a Human Rights Code violation.
Pardon me,
It's not
you're
really
not,
my place
sorry,
to make. It's
you're not aware of a Human Rights Code violation at the city around this issue. Is that what you're saying to me?
I am not. I want to add a caveat, though, that it's not my role to investigate human rights potential violations. That's really the role of the Human Rights Office. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Ombudsman. You mentioned Access TO as being relevant in this discussion.
Through the Speaker, yes.
Okay. I'm not overly well versed. In fact, I'm poorly versed in this one, but I thought Access TO was about undocumented people, folks, as opposed to refugees who are documented.
Through the Speaker, through the investigation, staff had told us that the application of Access TO had been much broader than perhaps it was originally intended to ensure universal access to programming.
Okay, so maybe we can get those staff members, because I want to understand from the staff members why they're saying that, if that's part of a broadened policy. But we can do that later, because I've only got 5 minutes. Okay, we heard that the city has to ask questions in terms to qualify for federal reimbursement. So based on that, when you found that there was systemic racism, are you saying that's on the part of the city or the federal government?
Through the Speaker, our investigation found that the city was denying people based on their immigration status. They were asking these questions and not explaining clearly the rationale for these questions. As you've heard from the General Manager and from the Executive Director of SDF&A, there are certain programs that require this information, but that wasn't explained to the people that were being asked.
Would that have changed things?
Pardon?
Would that have changed the
Well,
outcome?
at least they would have understood why they were being asked, and they would have been prepared to bring that information forward.
So, back to my question, sorry, not to be argumentative, but would that have changed the outcome? We're talking about outcomes here, right? Would that have changed the outcome if they had have?
Through the Speaker, we've always said that the decision to change the eligibility criteria based on citizenship and race in this particular case was wrong. And what we have suggested is that if the city is going to make decisions about eligibility, that they do so and ensure that they're doing so, they're meeting the requirements of the Ontario Human Rights Code. That's basically what it comes down to.
Okay. Well, let me move on because I think I've exhausted that one. So when Councillor Matlow asked you about to compare the Ukrainian refugee situation to the previous year, you mentioned that it was hard to compare the two because there were different supports in place, and that's why I was asking about, systemic issues from the federal side. So in this situation, you're saying there was systemic racism. Do you feel that if the folks that in this situation were actually white, the outcome would have been different?
Through the speaker, I can't come to that conclusion. That was not what we investigated, and I can't make that assumption.
But isn't that the ultimate question we're trying to answer here?
Well, sir, I don't know how I would answer that question. I can't make that
okay,
comment.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So my first question is to Mr. Gord-Tanner. So obviously the staff went through something very traumatic, particularly your staff of African ancestry and the experience they had. So I'm just curious what supports were offered to the staff.
Yeah, to the Speaker, Councillor, I mean, let's recognize this was a traumatic experience first and foremost for people sleeping on the street, right? For our Black staff, certainly seeing what played out on Peter Street had a great impact. I met with our teams at times. We brought in some facilitators and ran some groups to support them. And I'd say every day in the city of Toronto, our staff make difficult decisions when we do not have access to shelter space, and we have people in front of us that are looking for that space.
Thank you. And during the relevant period, approximately how many beds were left open?
Yeah, to the Speaker, Councillor, we're talking under 10 maybe, and within a 24-hour period, that's when these transactions happen. A bed might be available, and a caller called in, and we saved that bed for the next caller that was a few minutes later. On these days, I think in average, there was over 150 people each day, refugee claimants and non-refugee claimants, who were without a bed at the end of the day.
So there seems to be a situation where, just from reading the report, the staff obviously were traumatized, and they didn't feel like they had the powers to just act and make a decision in terms of maybe they could have made more space, maybe there were beds available, but they were seeing these people sleeping out on the street, and for whatever reason, the staff didn't feel empowered to just make a decision that we're just going to take these people in and we're not going to have them sleeping outside. Has anything been done to resolve that part of it?
So in November of 2023, we changed that eligibility criteria or decision-making, what was happening at central intake. And now the first person that calls in, and if we have a bed available that's not being held for other reasons, such as our encampment support, our TPC work, that person would get that bed.
So there has been some decision-making that has been brought down so that staff on the ground make a decision without having to seek approval from central office.
That's right.
So is it fair to say that if this situation were to present itself again in Toronto, we wouldn't have the same situation again where we would see people of whatever ancestry sleeping on the street, staff unable to help them because they feel like their hands are tied?
To the Speaker, Councillor, no. Since 2021 of September, the City of Toronto has supported close to 20,000 refugee claimants that have come through our system, that have been supported to move to IRCC hotels and other jurisdictions, or been diverted to housing so they don't have to come into the shelter. We were struggling coming out of the pandemic, and then we had 20,000 additional people that we had to serve. If that happens again, I cannot say that we won't see people on the street again. And in fact, we see people out on the street every day. There's people on our transit system. There's people in our parks. We continue to struggle to meet the demand from people who are vulnerable and homeless, whether they're refugee claimants or not refugee claimants.
And final question, obviously a lot of Torontonians notice the difference between how the Ukrainian refugees were treated versus the refugees from Africa. Obviously, there were other factors other than what the city's role, in that the federal government provided far more support for the Ukrainian refugees than they did for other refugee groups. What advocacy efforts are being made for the city to ensure that the federal government is treating all refugees equally?
Through the speaker, there's been ongoing, recommendations coming from this council, intergovernmental conversations that are ongoing to ensure that everyone who's landing in Toronto internationally for various geopolitical reasons has access to the supports they need, including the establishment recently of a reception center in Peel, which is years overdue, a coordinated national program to support people that may land in Toronto initially, to be supported to go to communities across the country. That's the kind of leadership that still needs to be implemented. The reception center is a good first step, but we need to continue that advocacy to the federal government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. My first question is to the Ombudsman. First of all, thank you for doing this work. It's very important that the City of Toronto come to terms with what happened in that moment. In your report, one of the things you do is apply some tests as to whether or not the actions of the city violated the right to housing. I'm correct, the test you apply is laid out in Appendix A of your report?
Through the speaker, yes.
Thank you very much. To the city solicitor, the test that the Ombudsman used about whether or not this meets the city's policy on human rights, that Appendix A, that is not from the housing charter, is it?
No, the charter it includes some guidelines and policies, but it does not include a concrete test.
Right. So the test that the Ombudsman used was not drawn from the charter itself.
I can't comment on how the Ombudsman devised the test, but I don't see it flowing directly from the charter, no.
Okay. So when city staffs are making decisions about how to apply council's housing charter, what body decides what the policy is?
City staff are asked to apply the principles in the housing charter as a lens, as they would any city policy when making.
And who determines what city policy is?
Council. The housing charter is a policy of council, which council could amend, waive, as it does often with policies, or repeal or replace.
Okay.
It has that status.
So do accountability officers develop policy, or does council develop policy?
Council develops policy, and in some instances through authority delegated from council, city staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I will put this question forward and see who the best person is to respond. There's a briefing note outlining the planned federal cuts to the interim housing assistance program. Some of us might know it as IHAP. And can you please explain the nature of these cuts and what the impact would be to both the city's finances and also our ability to provide shelter to refugees and the impact on our shelter system as a whole?
To the speaker, Councillor, thanks for the question. The changes that the federal government has introduced with respect to the IHAP program start to reduce the contribution of the federal government to these programs. So to date, they were paying 95% on average of our total costs. In the next year, that will drop to 75% of our costs and 50% in the following fiscal year. And then the program just ends, as far as we know. So, we've seen a little bit of a reduction in demand over the course of the winter. But given our current budget, we could be as much as $50 million short this year. rising to over $100 million the next year, should demand for services continue the way they currently are.
And what would that mean to our city's finances and our ability to provide shelter for refugees and for everyone who needs it?
It further stretches the city's budget and would mean that the city would need to rely on the tax base to pay for these essential programs. But I defer to the CFO if they've got any further comments on that.
To the Speaker, as noted by Mr. Tanner, we would expect it could have as much of an impact as $50 million on the budget, which puts an additional pressure on our budget to be able to accommodate and provide the current level of service.
We also have a briefing note about cuts to settlement services. Can you share a little bit more about that and how you see that impacting our capability to support newcomers in Toronto?
So yes, there is a briefing note around cuts from IRCC to settlement sector broadly here in Toronto and to our Toronto newcomer office. We've been working through the Toronto newcomer leadership table in order to understand the impact, but definitely agencies are struggling with these cuts, and we will see an impact.
Can you share a little bit more about what that impact might look or feel like?
So part of the cuts is around the local immigration partnerships that allow for coordination of services and planning to community, to agencies that are supporting residents or to newcomers. And one of the things that we've heard from our partners is that may mean challenges around their ability to serve them. It may mean challenges in terms of their ability to coordinate. It may mean challenges in terms of their ability to work with other institutions, including the city, in order to provide the services that the variety of newcomer populations might need.
Thank you. So just finally, just to be absolutely clear, we require a partnership with the federal government in order to deliver the services that we are responsible for at the city, and also to effectively ensure that people who are on their journey from refugees, asylum seekers, newcomers, is successful.
Yeah, to the Speaker, absolutely. We need strong federal support and coordination.
And the stepping back of the federal government from their responsibility, if you could summarize what that impact potentially is to your capability to do your work and your team?
Yeah, to the Speaker, it reflects a decision they made in 2023, stop all funding. It's the same approach we've been through, and it puts at risk the city's finances and the tax, property tax that pays for these services will have to increase to maintain services, or we'll need to scale back and reduce our footprint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Director of TSSS, Gord. When the policy to stop access of refugee claimants to our base shelter system, how many refugees were in our shelter system?
To the Speaker, give me one moment on that.
I believe the number is around 2,000 and something. Can you pause time, please?
I'll give you extra time.
Thank you.
Yes, to the Speaker, 2,600 approximately.
And so what was the peak of number of refugee claimants in our shelter system most recently?
To the Speaker, at its height, 6,500.
So in a capacity of approximately 12,000 shelter beds in our system, would there have been, what happened to perhaps 4,000 people who were originally maybe in our shelter system as refugee claimants have come and filled up those spaces, were there people from our base shelter system who were then not able to access those beds, or did we house all 4,000 of those people?
To the speaker, I mean, it's hard to track individual people, but, you know, we went about 1,600 people who are not refugees are not in the system. We've seen increases in folks who are living in our parks, on our transit system, and it's important to realize that the group of people we're talking about who are not refugees are also overrepresented as individuals who are racialized, who are Black, who are Indigenous, who have mental health issues, substance use issues, disabilities, and very much this work was about trying to create some balance with respect to the different groups we were serving, while we continued as quickly as possible to increase the number of beds we were making available.
So our cup is full, and what should happen if there is another wave? Because we know that the world is increasingly unstable, and people are looking for more safer pastures, if you will, and we estimate that there will be a continuing increase of refugee claimants. And so how does that affect our ability to support those who are currently in our base shelter system who are not refugee claimants?
So to the speaker, I mean, we are trying to do our best to meet the unique needs of a lot of different people with different needs by specialized programs for seniors, for women, for queer and trans people, for Indigenous folks, and we'll continue that work. I mean, we have a strategy right now that we're implementing to open 20 new shelters across the city of Toronto, one of which is in your ward, as you know. Concurrently, Vera and our team are supporting refugee houses to stand up more programs, again, to meet the unique needs of individuals who are claimants and in need of legal support and other settlement services. So that work continues. What we need to keep an eye on is the federal support for these programs, because if that goes away, we'll be having a similar conversation here at Council that we had in 2022 and throughout 2023.
And there is also a challenge that City of Toronto is not an island. We are in a region, there are cities around us, and how the cities around us choose to grow or not grow their shelter capacity also affects our shelter capacity. How much regional organization is there to ensure that everyone is doing some equitable lifting to support the growing number of people who are facing homelessness in our province and country?
Yeah, so to the speaker, Councillor, there is some coordination and work regionally. There needs to be more. And in fact, you know, and not to point the finger, I mean, this is the role of provincial governments to try and help us work more closely together as a region. But those tables are meeting. So we meet regularly with municipalities and regions around Toronto as part of the DHA. And we're looking to support people that may come to Toronto that might be better served in other communities where the cost of housing and settlement may be cheaper than it is here in Toronto.
So is that happening? So you say like there's some collaboration happening. Are there people in our city who are being referred to other municipalities and supported and housed in those municipalities?
To the speaker, so since September 2023, 4,800 people have been supported to move to other communities in Ontario where we have IRCC or the federal government on the ground running programs. And recently, the reception center in Peel has opened. Conversations are active with respect to how we support people as they land at Pearson to go directly to a place where they can be greeted by people, give them a dignified welcome, link them to settlement services, and assist them on their pathway to permanent housing.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. Speaker, my question through you is to the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, good morning. Could you help us to understand your position that you had taken with respect to not accepting the recommendations that were presented in the Ombudsman report. Can you give us your take on that, please?
Sure, Speaker. In broad strokes, one is upon receiving the report, the report failed, in my mind, to stay focused on the situation that was presenting itself at the time. We had no funding federally, period, for refugee and asylum seekers at that time. The program had ended March 31st, 2023. And yet, time and time again throughout it, it was as though this was a policy decision that people woke up to one morning and decided to change the way we were accepting people. It was done operationally to respond to a very serious situation that at that time was $200 million or so.
Thank you.
The second piece was that it placed an over-reliance on the fact that staff were somehow not adhering to policies that were being described to us in ways that we did not interpret them, nor do we follow them on a day-by-day basis.
Thank you very much. Would the Ombudsman have known about the funding situation that you've just spoken about?
Speaker, yes, absolutely. And in my direct interviews with them, I made it very clear that this was an operational decision based on the ability for us to maintain a viable shelter system for all the people.
After presenting the report to you?
No, this was during the investigation. I was called to provide information.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Speaker, my next question is for the Ombudsman. Through you, Speaker. Mr. Ombudsman, you have a letter that's dated the 25th of March. How does that letter help us with respect to addressing the recommendations? Are you adding additional updates to your recommendations through this letter?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, no, we're not adding additional recommendations. In the letter, I was attempting to inform Council about our review of the information that was provided.
So clarification.
Exactly.
That's the intention.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to whatever decision is made here today, is it your position, and was it your position that the Ombudsman's office should have a role to play with respect to ensuring that the work that staff will do, because I understand a motion is coming to adopt your recommendations, that you will also be part of this monitoring process? And is that a standard practice, or is this something that would be new and unique?
Through the Speaker, in answer to your question, Councillor, monitoring is always an aspect of our work, particularly when we conduct an investigation such as this. It allows us to ensure that the recommendation implementation presented or provided by the city is on track, that we're satisfied with the progress that's been made, to help to avoid unnecessary delays, and really to ensure that the recommendations are implemented to our satisfaction.
So can I then ask you, Toronto is a sanctuary city. We've approved that. You have reached certain recommendations and decision-making through your fact-finding. Systemic discrimination as part of your determination. You don't need a human rights description of systemic discrimination to help you to understand what your the findings from your office have found as part of your investigation. Would that be correct?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I don't believe that our office needs to be a human rights investigation body to be able to make that determination. We can look at the evidence that is before us, and in this case, we found that the decision disproportionately affected individuals who are Black and who were non-Canadian citizens. That's how we arrived at that decision.
So as an accountability office, you are doing your fact-finding investigations and you report where the facts take you. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, we based our findings and our recommendations on the evidence. And so we believe that the evidence backs up our findings.
Right. Now, a question was asked about Ukrainians and Blacks and so on and so forth. And you have indicated that funding, and that's been stated, that were available for one group wasn't available for the other, so you weren't comparing them. The comparison is unnecessary dealing with the facts that you found as part of your investigation. Is that correct?
That was your last question?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Through the Speaker, our investigation was focused on the the decision of the city that they made to change the eligibility criteria, that was what our investigation was based on, not on the Ukrainian refugee situation.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Tanner, I want to understand where this all is headed. If I paraphrase some of the material that's before me, there's some millions of dollars expected from the federal government. What I wasn't clear on is, based on what we can best project with respect to the influx of refugees over the following years, is there enough money there to meet the demand? And how do we fill any gap?
To the Speaker, this is one of the biggest challenges in this work. We have no ability to forecast the demand of people we may see arrive. Although we've asked, for such data from the federal government, it's not been forthcoming, but we see around the world the geopolitical instability and can forecast we will be seeing more people come to Canada and to Toronto.
And to be clear, I mean, this isn't tied to immigration numbers that we see in the news. That's different. Those are the federal government's programs to bring people into the country through a certain structure. We're talking about individuals that flee another part of the world and arrive here and go through a process. And so there is some volatility or variability in that have to do with, call them worldly things.
That's correct.
So, biggest city in Canada, it's no surprise people come here, maybe because they perceive that we have the largest amount of resources available that can help them. Is that fair? Is that
yes.
true?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so back to this to the material before us. It does allude to some future reports to council that I think you're working on refugee-specific shelters. Do I understand that correctly?
To the Speaker, yes. We're planning to come back in 2025 with an update on our response. We're waiting currently on feedback from the federal government on an application we made for funding for 2025. When we receive that feedback, we'll be coming to council with an update on our plans and program going forward.
Is there ever a point where there's balance or homeostasis, I guess it is, where we would be able to meet the demand? Or as one grows, does the influx of people who perceive the resources continue to grow? And how do we resolve that?
To the Speaker, this council chamber has made many recommendations to other levels of government for better coordination, continued funding and support, and it will only be with the support of those other levels of government that we will be able to manage and meet future demand in this area.
Thank you. To the Ombudsman, in your materials there was a citing of what you found to be violations of city policy and bigger laws or policies, human rights related, but I want to zoom in on the ones that are within council's control. So there is the Access TO policy, and there's the housing charter. And how then do you see things lining up? I mean, I see a mismatch. I'm going to highly paraphrase. If the city says, look, if you arrive here, you've got a spot in the shelter system, how do we ever square the two up without being at a point where we could meet demand that just continues to grow?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, it's a difficult question. It's a difficult problem. Mr. Tanner has already said that this is something that the city can't deal with on its own. It needs the buy-in and support of other levels of government. The Ombudsman's Office is not an expert on the shelter business. That is the purview of Mr. Tanner and his group. What we can provide is to assist them in ensuring that whatever decisions they make with respect to the running of those shelters is done in a way that's fair and meets all requirements under the Ontario Human Rights Code.
So your report, do I understand, you've taken an objective view the council's got those policies, the housing charter and access TO. They are there, and you've evaluated against those policies, but have you judged whether those policies are appropriate? In other words, did council overpromise something that it couldn't possibly meet?
Last question.
Through the speaker, Councillor, no, we didn't do that specific analysis. What we did was, as you quite rightly said, is looked at the policies as they're currently written and evaluated the city's performance against those policies.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. So I've been listening attentively, but one of the things I'm actually not clear on is we understand how Toronto now deals with refugee crisis that they have, and how we have perhaps failed in some certain areas. I want to ask Mr. Tanner, what are other jurisdictions doing? Like, what's Vancouver doing? What is Halifax doing? I mean, they have similar issues, and I'm sure they too have had an influx of Black refugees coming to their shores, to their city. Can you tell me how they have supported those people coming to their cities?
So to the Speaker, Councillor, we're most familiar with cities in Ontario, where we have common provincial and federal legislation guiding our work, so I can't speak to Vancouver, for instance. I'll tell you, 174,000 claims were made in Canada in 2024. Half of those in Ontario, so this is where a lot of this work happens. Toronto has seen most of the folks don't come to the shelter system. Let's be clear, right? There's a small group of people of that subset that need the support of shelter and housing support. And we do our best here to provide that. In other jurisdictions around Toronto, they have separated these two systems, something we brought before this council and received support on, so that extreme folks who arrive into refugee-specific programs, and you support folks who might be experiencing local homelessness and other unique programs that might best meet their needs. Toronto has the majority of folks who are in need of shelter in our system. The second behind us would be Peel and Ottawa, for example.
I understand that, but there must be some best practices out there. I'm assuming Toronto may not have the best practice based on this particular issue. But are you aware of any other jurisdiction, even beyond our borders here in Ontario? Because again, the refugees are funded federally. So do you know of anywhere where there are a lot of Black refugees coming in from Africa, where they are supported by their communities differently than we have done here in Toronto?
To the Speaker, I can't speak to that specifically. I'd say there are best practices here in Toronto. People that have been supporting refugee claimants for many, many years in small refugee houses that quickly provide shelter, settlement supports, and assist people to move on to permanent housing. That's what we're trying to replicate and grow actually here in the city now, with a variety of different community organizations. This week, we released an expression of interest to open and develop a Black-led shelter to support folks who are here. And so, we're trying to move beyond the crisis at this point to build the capacity here in Toronto outside of shelter hotel programs that are the quick response to these issues. And that will continue, dependent on the ongoing support of the federal government on this issue.
So, based on what happened in regards to the Black refugees coming here in Toronto, have you digged a little further in as to why they came to the city? Why are they fleeing their home country?
Yeah, to the Speaker, I wouldn't be an expert on the particular issues, but there is instability around the world, and people who are claiming refugee status here in Canada are doing so because they're fleeing violence and other issues in their countries of origin. The specific reasons of different people changes over time. And so I don't have that depth.
Okay, I'll ask you another question then. Are you aware of an influx of LGBTQ Black people coming from Africa fleeing persecution and death because of the sexuality?
To the Speaker, yes. That's an issue that we've worked with the 519 on, and in fact, during this crisis, opened the first trans shelter for adults and refugee claimants settling here in the city. But big issue, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Ramadan, end of Ramadan, April 15th, 2023. Sudan Civil War. To date, how many people killed? 150,000 people killed. They don't even have enough graves for the deaf. And 3 million people has displaced. The civil war is about to start.
Mayor, do you have a motion? You have to present your motion.
Thank you. Yeah, can you please put it on in front of us? I'm moving 4 recommendations that deals with funding from the federal government. Why am I talking about Sudan? Because a lot of our refugees come from Sudan, but not just Sudan, from many other places. From war-torn country, from persecution, or because of their gender. And think about Sudan. Think about how many people dead, 150,000. A civil war that have been raging, and it will get worse. It is about to get worse. I met Job and Victoria, 2 refugees from Sudan, at Covenant House. When Job arrived here, there was no place for him to stay, so he slept on Allen's Garden for a night. And he kept calling Peter Street. He kept looking for a shelter. Victoria, also from Sudan, arrived to Toronto at Pearson, had no place to go, and was really scared. Didn't want to sleep on the street. And thank God there was a space for her. And I met both of them. They're full of energy and hope. And 6 months later, I met Job again. He's now living on his own. He started a small business. He's earning money because he got his work permit. He no longer lives in Covenant House, but he was so thankful that there was shelter for him. Those are our success stories. Let me give you a number that you need to know. In 2021, here in Toronto, we had 530 refugees, claimants. Today, we have 4,597 refugees claimant in our shelter. Think about it. 4,597, a dramatic increase from 530. So what happened in 2023? This is before I became the mayor. I saw people living on the street. I saw people in front of Peter Street. Things were desperate. The housing benefits, better known as COP, ran out. There was no federal funding because in 2023, apparently IHAB, which is the program that is called Interim Housing Assistance Program. I don't know why it's interim because we know we have refugees arriving. It was interim, so it stopped. So things were totally desperate. I came in at the time that where people were on the street. So what did we do since then? We provided close to $5 million to Black-led churches to support their work. We have extra 257 space for Red Cross to step in to help us. 8 refugees' houses to support them. We have provided 3,000 plus refugee spots now. We are putting 300, we are taking 300 refugees, a lot of them refugees, most of them are refugees, on housing benefits so that they can move from shelter into their own homes. That's through the housing benefits. We put our own money in. That was the first council meeting I came here, and all of you trusted, and we knew the situation was terrible. We put aside $7 million on a federal and provincial program. We put in a city money to help out on the rent supplement. And that began all the work we have been doing. It was hard work. We said we need a reception center. And we kept saying we need a reception center. 2 years later, we finally got a reception center at Peel. And we're now negotiating some beds from them. And finally, in 2023, end of 2023 and 2024, and this year, we finally received $261 million from the federal government. They paid their bills, 95% of their bills. But here's the problem. I'm about to run out of time. I just hope I can let me tell you the problem. It's a serious problem. Because the interim housing assistance program that gave us $259 million is about to run out. They're winding it down because it's interim, don't you know? And how are they winding it down? They're winding it down for this year. We have we will have 95% next year, 75% the year after, 50% the year after. In 2027, none. Program finished. 95 to 75% to 50%. Why? Oh, maybe because the refugees will stop coming to Toronto. Seriously, you think refugees will stop coming to Toronto? Look at what's happening in Sudan today. Look at the number of people that have died. The other problem that they have come up with last December of 2024, they came up with a definition of what we can receive funding for. So if a refugees came and arrived to Pearson, they then get, hopefully, housed by us, or by Red Cross, or by IHAB, or ICC, the refugees unit. And then what happens to them? Then they file a claim later on. But it takes them 6 months or so to get get the paperwork and find a lawyer to submit the refugees' claims. During this 6 months, we do not get any funding. So we just house them. Well, then maybe they're not refugees claimants. Well, they're not quite refugees claimant yet, according to the federal government. But guess what? They are homeless. They need a shelter. So we have to house them. We won't get any funding. So it's a serious problem. Those 4 recommendations in front of you is what will face us, and I hope I get everyone's support on it. And yes, there's a federal election going on, and I hope that every party that are running take this refugees housing settlement services seriously. Because you know why? Victoria and Job are now, after 6 or 7 months, are working. They are contributing. They're doing amazing stuff. I went back to visit them. And just refugees need a bit of helping hand, and Canada have always been able to do that. Let's continue that tradition.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker, through you to the Mayor. Mayor, thank you so much for your motions. I'm wondering if there's anything further you think we can do as a council and the citizens of Toronto, as you've expressed, as a federal election that's going on. There are many candidates who are actually vying for with the particular positions and so on that are available. Do you have some advice for us in terms of additional work that could be done to help you with respect to this process?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. Because the Canada-Ontario housing benefits, every March, the federal and the provincial government negotiate again. And then while they're negotiating, there's a gap. So it's last year, it stopped for 6 months. We couldn't move people from shelter into housing because it stopped. Make this permanent. Rent supplement really helps. And And I tell you, these refugees claimants, once they start working, they pay back or they establish themselves, they don't no longer need the housing benefits. They no longer need shelter. We need to see it as in Toronto, a place where we open our arms to Irish refugees in the, in the 1830s, 50s. So during that period, right, we were able to house people. Let's do the same now. And we can talk to our, whichever party is, that comes to our door, talk to the candidates to say, traditionally we do very good work. It's not a big amount of money. And it's a short period of time. It's just municipalities alone. It's not just City of Toronto, let me tell you. Across Canada, from coast to coast, every mayor that I meet, small town, big city, they're saying, we need help.
Additionally, this particular situation that we're in here today, discussing the Ombudsman's report, has been rather divisive and has been very problematic for us as a city and so on. What advice as mayor would you offer to us? Because I understand that their motions are coming forward. Some will make this report better than perhaps it was initially. What do you want Torontonians to take away from this process and understanding the city's ability as a sanctuary city to help those who are in need of help, no matter where they come from?
Torontonians, Canadians are very generous. And we've demonstrated it over and over again. We care for each other. And we understand the plights of refugees. Refugees have different needs than folks that are homeless, that have other needs. There needs to be a policy, and we have it. We've developed it, where we house refugees in a certain way because they need legal help, they need any number of help, right? Whereas people that are homeless have other support that they need. So shelter is not the only thing. Right. Comprehensive approach so they can get back up on their feet faster. In the case of Job, he had counseling support. He had ways to, so that he found out how to start his own business. He's very ambitious. He's very talented. So we need those kind of support. He did not need drug addiction, for example, that some other homeless folks, because he's different challenges. So we need to house people, but also consider who they are, what kind of support they need. We need to work with community agencies, whether it's Black-led churches, appropriate community agencies. There are a lot of them, Sojourn House, Matthews House, Romario House. They have done so much work with successive wave of refugees. Work with those agencies, and we can make a big difference. The boat people, for example, we brought in 200,000 boat people during that period, and every one of them were housed and were able to find a way because of friendship family, different kind of programs, whether they're from Ukraine, whether they're from Sudan, whether they are from Uganda, because they come because of their sexual orientation. We can house them. We can support them. Let's do that together.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, you would like to do an introduction at this time?
I would, Madam Speaker. Today we are visited here by Professor Pask and his Seneca College class that deals with municipal government relations. They're here, they're waving to us. They've come to see local democracy in action. Let's not disappoint them. Welcome.
Welcome. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, and through you, Speaker, I have a motion. It has been advance circulated, so you can also see it online. The motion contains 14 parts that are move the recommendations of the Ombudsman with technical updates, reflecting council reporting structure, also updating timelines, being very specific around timelines. And the specificity also includes naming the positions in the city that are responsible for carrying this work forward, in what way, to make sure that we have the best possible outcomes for our shelter system and for our commitment to progressively realize the right to housing. In addition, I think it's important to note that I've included that the test that we came up in questions about how we know whether or not we're adhering to the Housing Charter as important policy direction. It would be developed with the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, and you'll see that letter submitted by the chair. There's a direction for the city manager to attend the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee as requested or indicated the need for that accountability in the Deputy Mayor Morley's letter. And then a big question around triage and access protocol. There are a lot of questions that came out today about how do we actually assign shelter, what are our protocols, and how do we triage need? And which, like we do with rent geared to income housing, where that already exists. And then I think an important element of this is what do these divisions, Housing Secretariat and Toronto Shelter Services and Support, what do they need to make sure that we are working through our commitments? What support is needed? That I think is really important as well, because there are a lot of questions about how to do this work right, and we need more information in that regard. The decisions that were made and are being investigated are before my time. I wasn't elected. Many of you weren't elected. The mayor wasn't elected. But I can say that I found out about the policy change by attending FCJ Refugee Center's street party, and I started to ask questions, and then we started to see on the street people who had been sent from the airport by federal authorities to Peter Street in Toronto to ask for shelter, which was needed. It was cold. There were entire families. What we saw those days was just horrifying. I sprung into action, convened leaders within the shelter movement, refugee serving organizations, Black-led churches, and the leaders were constantly in my boardroom. I convened a meeting that the mayor attended even before she assumed power, because what we knew we needed was massive change from the federal government and to get to the bottom of how we got here. I want to say that I came to Canada in 1974 as a refugee. And when we arrived at the airport, it was the provincial government had a system to ensure that we got the support that we needed. I stayed in a shelter right next to Union Station, where my brother and I ran down the hallway. That's all I remember. It was a long time ago. But that was an important step for us to be able to make a life in Canada. So my commitment to this is profound, embodied, and relentless. And for that reason, I can say that since we had this report, which was very challenging, 170-ish pages, I really dove into it, read it carefully, attended the Black Community Housing Advisory table meeting, convened with the United Nations High Commission for Refugee Representative to Canada and people working around migration issues and people who are undocumented, worked with the committee chairs, which is really crucial. We brought together this item forward and the mayor's office. And I want to say that these questions are really complex. As you heard, we hold back beds to help, maybe a few beds, but it's to help people who are also vulnerable. There are competing, unfortunately, demands, and that's why the triage and protocol to be transparent and understood by everyone about the choices that have to be made. And the urgency is in the mayor's motions. The federal government, as of January 1st, has redefined who qualifies, so there will be fewer people that will be covered. Asylum seekers will not qualify. We are going to have our funds cut, and what we need is to move together with community so that we can get the advocacy that's needed to fix this, because what we're going to see on our streets is worse if we do otherwise.
Thank you. Hold on, we do have some questions for you. Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo, you've got a list of 16 recommendations here, are part of your motion. Can you tell me which one actually states that we adopt and accept the Ombudsman's report and the recommendations? Which one of them states that?
Well, the Ombudsman's report isn't before us. What I am saying is...
I'm aware of that. In order for us to address the Ombudsman report, you and I spoke earlier, we actually have to adopt his recommendations in order for it to be formal part. I'm just wondering...
I understand. If we adopt his recommendations, they become city policy, and some of the challenges within that include that the timelines, the council reporting structure isn't reflected necessarily, and it doesn't provide the specific direction that's needed so that Toronto Shelter, SDFA, a housing secretariat are clear on what they have to do when and in what way.
So, sorry, if we adopt his report recommendations, that requires the city manager to do work along with all the other division. You're saying it becomes city policy? Is that what you just said?
If we adopt the recommendations as is, they become city policy. What I have done is working with staff and committee chairs, et cetera, is to make sure that what we're adopting can actually provide the operations, the guidance that is needed to ensure that we get to a place where these events aren't repeated, and we understand how to ensure that there's transparency about how you get a shelter bed in the City of Toronto, how we don't violate the housing charter as a policy direction, the tests that are needed, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, John.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions, 3 minutes, clarification.
Thank you. I just want to, you've got quite a few recommendations here, and I just want to clarify that the Ombudsman made his report, which indicated that there could be some massive improvements in dealing with refugees and asylum seekers coming to the city. And you, as Chair of Economic Development, I think you've been involved with city staff in really addressing a number of those things and advancing that. Are you suggesting that these recommendations are reflective of that work that's been done, or it's more work to be done?
Well, I did request of the city manager earlier an update on where we were with the Ombudsman's recommendations. There's an appendix here that indicates how many are in progress or done. I think that's important to remember that we adopted at the last council a series of motions, including that a refugee working group be created and that we develop our response related to refugees in conjunction and alongside those organizations.
So that's kind of one aspect that I think the Ombudsman would very much ask for, that we do that. And in his letter, he's indicated that that work should be more advanced. So you're telling us that you're giving us more instructions, basically. Council's giving more instructions about the nature of that work, and to quickly move to the refugee table to tailor all of our advice, all of our bylaws, all of our policies in that direction to secure those improvements that the Ombudsman has suggested we need to make. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah, we're adopting the motions and updating them to ensure that they produce the result that we are all seeking, which is to fix problems and to anticipate any future challenges in a better way.
And are you telling us that, in your opinion, as chair and somebody who's been doing this work, that this is quite well advanced, that you're moving hard and that the city is moving very decisively on all these issues?
Yeah, there are a lot of places where progress is being made. I think about La Pascal, for example, the forthcoming refugee-serving house, which will be for African Francophone refugees. But there's still questions that need to be resolved around that are identified in my motion, which in some way build off and amplify with specific direction, such as the Housing Rights Advisory Committee's role, such as ensuring that that we have that shelter triage and protocol that's transparent and understood by all and accountable.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I just want to make sure something's very clear to members of council. Your recommendations 1 through 13 are essentially the same as the Ombudsman's recommendation. You've made some changes in where reports go and what the timing is, but 1 through 13 is pretty much the Ombudsman's recommendations.
Yeah, they're based in and build on those recommendations to ensure that there's a direct reporting relationship, that there's accountability, there's a lead, the timelines make sense, and that we're realigning all of the across an all-of-government approach to attend to this problem.
And some of the additional recommendations you have beyond that actually go further than what the Ombudsman had recommended.
Correct, and those recommendations are based in the letter from the chair of Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, Deputy Mayor Morley. It's a letter from the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, and all your support as chair of Planning and Housing has been essential. And it's after 3 months of listening to what is needed to move forward and to working with staff who ultimately have to make this operational.
And your motion, together with what the mayor did, solves a problem which the Ombudsman himself acknowledged, which is he can't investigate the federal and provincial government. So those pieces were left out of his report. But between what you're doing and the mayor is doing, we're actually attacking those problems and trying to get a better partnership, all of which adds up to somebody arriving at Pearson having a better outcome.
Yeah, as we heard and answers from staff, the way that the program, the federal program is designed requires that we ask people for their status, will reduce the people who are eligible for coverage, will cost initially $50 million to the city, but that amount will increase as the federal contribution grows. So what the federal government has done is made it much more difficult to shelter refugees in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, you would like to make an introduction at this time?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yes, I rise to welcome all my friends here from the grade 4 and 5 class at Pristine Heights. We got Miss Harris down here in the front row and a bunch of students who are here in the chamber to see democracy in action. So if you could join me in acknowledging them, let's give them a round of applause for showing up. Half the battle. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, while the Ombudsman correctly said that we're not comparing apples to apples with respect to how Ukrainians were welcomed to Toronto and Black African refugees, I think it is important to recognize and acknowledge the difference of treatment and supports that they received. Without pointing fingers to any one level of government, it was a collective failure. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we rightfully stood with the Ukrainian people, celebrated the fact that we were welcoming them. In almost every neighborhood, we took them into our arms, into our homes, into our communities, into our schools, and together as Canadians, we funded supports to make sure that their kids were going to the local school, that they had a warm place to go, and they had opportunities to seek employment and build lives here in Toronto. So let's juxtapose this with an experience that I had on a cold winter's night when I was in touch with Reverend Alexa Gilmore, who is now a newly elected MPP, who's been a long-standing advocate for people who are vulnerable along with refugees. She told me that there were a dozen or more African refugees outside in freezing temperatures on Peter Street outside of a shelter. They had nowhere to go, and they had no ability to go into the shelter that they were feet away from. They were freezing. Many of them didn't have the kind of clothing that you need to survive a winter in Toronto. And I called Rick Leary at the TTC at the time, who offered to send a bus. kind of pitiful that we'd have to rely on a bus, but it's better than nothing. And I'm really grateful to Rick's really prompt response. I ultimately called Gord, who also very graciously just got creative and thought about, like, do we have a boardroom, for example, at a city building that at least people could go to because it's warmer there than outside? It's not like it's a place that anyone would want to sleep or live, but just something better than being outside in the freezing cold. And that was an ad hoc moment where I think people of good faith just tried to figure something out. But that's not a system. That's not like anything in place that ensures that when we are telling people from around the world that they're going to be safe coming here, we don't have a system in place to make sure that they actually are. They're safer because they're fleeing what they are coming from, but they're not actually going to be safe and healthy if they don't have a warm place to go on a freezing night. That's just a truth. That's inarguable. And we have to reflect on that. I know that we have been in the midst of, and the mayor mentioned this, like an ongoing struggle with the federal government to seek their recognition to fulfill their responsibilities. And I understand, we've been downloaded so many times by different levels of government, including the province. And I know that once we start taking on those responsibilities, it's harder to then go back to them and say, you better do it, because it really is your purview. I get that. But in the midst of this battle, the collateral damage were those individual refugees who didn't really care which level of government had the responsibility to support them. They cared that they and their kids would have a warm place to go. That's all that mattered. And we failed them. We collectively failed them. And then when the Ombudsman brought forward a report to Council, not just saying what went wrong, but also recommendations to make things better. Most importantly, we failed again. I'm included. I don't remember a time where we haven't had a debate over an Ombudsman's report. And I think we let Black communities down, we let their advocates down, and we were not respectful to the office of the Ombudsman. And we weren't able to reopen it that day, and we failed. So today, we have an opportunity to at least try to make things right. To support the motions that are in front of us. Yes, to engage the federal government to fulfill their responsibility. Yes, to support Councillor Bravo's motions. And I want to also acknowledge Councillor Bravo, whose heart and mind and attention has been on this every step of the way. I have a lot of faith in her. I want to acknowledge...
5 seconds.
I also want to acknowledge the Black churches and the advocates in the Ethiopian communities, Sudanese community and other communities that have actually been filling the gaps that we haven't filled well enough. I'm very hopeful that we take this seriously in the way that we haven't before. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, there's no applause in the council chambers. Thank you. You could wave. If you want, you can wave. Okay. Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do have a motion. I want to start off by thanking the Ombudsman for his report. And I'm going to name the elephant in the room. The Black man who's writing this report, writing about the experiences of Black people who've been on the streets and having to come before Council to talk about this issue from a distance. That's difficult. He cannot say that, but I'll say it for him. Beyond policies and procedures and good intentions, this experience was traumatizing for the refugees themselves. It was traumatizing for Black staff in the city. It was traumatizing for the Black community at large. And I'm even going to say it was traumatizing for me, because I had to witness it myself. And even here in this seat as councillor, I felt I could not help in a way that I'd like to. and I don't want to speak for my Black colleagues on council, but, I see the heads are nodding. I do feel that a trust has been broken regardless of policies in place between the Black community and the city. And I think it's a trust that we need to regain. It's going to take some time, regardless what is decided here today. In my questioning to the Gord Tanner, I did mention, or I alluded to the refugees coming in from Africa. And through my experience talking to the administrators of the 519 and EGAL Canada and the Rainbow Railroad, we know that a lot of the refugees who came here seeking refuge were people from the LGBTQ community who were fleeing persecution from their homes. And I actually met a lot of them. I've interacted with them, and I see them on a regular basis. So I know firsthand that they were the ones that were fleeing. And my motion that I've brought forth here really is to address that. I feel that the needs of those particular people are unique to our city, and I feel that our TSSS staff and policies that we are in place or should be in place to actually reflect that as well. So I do support Councilor Bravo's motion and the Mayor's motion, but I hope that my motion here will complement that as well to address a gap that is, just a gap anyway. So again, thank you to the Ombudsman, and thank you for the opportunity to actually have this discussion finally, because we hadn't had it and we should have had it. So I'm happy we're having it here today in a respectful way.
Oh, I thought you were finished. Okay. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to join my colleagues in their thanks to the Ombudsman and his team, to city staff, to our Director of Shelter Services, and certainly to my colleague, Councillor Bravo, whose leadership and commitment to this issue has been really heartfelt and deeply moving. As the chair of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory here at the City of Toronto, this has been an important issue for our group to ensure that there is a conversation that is held. There has been some deep listening that's been happening, as was mentioned, over the last number of months, and ongoing conversations to be had. As I think we all can appreciate here in this space, systemic change is always possible, but it certainly requires dedicated effort. And that's what I think our colleagues here are demonstrating, and we are very committed to a better path forward. It unfortunately is an ongoing truth and a reality that we know as part of our history, we have inherited a lot of challenges. Certainly as members of the Black community, there has been centuries-long efforts to deny the value and importance of Black people on this planet in various contexts, and that is a legacy we continue to navigate today. My colleague mentioned about the trauma for Black folks when we see a very evident difference in how people are treated, again, still in 2025. And while the challenge before us is nuanced and complex, it does not go unnoticed. And it is absolutely critical that we hold space to continue to dig in and confront and uproot any perception, perceived, or realities of anti-Black racism within our inclusive society. We are a leader. As imperfect as we are an absolute leader globally in spaces of equity and inclusion. And I have every expectation that we continue in that way. I fully expect that our efforts to listen, learn, improve, and evolve along with our dynamic and ever-shifting city, knowing that we are interconnected with the global communities that impact us, whether it's people fleeing violence or coming here as a result of other challenges in their home countries. We are a sanctuary city, and we need to stand up and be clear in our ability to implement that for people who come here. As I mentioned, I and the committee that I'm proud to represent with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory are ready to hold space for a deeper conversation here and to provide some insights and advice from members of the Black community. And we look forward to that future discussion. We'll be supporting the motions before us, both from Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes, and as well, of course, from our mayor. I'm grateful for her leadership in calling the federal government appropriately to the table to take responsibility in the area that this firmly falls under their purview. In this chamber and beyond, I know we can get hard things done, and we have proven that together since being a collective in office since 2022. And I have faith in our ability to continue to be open, transparent, and committed to using our power and authority to chart a path for better outcomes for everybody and never shying away from the challenge of that work. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging a few things. First, I think it's most important to acknowledge that what happened was completely unacceptable. It is unacceptable that people arrive in Canada and wind up on a sidewalk in the rain. That's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable that the City of Toronto didn't have in place the correct tools to be able to manage that. And a lot of the accountability and responsibility for that actually falls on council. You heard in answers to questions that there are a variety of different ways people interpret the right to housing. We have a charter that says one thing. We have an appendix to the Ombudsman's report that says a second thing. And then we have the city manager who said a third thing, saying it's aspirational. The fact that that's not clear provides no service, no support, and no clarity to people who are seeking shelter and understanding what their rights are, but also it gives no direction to Toronto City staff about how to make those decisions. In Councillor Bravo's motion, recommendation, it's 8, I believe, slightly amends the Ombudsman's recommendation and directs senior leaders in the City of Toronto to meet with the chair of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. And that's someone else I want to acknowledge. In developing all of this, Councillor Bravo led a team of people, including myself, Councillor Morley, and a lot of external stakeholders to figure out what it is we have to do to get this right next time. And there will be a next time. Our federal government is falling down on its job of providing safe refuge to people who are fleeing a variety of problems around the world. And I want to acknowledge Elizabeth McIsaac, who's here, the chair of the Human Rights Advisory Committee, Housing Rights Advisory Committee, for being one of the people who's helped us to get where we are today. It is vitally important that we take what we learned from the Ombudsman, but also take what we have heard from other voices in the community. I know Deputy Mayor Morley has had extensive conversations with members of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. Councillor Bravo has spoken to people from a whole range of interests, Indigenous leaders, people working in the shelter system, people working for the rights of the undocumented, people working for the rights of people seeking refuge in Canada. What you have here today is a whole bunch of inputs. You have letters from a variety of committee chairs, you have the Ombudsman's report, you have additional information from the mayor, we have new information about what the federal government is doing, and my God, it's bad. And we have actually come to a place, I believe, where we're giving direction to city staff so they can provide fair service, transparent service, and the best service possible within the means the City of Toronto has to make sure that we do our level best to provide access. It is going to be hard work, and we're going to have some very serious challenges, and I'm glad Councillor Thompson raised the issue of the current federal election. Nobody gets my vote this election. Nobody gets my vote this election if they say that municipalities have to take on the federal obligation to serve refugees. So I encourage everyone on this council and everyone listening to this debate to ask anyone who knocks on their door or phones them, what are you as an MP going to do to make sure that people don't wind up sleeping in the winter in Canada outdoors? So again, thank you to Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley and all the external stakeholders who've done so much work since the Ombudsman's report came out. Thank you to the Mayor for her tremendous advocacy with the federal government. And on behalf of this council, I want to say, I'm sorry this all happened, and we'll do our best to make sure it never happens again.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This might repeat some of the things said, but there's no harm in repeating important points. If you're going to welcome the world to our country, you have to have the policies and funding in place to do it properly. The real wake-up call in this city, what was going on in June and July of 2023, when a couple of hundred newcomers were on the sidewalk in front of Peter Street. And they had been there for about 6 weeks before they were moved up to the Rivaltine Tabernacle Church up in Downsview in York Centre, where generosity is part of our motto up there. And we owed a great deal of thanks not only to the church, but of course Reverend Judith James, who welcomed them. And many people came and visited. I went to see them and meet with them and see what their next steps were. And we met them a number of months later at a Christmas lunch. Most of these refugees were from Uganda and Kenya. And you know, we started talking to them and they were still, despite the trauma of being here and not being treated properly, they were so happy to be in Canada and to be in the city. You know, this is a failure of federal policy. When you read through the Canadian Constitution or the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, it is clear that immigration and refugee is a shared responsibility between the federal and provincial government. There is not a mention of municipal governments playing a role. Now, that doesn't mean we don't. But clearly, when it comes to the policy and funding, it is the other two levels of government. And this is one of the great challenges that was mentioned in passing earlier, that Toronto continues to take on the jurisdictions of other levels of government when there are gaps in policy and gaps in funding. Now, at the very least, the federal government should pay its bills and should live up to its obligations to make sure the city can do its job. So we support, as the mayor had said, we support the restoration of full funding under the Interim Housing Assistance Program. That will wind down, and of course that will put the city in a terrible situation, and of course restore the funding to the settlement program. You know, part of the problem also is, if you remember the constitutional debates of the 1970s, Quebec fought vigorously to have first right of refusal over immigration policy for people coming from Francophonie, so from French-speaking countries. Many of them were in Africa. They have done a 180 on us. They have said, we're not going to take any more, and we're not going to accept them. Of course, the open door policy here is this is why we're overrun and unable to finance properly and put proper policies in place. I think the lessons learned today are a fewfold. One is we have to do better, which is the obvious. I don't know why, but I've heard many ombudsman's reports in the past. For some reason, even though the ombudsman reports to city council, it still goes to the city manager, and then we hear whether he's accepted the recommendations or not. He can express his private views in those meetings, but at the end of the day, it is city council the ombudsman reports to and should bring his reports here, and that's why this became a mess, because there was a disconnect between the public service and the ombudsman. And I think at the end of the day, I think Toronto has some improvements to make. It's unacceptable to have people on the sidewalk. When I first started here 14 years ago, we did not get any calls about homeless people in our area, refugees without shelter, and now we're working on it. We're working on it almost full time to make sure we call streets to homes and make sure that they have space. Costs a fortune to do it properly. The other levels of government must live up to their obligations. They must pay their bills, and they must develop policies on intake and making sure that people get their status quickly so they can move on to their lives and they can live the Canadian dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm going to echo many of the comments we just heard. And I think this is one time that this council is going to be quite united in our push to ensure that, we get treated fairly by the federal government when it comes to being accountable and funding and the crisis that we have in our hands with respect to shelters and refugees. Back when I was here in the last 8-year stretch, before I took a short break between 2018 and 22, we weren't getting any calls about shelter issues up in Etobicoke North that our office ever had to experience. We weren't getting any issues with respect to refugees or any of those problems. The communities today across the city, including Etobicoke North Ward 1, are under a lot of pressure right now because we need to build more housing. We need to accommodate refugees and homeless people. And these are, we've got to keep in mind, these are people, we need to look after them. But I've been saying this all along, we have to hold the federal government accountable. So I want to thank the mayor and the motions she's putting forward that do just precisely that. Just a short while ago, back in 23, our churches and our private sector, through their generosity, housed hundreds of refugees along Albion Road. And it was quite, what was hard to really accept is the fact that these are people that have been invited to our country without a plan from the federal government. Every day I was going there and I was speaking to different refugees and I would ask them all the same question. You came to this country, you were invited to this country, what happened when you arrived at the airport? And it was consistent, the message was consistent every single time. They said, nothing happened, Councillor. We had nobody greeting us, we had no direction, and they were just sent off on their own. And so they end up either in encampments, in shelters, or desperate for housing, desperate for food, desperate for help in the city. And of course, Torontonians are very generous. We embrace and we welcome newcomers, but the federal government fell short, and we should have had a plan. And I'm hoping they're listening right now because that has to change. And and I agree with Councillor Perks. There's an election coming up. We have to pay attention to the candidate that's really going to support our refugees, support municipalities across Ontario. We just didn't have a system in place, and we have to continue to hold the federal government accountable. And I want to thank our city staff. I want to thank our mayor. And we have to do a lot more to make sure that we're looking after the people who need help. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll get this done before lunch. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Ombudsman and his team for this detailed and comprehensive report that challenges our city and our civic staff to live up to our motto, which is diversity, our strength. Our actions as a city in failing to shelter refugees, even though we had beds, whether or not we had 100 beds or 200 beds, whatever the number of beds, betrayed our ambition, our aspirations, and our stated vision. If our goal of a fair and equitable city means anything, City Council will today ensure that we adopt the recommendations. Now, I know it's a little bit different. Councillor Bravo, thank you for the work, and others and so on. I have consulted with the Ombudsman about his recommendations. They're reflected in the changes to the recommendation that Councillor Bravo has made, Deputy Mayor Morley and others and so on, to allow for the reporting which is missing because he doesn't have the ability to do that. So we are moving ahead with your recommendations, dates change and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that. In January when we dealt with this, I had an interest and for some strange reason this item was moved and was received even though the mayor had made a motion to ensure that this along with another item be dealt with and so on and so forth. Nonetheless, we've worked really hard to bring it back here today. And I want to congratulate Council because what we actually have today reinforces and emphasizes and impact in a comprehensive way our ability to deal with this issue. But I think it's also important for us to sort of not forget these were refugees that came in from Africa. Whether or not it was intended or not, they were sleeping on the sidewalk of the City of Toronto. It seemed that nobody cared. It seemed that Council didn't care. And so there was a huge issue within the community. The Ombudsman's investigation is basically looking at the reasons and the decisions and the conclusions that was arrived at and so on, looking at the city's action. The city's actions were unfair, poorly planned, and inconsistent with, of course, the city's commitment to housing as a human right. And I know that Councillor Perks have sort of addressed that and so on. What, in fact, was so galling, though, about the Ombudsman's report is it his timidity to suggest that while the city had no intent to discriminate against refugee claimants, that the city's policy affecting migrants from Africa and from African countries amounted to systemic racism and discrimination and anti-Black racism and so on. I know that the Ombudsman's job and as accountability officer is not essentially there to ensure that he cozies up to government or councillors or city administrators. No, he is one of his, accountability office is one of the independent offices mandated to help us to confront the ugly truth that we generally don't want to deal with and so on. When he does, our appropriate response is to carefully, in my view, study his recommendations and move heavens and earth to ensure that any wrongs that are identified, we can address this. Speaker, when I saw this 2 months ago, I was wondering whether or not the city of Toronto and myself including what were we watching? Were we this isn't Florida, this isn't Texas, this isn't some border state with the MAGA sheriffs and the vigilantes waiting to round people up and migrants and ship them into some progressive sanctuary city. No, this is Toronto. Toronto is a proud sanctuary city. We open our doors to the world outcasts and destitute, but not so much in 2023. Why? That's part of the issue that we've actually had to discuss. And so in this chamber today, I stand proudly with all the people here because there's a whole group of people watching because the sheer panic that took place in this city amongst the Black community and the Black churches and what they did and helped wasn't solely their responsibility. We have a responsibility to address these issues. We failed that. We know a lot of comments were made by staff and others who understood and were close to this, and you can read it in the report. I won't bother to read it because I'm not going to be able to finish in time. I just simply want to say that we don't want to hide or bury things in the city, and we have to be advocate. And as a Black man standing in this council, I'm never going to back down from any of the issues that I need to speak to. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you have to say. We have to do what's right and just. That's all of our responsibility.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully last speaker, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have two quick motions here. First one, I just want the city solicitor to let us know as a council what we do when any accountability officer has any incorrect facts or incorrect legal advice that's brought through in their report, because we can't recommend a change. So that's something that I was interested in a while ago and I still am. And secondly, I'd like the city solicitor to consult with the Human Rights Office, and I'd asked about that earlier, and prepare a letter that outlines the circumstances where the city did not adhere to relevant law and policy in the Human Rights Code as it was suggested. And first of all, I do want to say that our accountability officers, I believe very strongly in them. I was here in 2006 when we established accountability officers, as was Councillor Carroll, who's not here, and Councillor Thompson, who is here, that the important role they play in giving advice to council. It is so important to have that. It's like the CP24 eye in the sky, watching everything that we do and making important recommendations. And I think that we're always in a situation where we're accepting that. I also just want to say on the Ombudsman's report and what he's identified as work that needs to be done, I'm very happy that that was a push. I also recognize that much of that work had been undertaken from the second he asked Shelter Division, are you doing this? They said, we're going to do it. So it's always important to acknowledge that staff, the second those questions are asked, if there's a delta, they're on it. And then Councillor Bravo, for your work in pulling things together with the community, with city staff, and with the Ombudsman's office since that time. I think that's very important. And sometimes so important work's being done, and thank you to everybody supporting that and doing that work. Also, sometimes we have information that can help, and there might be a more useful context for that information. So the context of this is very important. I agree with Councillor Thompson. It was shocking to see everybody on the street, but somehow that there was an eligibility that was used in a different way for these folks than other refugees coming. I think that's something that we need to be clear about. Apparently, there wasn't. There, as the Ombudsman said, might not have been explained very well, but there was no different approach to the refugees that arrived at that time to the refugees that have been arriving all the way from 2022. There's an accountability requirement by the federal government for the funding that was filled out. It may have looked a certain way. So that's just one of those things that I can't say. I just think that needs to be acknowledged or checked into. And we do need to make sure that all the information such as that would come from an accountability officer is correct. And I don't think that's our job here to kind of argue with him or against one another, or is this right, is that right? That's actually city legal, because there's one person, Ombudsman does not have no other staff other than the city solicitor has any discretion about what happens with any of the accountability officers. And I'll just remind you, and Councillor Matlow, I spoke to him earlier about when the Integrity Commissioner had a report about Councillor Matlow and advised him that he could vote on it. It was only the city solicitor's quick intervention that stopped that from happening and actually prevented probably a fairly significant legal case with Councillor Matlow for having done that, or anybody who wanted to further that could have then had an excuse to pursue that further. So these are really critical issues. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, we've had 18 years of accountability officers. Rarely does it happen, but when those things happen, we need to say, oops, legally, oops, factually. How do we make sure those things are done well? And all we really want is the best outcome for Torontonians. I have a high expectation of our fantastic accountability officers. The Integrity Commissioner, the Auditor General, she has to have her numbers right, or we have a problem getting those reports. Of our Ombudsman, I was happy to be on the hiring along with Councillor Holiday and Councillor Nunziata to bring our Ombudsman here to the city, and as well our lobbyist registrar. So we have a very robust system of accountability.
5 seconds.
Let's just make sure that everything that they're doing, it meets a certain standard and test, and that is our job as council. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we're not going to get the votes done before lunch break because Councillor Holiday just put it, because I thought we might vote be till 5 o'clock this evening. Okay, Councillor Holiday? Yeah, okay, I did say last speaker when you spoke.
I'll be quick.
But, yeah. Councillor Holiday, please.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would only say that much of the conversation is focused on the Ombudsman's report, but there's other material in here that's very important for Council to acknowledge, and that is an impossible situation where there is not funding in place for one of the largest line items in the city's budget, which is the shelter system. And, every day, every minute, aircraft with hundreds of people land at Pearson. I'm not saying that's the only port of entry, but thousands of people come into the country, and, a portion of them end up in this system. And how the city could possibly meet the numbers that come in every day and meet other obligations that council made. Some of them I disagreed with, but they are here, including the housing charter and access TO. And so that is the conflicted situation that I don't think is being resolved today, and is something that we should be mindful of, notwithstanding other important conversations, including that which is brought forward by the Ombudsman. So I hope that council continues to think of that. And, again, Councillor Perks pointed that out, that we should be mindful in the next election about what other parties are promising, because I truly believe that the federal government owes a significant amount of resources in this case as a result of their policies.
Okay, let's put the motions up. Let's try to get this done before lunch. Let's put the motions up, because we have other timed items this afternoon. Recorded vote on everything. Yeah, recorded vote. Okay, can you ring the bell so the mayor knows that we're okay? The first motion is by Mayor Chow on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Motion. Councillor Holiday?
Yes, point of order. I would like to vote on number 16 separately.
On number what?
16 separately.
16 separately?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll do 16 first.
Yeah, we can't be unanimous.
On item 16, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Peruzza, please. And Councillor Crisanti, please. Part 16 of motion 2 carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, on the remainder of the motion by Councillor Bravo, recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzza and Councillor Cheng, please. The balance of motion 2 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Moyes, recorded vote.
Motion 3 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, next motion, please. Motion by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, please. Councillor Crescenti, please. Motion 4 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. We'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, I have received a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda, but we don't have 18 members, so we can't do that. Before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. No? Okay. No, but that's not I'm going to get to you. Okay. This is for quick items. Okay. Members, then we would do the member motion run through. The city clerk has advised the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 28.1, MM 28.48 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with agenda item RM 28.7 review of the order paper. So Councillor Fletcher, you'd like to introduce?
Yes. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce the fantastic students and staff from St. Patrick's Secondary School and welcome Great Art School in Ward 14. Welcome to City Hall.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you would like to say a few words?
Yeah, and my nephew is a teacher at St. Patrick's, so welcome. I just want to first of all introduce one of my staffers, been here with me for 11 years. Caroline Duffy is moving on to better things in the Parks Department, so Caroline Duffy, welcome. And also, two of my former young staffers are here. Sean Getz-Gadden and Bruce Davis. Did I see them here? I hired them when they were young men, but look at them now. Look at us now. Anyways, I would like to stand and remind people that on Monday, March 31st, is International Transgender Day of Visibility. Given the hate and the vitriol being directed towards our transgender friends, especially in the States, and all over the world, it is important that we speak up for and celebrate the transgender community. Toronto has been a refuge and haven to many transgender people over the years, including Jackie Shane, an incredible artist I saw perform, in fact, at the Sapphire Club. I remember when I was about as young as Bruce Davis, and a pioneering performer who made Toronto her home. Jackie Shane, Any Other Way was her song, Mr. Thompson. Any Other Way. Okay, thank you, and remember Transgender Day.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go through the members' motion, and we'll put the first motion on the screen, which is MM 28.1. Okay. A notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 28.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 28.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 28.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 28.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.9. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Mayor Chow, you want to make an amendment on this item?
Very minor, that the City Council requests General Manager, Parks and Recreation to evaluate the state of good repair of the chairlift and any maintenance or replacement requirements as part of the July 10th report.
Does the staff have your amendment? It's on the screen. There's the amendment by Mayor Chow on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. MM 28.10. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.14. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.17, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion was posted on March 24th. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Oh. On MM 28.22? Okay, we'll have to hold the item down then. MM 28.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.25. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.26. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2025T 19.2 only as it pertains to Part 2 of the decision. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.27. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.28. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, isn't this the item that... yeah, so we'll just put that aside to tie into the other item, right? MM 28.29. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.30. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.31. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.32. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.33. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.34. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.35. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.36. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Oh, hold. Councillor Holyday has held the item down. MM 28.37. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote. Recorded vote. On the item.
Councillor Moyes, please.
It was on the item, correct, Councillor Holyday?
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Chernis Lynn, please. Councillor Crisanti.
He wanted a recorded vote on the referral?
The motion is adopted. The vote is 18-5.
Am I too fast? MM 28.38. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.39. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 28.40. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.41, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Communications have been submitted on this item. A revised member motion was posted on March 25th. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.42. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.43. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.44. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Pardon? Pardon? Oh, record the waiving? Okay. You have to speak louder, Come on, Councillor Holiday, you can speak loud.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Perruzza. And Councillor Moyes, please.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Cherniston, please.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 17-6.
All right. 28.45. Notices of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.46. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.47. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. A revised member motion was posted on March 27th. Bills 241 and 242 have been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.48. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 28.49. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote. I guess I would have expected that, Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 22 to 1.
MM 28.50. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, that's the end of these motions. 50. Now, do we have 18 members? Okay, so we do have 18 members. We can add a couple more members motion. And then can I have a motion to approve the balance of the agenda? On favor? I just wanted to know if everybody was listening, that's all. Councillor Cheng. Okay, it's on the screen. It's the motion you want to introduce.
What?
Councillor Cheng.
Yes, this is a motion to authorize Section 37 to...
Come on, quiet. Councillor Cheng.
This is to build fencing for the residents of 175 Cummer. They have indicated that, you know, the new supportive housing project that is being built in front of them has their own fenced-in area, and they would like to have their own fenced-in area that includes their already existing garden. So,
okay, on favor? On favor?
This is not around, this is just a side yard for them to have.
No, Councillor Cheng, this is just to introduce it. Okay, recorded vote
For
to
the
introduce
seniors
it.
to have a side yard, like, why
I don't know.
is, it's a side yard for the seniors, what's? But you're yelling to tell everyone how to vote. Like,
Why don't we just hold that down so we can have more discussion on that? Okay, but there was a recorded vote to introduce. Okay, recorded vote to introduce. Yeah.
The motion to add the motion carries. The vote is 19 to 4.
Okay. Well, we were just in the middle of introducing motions.
I do know that, and this
Yeah.
was held, and I'm giving everybody a heads up. When this is discussed, I'd like to have the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation here because that is their property, 175 Cummer, to make sure that that's something that they're suggesting and okay with fencing their property. That's
Okay,
all.
fine. I didn't know that was the
Well, I'm
Toronto.
just letting you know. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay,
that's fine
thank
if
you.
they come here. That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Do we have another one? Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I have a motion to introduce regarding a new distillery in my ward. It's called North Spirit Distillery. They're located at 2300 Finch Avenue West, and they make an amazing array of liquors, Madam Speaker, and they're looking for our support so that when, tours go there and other folks and so on.
Okay, we're just introducing
they can try
it.
it. And you know what? I invite everybody here to come up and try it. An amazing vodka,
Okay,
Speaker.
Councillor, we're just introducing it.
Oh, happy to introduce it, but I'd also like to invite everybody
Okay,
up when they get
you
their,
can,
when they get their permit, okay?
On favor? Carried.
Perfect.
Okay, so members, we did decide that after the members' motion, we were going back to EX 21.13, supporting ownership housing developments.
Madam Speaker, I put my name on the to talk about the order paper.
Councillor Sachs, you have your name on the list. Is it, what's
Yes,
it for?
I do. I have some quick releases, and also I'm going to need to reopen MM 28.30. I had a motion sent to the clerk yesterday, which I forgot to make. Which would you like to do first, the quick releases or the reopening? Madam Speaker, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, it's my understanding that you want to open members' motion 2830 because you have an amendment?
That's right. I sent a motion to the...
Okay, just a sec.
Yes.
Hold on, Councillor. On favor of reopening members' motion MM 28.30 to allow Councillor Sachs to put forward an amendment. Okay, so does staff have the amendment? Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen. Councillor Sachs, you can move your amendment.
Yes, I want to move the amendment. The motion was to allow the Indigenous group to lock the gate, but I need to also require Parks put in the gate. Thank you.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Now, I understand, Councillor Sachs, you also have a quick release?
Yes, I do. Unless Councillor Holyday still has objections, I'm going to try again to release PH 19.10, replacement units for gem evicted dwelling room tenants.
Apparently, somebody held that down earlier.
Well, I held it, and Councillor Holyday wanted a little more time.
Okay, hold on. You okay with it, Councillor Holyday? Okay, so Councillor Sachs, Councillor Holyday says he's okay. We just want a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. Recorded vote then, please.
Okay, recorded vote on PH 19.10.
And then I have two others.
Replacement units for dem evicted dwelling room tenants. Okay, that's what we're voting on.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fletcher, are you voting in the system? The item is adopted. The vote is 22-1.
Thank you. Then TE 20.43, improving bike lane inspections.
Councillor Sachs, you're releasing T 20.3, improving bike lane inspections.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is releasing T 20.43, improving bike lane inspections in Toronto and East York. On favor? Carried. Thank
and
you.
finally, I also want to release CC 28.1. Please. I had hoped to speak to it, but I'll deal with it another time.
So you're releasing item CC 28.1, authority to negotiate agreements related to Queen's Park North?
Thank you.
Is that what you're releasing?
Yes, please.
Okay. On CC 28.1, on favor? Carried.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Here we go. Councillor Sachs, you're not at council. We just want to wish you a speedy recovery from your accident. So we're all thinking of you, waving at you if you can see us.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go back to EX 2113, so if we can put the speakers list on. This is the item we were dealing with yesterday. No, I know, but Councillor Bradford to speak.
Madam Speaker, can you just hold my time or go to the next speaker for a second? I thought we had timed items after members'
Pardon?
motion. Could we
Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. It's no secret to us here in this chamber and for Torontonians in every part of the city that we have a severe crisis when it comes to housing supply that's accessible, that's in every part of our communities, and that is within reach. There is a slowdown, and it's exacerbated by escalating construction and financing costs, coupled with rising interest rates, plus the uncertainty that we know is very top of mind for all of us from what is happening with the U.S. and trade tariffs. And these factors threaten us in the city of Toronto. They threaten to leave a generation of Torontonians without access to adequate housing, without access to adequate housing options. And the proposed initiative, specifically the review and prioritization of development applications that integrate 5 to 10% affordable housing units, are a critical step in the right direction. The deferral of development charge payments, the waiving of interest, and the application of June 2024 development charge rates are practical measures that we have within reach here at the City of Toronto and that allow us to help incentivize the construction of much-needed housing. This is about being able to imagine a future in Toronto, a future in the city that we love. The recommendation to prioritize projects with a higher percentage of affordable housing is particularly important. It demonstrates a commitment to creating mixed income communities, fostering inclusion, and ensuring that the benefits of development are shared as equitably as they possibly can. Every unit of affordable housing, we know, is a win. It is a victory in the fight against the housing crisis and to get us through and beyond it. And the report before us rightly points out the need for complementary efforts from the provincial and the federal government. Changes must be made to the Development Charges Act to provide municipalities with greater flexibility in responding to market conditions. And I'm happy to be supporting this item before us. Thank you to staff and to my colleagues who have also been working to move measures like this forward. We have to act decisively to ensure that Toronto can be a city that everyone has the opportunity to call home. Thank you very much.
Okay, you ready? Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here, and the intention of the motion is to actually increase our ambitions in response to the housing starts crisis. I worked on this language with our CFO and staff in planning, and I want to thank them for their help on this. What you've got here is a proposal for a 25% reduction in the development charges for all condominium projects and a 100% reduction for all purpose-built rental projects and 3-bedroom units done through an indefinite deferral. I'm proposing that the remaining 75% of DCs for condos be deferred until the building is complete, as long as the building permit is issued by November of 2026. And my motion also asks staff to request targeted funding from the provincial and federal governments to increase that DC reduction to 50%. And this is actually based entirely on the motion that was successfully moved by the mayor of Mississauga in January to cut their DCs in half. I believe Mayor Stephen Del Duca had done that in Vaughan. I think it was 25% there. Brampton is looking at doing the same thing. So we're seeing municipalities across the GTA putting forward something more ambitious than what was in front of us today, but really recognizing that the principal challenge to housing right now is making these projects financially viable. And when you've got the number that is actually 13% of fees on a new home are related to DCs, it's not 5%, it's much closer to 13 here in Toronto. These are the types of measures that we need to move in order to get shovels in the ground. I would say that as much as we talk about the housing crisis, this can boil down to today a housing starts crisis. Because the numbers that are actually in the paper today demonstrate that housing starts are down nearly 70% here in the city of Toronto year over year. That means all the cranes that you see here in the city of Toronto, when those cranes come down, they're not going back up. We talk about how there's 20,000 units in the pipeline, surplus units that need to be absorbed. That's true, but that's not even a year's worth of housing supply. Over the next 12 to 18 months, as interest rates, which are coming down, and most folks will tell you the problem is not interest rates anymore when it's 2.75%. As those are coming down, those units will be absorbed. The challenge is going to be down the road when we look ahead to 2027, when we look ahead to 2028, and the fact that there are no new housing starts right now in the city of Toronto, we are setting ourselves up for a housing supply cliff just a couple years down the road. Because if you don't have the projects financially viable today, if the projects can't be financed, if we can't get to construction today, the supply will not be available when we need it in 2027, 2028. I think the lack of starts that really began 2 years ago and has only gotten worse over the past 12, 15, 18 months is really setting ourselves up for more challenges on the housing file going forward. It's true that housing sales are down, but the number one cause of that is the high building costs, the costs that are associated with development. And when you look at the development charges, when you look at the fees, when you look at the taxes that government writ large, not just local governments, but all governments are putting on the unit of housing, it can be in excess of 30%. And so we can't control the cost of construction, we can't control the cost of labor, we can't control the interest rates, but we do control the taxes and the fees that are associated with the approval process and with bringing new supply online in the City of Toronto. And so we've heard from industry. This report, as our CFO pointed out, was not specifically consulted on the proposal today, but there has been feedback over the past 12 months as we've all reached out and engaged with the folks that actually build housing in the City of Toronto. And it's been pretty clear. Even on the report in front of us today, industry provided feedback that this is a positive step, but largely because it is the first time the city is recognizing that development charges, taxes, fees are in fact an impediment to having financially viable projects starting today and going forward. And even in discussions with city staff here today, they will tell you that there is actually a financial incentive for the city in terms of downstream tax revenue on an ongoing basis to make sure that we have new units coming online. It also, of course, has the added benefit of increasing our supply.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yes. Parts 5 and 6 of your motion identify the remaining 2 installments of the Housing Accelerator Fund to pay for the lost revenue here. Can you name for me which of the affordable housing projects this council has approved would have to be cancelled in order to do what you're doing here?
Well, it's actually interesting because I've asked those questions and I can't get a lot of clarity from city staff, of which I've asked for weeks and weeks to provide clarity on where those additional installments are going, and you can't get clarity. This is the same funding source that other municipalities in the GTHA are using to backstop reductions in development charges. That's what they're doing in Mississauga. So it's a choice. And I think that, frankly, the benefit to the City of Toronto would be unlocking far greater numbers of units and more housing supply if we were to provide a reduction in development charges so that we could actually get projects going.
So long story short, you know that some of the projects we've approved here for affordable housing will be cancelled, but you can't tell us which ones.
I actually don't know at all what those subsequent tranches is because we don't have clarity on that. Feds are likely to...
Yes, actually, if you've been reading the reports that come through Planning and Housing, the committee you and I both sit on, you will know that a number of them
I can tell you,
I'm not finished asking my question.
I can tell you that I
know you'd love to talk, but I need an answer so I know whether or not to vote on this.
Hello, hold on. Councillor Perks, ask and allow Councillor Bradford to answer.
Allow me to finish.
I didn't get to ask my question. Can I ask my question?
Okay, go ahead and ask your question and allow the councillor to answer.
So, a number of the projects that you and I have voted on that have come to Planning and Housing, and some of them have gone to executive and come here to council, rely on funding in part in the second and third tranche. Similarly, the project that Mayor Chow did to get the additional rental built, including the 10 to 15% affordable, depended on this money. And I just want to be absolutely clear that you are moving this without knowing how many units of affordable housing you're canceling. Correct?
No, incorrect.
Oh.
What you are failing to recognize...
Councillor Perks, allow Councillor Bradford to answer.
What you are failing to recognize is that by creating more units coming online with market and not-for-profit builders, by a reduction in development charges, we actually have more opportunity to unlock more potentially affordable units by doing that. You cannot tell me, Councillor Perks, and I would invite you to tell council, exactly the full entire project list that you've theoretically allocated from the Housing Accelerator Fund, how many affordable units are coming online and with which projects. Tell me where all of those dollars are going, because I have been asking for weeks and months for that clarity from city staff, and that hasn't been provided.
Okay,
you have it in a black box, you're not being transparent, and Torontonians would love to know what you're doing with that money.
Councillor Bradford, thank you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted some financial clarification, Madam Speaker, but just if I could follow on that, I'm at a disadvantage because I left before the questions last night on a police matter. To get the clarity, did you ask in chambers, did you ask staff what projects the Housing Accelerator Fund is tied to at this moment?
There's multiple tranches of the Housing Accelerator Fund, as you know, and I have asked, this is tied to the second and third tranche. I have asked multiple times for clarification from our staff, and I have not received that, because I actually don't think it's allocated
You didn't
yet.
ask that last night in front of
My
council.
questions last night were to the CFO, and they were not about that.
Okay, thank you. So for the financial clarification, Madam Speaker, through you, you know, if we were to not want to jeopardize that Housing Accelerator Fund tranche, and I appreciate that you say staff helped you draft this motion. They help us draft many motions that are our intention, not theirs. Did they give you a dollar financial impact on this, or are we just sort of rounding up in the Housing Accelerator Fund?
Yeah, it's in the motion, and I appreciate that there's a
That's
lot
why
of stuff.
I need clarity.
Yeah,
I'm having
right?
trouble understanding the
So
impact in the motion.
$235.6 million to offset.
But those
Well,
are of
those are their numbers.
committed funds, and is that that's the amount you want to put to defer in the development charges indefinitely? 100%. If it's indefinite, how do we know that that's going to cover it?
It's for till November in 2026.
And you think that's the amount? So
Correct.
the only issue here is that those funds are committed. We just don't know to which project.
Yeah, that's right. It's a choice. And like other municipalities in the GTHA, which have used their Housing Accelerator Fund dollars supported by the federal government, who backs this strategy as well, it is a choice to unlock more housing by reducing the taxes, fees, and charges associated with units of housing delivered in municipalities across the GTHA. It's a choice, and it would be in keeping with other municipalities here in the area.
Okay, there's a bit of clarification I can't receive, but that does it for me,
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to make sure I understood, and this builds on what Councillor Carroll asked. Is all of the proposed cuts to the development charges fully funded by the $235.6 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund, or is there a piece here I don't see or understand?
No, it's entirely covered from the Housing Accelerator Fund. That was the number that the CFO gave me. I'm looking right at him right now. That was the number he provided. He is nodding his head, and that's the number I used.
Okay, so this proposal is contingent on receipt of the Housing Accelerator Fund. That was a big hole to cover. So it would be contingent on those dollars.
And that's how as it's drafted.
Council would have to reevaluate some of its other commitments of that money, which is, I think, what came up in the other questions, right?
Well, yeah, we actually don't, as a council, have clarity on the allocation of those dollars in the second and third tranches on that. So yeah, we know it's coming, but yes, if you didn't want to do this, or if you thought you were doing something else with it, then yeah, it's a choice.
And in the simplest form, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a grant program from the federal government.
Right. My understanding is we do have a signed agreement with the federal government on the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor Bradford, I'm trying to understand. So, in the first part of your motion, it says to defer. Let me grab my. It says to defer development charges indefinitely, up to 25%, and then you want to fill that hole using money from the Housing Accelerator Fund from the federal government.
Yeah, and the indefinite deferral is a legal piece of language because, as I understand it, with respect to the rate and the budget, it needs to be an indefinite deferral is the language that we have to technically use. The lawyers use that, but it is for till November 2026.
Okay. And do you have any estimate of what that amount of money is? Because you're saying, and then motion 5, sorry, it just disappeared on me, but $235 million, do those two balance out?
Yeah, it's $235.6 million, so it's not an estimate, that's the number that the staff provided.
Sorry, staff provided that number? That it's it's a wash, for lack of a better word?
Well, it's the use of the Housing Accelerator funds for that, yes.
Okay. And then my understanding of the Housing Development Accelerator Fund it's for the federal government to provide us funding for bricks and mortar housing, and you want to use it to fill a financial hole that we're creating.
No, it's not to provide bricks and mortars for housing. It's to help deliver more housing. There's a bunch of different ways that we can do that, but this approach would be entirely consistent with what the city of Vaughan is doing. This would be entirely consistent with what the city of Mississauga is doing.
Okay, but sorry, I don't live in any of those municipalities.
That's why I'm telling you, I'm
trying to
answering
figure
your
out
question.
me.
So you asked, is it for bricks and mortars to build housing? And I said it's money to unlock housing, to create more housing opportunities, whatever language you want to use, Councillor Ainsley. But this approach would be entirely consistent with what other municipalities that are leading on this in the GTHA are doing, such as Vaughan, Mississauga, and Brampton. They're using Housing Accelerator Fund dollars, cutting ribbons with the federal government to reduce the taxes, fees, and development charges on housing in their municipality. That's what they're doing. That's what I'm proposing the City of Toronto do today.
Okay, so if I can, so the housing the government page, it says the primary purpose of the Housing Accelerator Fund is to create more supply for housing at a faster pace. Second objective, support development of complete communities, affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse communities, support development of low carbon, climate resilient communities. But you want to use that money to reduce our development charges.
Let me be super clear for you, Councillor Ainsley. In the 5 seconds remaining, I'll quote you from the page. Quote, the fund's objective is to accelerate the supply of housing across Canada, resulting in at least 112,000 more housing units permitted than would otherwise be built, end quote. There you go, from their page.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to support the motion before, not Councillor Bradford's, but I support the motion because at least these are applications that are in the pipeline, and this would get them over the line. So that's what I think is reasonable. But what I am concerned about is, though, that we're going down the slippery slope, that somehow the level of government that's got the least amount of money or capital resources is now being asked to basically solve the financial housing crisis. And we are unable to do that because we have just the property tax base. That's all we have. And if we think we as a city or other cities are getting into this mugs game of deferring, delaying, removing, lowering development charges, like I hear Brampton's doing it, Vaughan's doing it, property tax payers shouldn't be paying for development on their property taxes. Development should pay for development. They should pay for the sewers, the water, the sidewalk. And we are unable to put enough money into solving this huge economic challenge that the building industry faces. We can't solve it as City of Toronto. And now we're getting into this, trying to solve this unsolvable problem. I just think it's about time, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, it is just astonishing to me that we have a provincial government which can borrow billions of dollars that doesn't put any money forward to pay for development infrastructure. That the city has to pay for the sewers for new developments, sidewalks, hydro infrastructure. Whereas the province could borrow money for 2 cents on the dollar, whatever they pay, they should be having capital dollars available to pay for infrastructure. The development industry should be going to the province and saying, if you've got $100 billion to spend on transit line in every neighborhood in Toronto, the Ontario line, the Finch line, the Eglinton LRT, they got lines everywhere, unfinished by the way, why can't you use some of those capital dollars to build housing infrastructure so they would defer or delay or reduce development charges? That's who they, instead they're knocking on our doors that we don't have any money. All we have is the resort of increasing property taxes. So this is a slippery slope. As I said, we're going down, and I agree with this modest effort, but not to continue on this. And I just find it astonishing that in this time there aren't any new ideas. We tried the trickle-down thing about, let them build, and the price of housing will come down. Well, that didn't work. We've got, 1,000 units in the pipeline that they're not building? So why don't they allow people to move into the empty condos they've got all over the city? Find a way of doing that. They're sitting there empty. All we get as councillors, we get more people coming with more development applications to build 40, 50-story tower buildings when they can't sell what they got. So lower the price on what you got. You got all these boxes in the sky all over the city available. Let people move into the boxes in the sky that are empty. They're sitting there empty because they can't sell them, or people that already have them can't sell them. Instead, they're coming to us and say, please, lower development charges so we can build more. Well, you already got all of them built. Let people move into the empty ones. So again, I just think, we are not Canada Mortgage and Housing. CMHC, they give billions of dollars to build housing. It's about time the province also had some capital dollars to build housing. So that's what I'm saying. Let's be very careful. This is a modest step. I agree with this one, but let's not think we can bail out the development industry on the backs of property taxpayers in Toronto.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cole. Next speaker is Councillor Bravo. 1 second, please, while I learn to run
Thank you,
this.
Deputy
1
Speaker.
second.
Following up on Deputy Mayor Coles, I just think that we should take the good news today. We're talking about getting shovels in the ground. We're talking about getting to a more affordable housing built, which is where we need to go. We talk a lot about homelessness here, and we hear about it in our offices from our constituents. Association of Municipalities of Ontario tells us 80,000 people are homeless in Ontario right now, and that will grow to close to 300,000 within 10 years if we don't do something. And this report, these recommendations, this action actually does something. Unfortunately, Councillor Bradford's motion is suggesting that we siphon money out of this crucial task of focusing on affordable housing and putting it into increasing supply without a thought to the fundamental problem. And one of them is that supply has not made housing more affordable, and it won't. The market will not deal with this. This is what we have government there to do. Not to solve market problems, but to solve social and economic problems that threaten the health, wealth, and safety of our city. So I believe this council gets it. I believe this council knows this is a good news story, that we need to adopt this crucial report, and that nothing matters more than making sure there's better access to a roof over one's head, which is the best prescription for every social ill.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Perks, hang on 1 second. 1 minute. There, you're on.
Thank you very much. Members, from time to time you're asked to do something that's thoroughly crazy, and this is one of them. The money that Councillor Bradford wants to allocate to pay for his motion is all allocated to affordable housing projects. We have 19 affordable housing projects, which is 21, and including 2,100 units. All of them depend on money from the source that Councillor Bradford has named. If we take that money and put it to helping developers pay lower fees, all of those projects disappear. They disappear. Further, Many of them already have attached not-for-profits or co-ops that we have signed agreements with and who have gone out and got funding from other sources based on the fact that we have put a contribution in. So they would all be in legal agreements that would be at risk. This is literally taking money out of building the housing for people who cannot afford to live in the current market and saying a better idea is to reduce the fees and charges that the industry pays. Secondly, there was a bit of confusion about how much of the cost of a unit a development charge is. Yesterday I asked staff and they said 5-6%. I asked them that and they said that sounds in the right ballpark. Now, when you're calculating how much of the cost a development charge is, you can calculate just the cost of building the building or all of the different costs that get passed along to the purchaser or renter. And if you include all the costs, yeah, it's at that lower end. Oh, and by the way, the city calculates that number, that 5-6% number, that lower end number, based on data from Build. The very people who are asking us through Councillor Bradford to give them a gift. Now, it's important to remember the history Build has had. Yesterday when this was here, I asked staff, we've heard from them before. When we introduced our incentives to build purpose-built rental, including affordable rental, Build wrote us a letter and they said, A, no one will join this program because what you have to do is subsidize condos, and B, you should subsidize condos. Guess what? Within a week, the program that we designed on rentals was oversubscribed. Build was completely wrong about that. Here's the thing you need to know about Build. I've had a lot of meetings with them. They've given us a lot of advice. And no matter what question we ask them, the answer is waive our fees and charges. You could ask them, did it snow on Saturday? And they would say, waive our fees and charges. You could ask them, who will be the Prime Minister of Canada in 2 months? And they will say, waive our fees and charges. There's no analysis behind their recommendations. It's simply them saying, you know what, you should waive our fees and charges. Interestingly, in the 20 years leading until the pandemic, and actually the years including the pandemic, the City of Toronto was building faster than any municipality on the continent. And you know what Build was saying then? If you want us to build, you should waive our fees and charges. The issues this industry is facing today are not the fees and charges. They are facing an interest rate spike that happened after the federal government decided to try to pay back the investments they had made during COVID, right? So they pushed up interest rates. And that meant there was less borrowing, so condos stopped building. Now we're in a period of economic uncertainty because of the trade war, and there's still more at risk. So they're asking us to fix the problems of the Bank of Canada and Donald Trump by, can you remember the phrase? Waiving their fees and charges.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just looking at recommendation 6 in Councillor Bradford's motion. City Council reallocate $235.6 million in Housing Accelerator Fund from planned future year capital projects to offset the reduction in development charge revenue and request the CFO and Treasurer to report back prior to the 2026 budget process on a revised 10-year capital plan, etc. First of all, I'm not sure that when we get money for Housing Accelerator, and every single one of us that has housing, affordable housing right now, is tremendously concerned that somehow we're going to lose that money, that the 100 units for CORE, that CORE is building for Mainstay on the Danforth, will not be realized. I know, Councillor Morley, you have affordable housing in your ward. We are worried. Is that federal money guaranteed? Is it sweatered? Is it coming? Can we build it? We are ready. Everything has a site plan. Everything is totally approved, and yet we're missing money. So at this juncture, to think we're going to take money that could actually put a shovel immediately in the ground, in my ward, or even Councillor Bradford down on Queen Street, which we've been waiting for forever in order to get the Housing Now site done. There are all of these properties, and I'm looking at all of you because I think you all care about affordability. But I'm going to tell you who cares most about affordability, because every interview you hear right now with this federal election are members of the public across the country saying, affordability, I can't afford my groceries, I can't afford my rent, what am I going to do? So these are dollars, immediate dollars, to be able to use immediately. I don't want to use the word irresponsible, but I think it borders on irresponsibility to say, oh, send it over here for future projects, when we have so many people that are sitting, waiting, and worried. And with the tariffs on top of us, anything that we can do to accelerate building affordable housing is our duty. And today, in your members' motions, thank you for your support, councillors, for Don Somerville, which had 32 affordable co-op units. We're creating a new co-op and another 65 affordable units on Queen Street East. That was a hard project. It could not have been built by TCHC without that federal money. We're acting like it's candy and we can just pass it out to one another. It's, in my opinion, it's sweatered money. It's for building affordable housing. It's to make sure that Canadians have an affordable place to live, and that's our job, and I'm very happy to do my job. And this report that we have here is one I'm going to support. And I just want to thank the mayor for every day she wakes up, she thinks about affordable housing, she thinks about affordability, and thinks about everybody across this city that's concerned about that. Thank you for that leadership, because that is what we need right now. Breaking the logjam, getting them built, getting the money. It's not as if any one of us here went to Ottawa and got all that money. Our mayor went and got millions and millions and millions of dollars. It keeps getting announced and announced and announced, and we were under the wire. We have a federal election. What's been announced? What have we got? What is up in the air is, will we still have these programs? So this is like a savings account for housing, a savings account for affordable housing. I don't think any of us right now dig into our savings account and start spending lavishly on somebody else's projects. These are our projects, the city projects, and I urge you to support the original motion here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, can you? Yeah. Yes, thank you. I just want to speak briefly. There is a number of affordable housing projects that's happening in my ward. For example, the Learning Enrichment Foundation that we've been working on, and the mayor is quite familiar with that application, and a number of units in my ward. And what concerns me is that these are these applications are going to start. They want to put shovel in the ground. And I'm concerned that this would be a delay to some of the affordable housing units that have been approved and are ready to build. And as a matter of fact, on Monday, I'm hosting a housing summit here at City Hall with all the developers in my ward, inviting co-op housing, the housing secretariat, staff will be attending an information session on trying to speak to the number of developers that I have in my ward on incentives that the city has so that we can build affordable housing and co-op housing. And that's the reason for the summit. And I think it's important that we try to speak and we give incentives to developers that in fact they can put shovel in the ground. And I think what we have before us from the mayor's recommendation that we have before us will help some of these developers that are having difficulty and wanting to build. Like I have over 40 developments in my ward that, it's frustrating because you don't have shovel in the ground. And communities are complaining, goes like, what's going on here? Like we're trying to revitalize the community and nothing's being built. And we need to start getting development built. And if we can incorporate some of the affordable housing units or co-op housing in some of these developments, I think that we will finally get shovel in the ground. So I do support that the report we have before us, and I'm concerned if with Councillor Bradford's motion going through, it might even be a further delay, and it would some of these applications that have been approved that we won't be able to start these applications to get the affordable housing that we need to be built. So I'm concerned about that. I don't want to delay any further development that's ready to put shovel in the ground. So I just wanted to make that comment that, it's frustrating for all of us. And I think that if we can make it easier and help developers build affordable housing and give them incentives, that we will see a lot more development, a lot more affordable housing, and even co-op housing. I've been working with co-op housing, and they're coming to my meeting on Monday to speak to the developers and say, hey, we're here. If you want us to help you, we will be able to partner with you on getting some units in your development, if they're condo units or rental units for co-op housing. And that's the reason for my summit on Monday, and I think it would be very successful.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe you can circulate that information to councillors about the summit.
Yeah.
And then Councillor Matlow is up next. 1 minute, please. Matlow. I'll get him going. Councillor Matlow.
So what I've been hearing from industry representatives who are working on projects in my ward, across the city, is that over the past few years, the market has been incredibly difficult for a number of reasons. And I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just being a little distracted by a conversation about 2 feet away from me.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Peruzza, please.
Gentlemen, I just can't, I can't hear. Thank you. That the industry has had genuine challenges because the market has been more difficult than it has been historically. That when the rates were high for many years, it became both nearly impossible to finance if you were dependent on financing, but also for the consumer, many people didn't even have money for the down payment. So they weren't able to get into pre-sales, which are integral to the success of many of these projects. There have been efforts at providing some relief for those challenges, along with ongoing challenges, whether it be labor, whether access to labor, whether it be ongoing instability with the tariffs, all that stuff, the price of materials, etc. That all being said, I agree with Councillor Bradford, and I agree with his intent that we do need to, at every level of government, like the federal government did with the HST, find reasonable, responsible, helpful ways to address where they need relief to be able to move forward. with a project to provide housing where we need housing. I remember visiting Cleveland, Ohio a few years ago. I had a bet with Matt Zone. He's a former member of council in Cleveland. And the Raptors were playing the Cavs in the playoffs, and we made a friendly wager that whoever lost, whichever city lost, the member of council from the losing city would go and literally clean up the other's ward. So the Raptors lost. I hopped in my car, went to Cleveland, and I literally got a broom, went out with his staff, and I started cleaning up his community. I even did a satirical, tweet at that time where I went to his front porch and literally cleaned up his house. We became friends. And I remember, in our community, we have so much development in Midtown, and it can be a real impact on our lives. So much construction, road closures, it has such an impact on our community, our quality of life during all that. And in Cleveland, they still have massive surface parking lots in their downtown, seas of them, like how Toronto looked in the 80s, 70s. And Councillor Holiday just said fantastic. Which are a blight. And I remember in Councilman Zone's, as they call them, ward, there was one development. And the community, I just thought, oh, they're all going to be complaining about this. They were excited because there, it actually was a sign of success. It was actually people want to invest in Cleveland. Somebody wants to build something there. It was a sign of a potential renaissance in a city that had struggled because they had lost their industrial base. So I appreciate the intent, and what I want us to do, I want us, meaning the city, the province, and the federal government, is work together on ways to provide relief where we can provide relief, to get people to a yes, to help things move forward. But I also recognize that we have to understand where that relief comes from. What are we giving up if we do that? And then also work with partners to go to the province, for example, and say, can you offset the city? If we're going to be removing something here, can you help us out a bit so that we're all doing this together and we can still pay for all the many things that we have a responsibility to fund? So just before anyone jumps down each other's throats, I really appreciate where Councillor Bradford is coming from because I think he's trying to identify where we can be helpful in a way that I've seen him do many times at our planning committee in the past. Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So what I'm hearing from industry experts is that, they're telling me, and I've heard this from many people, that it's too expensive to build in the city of Toronto. So we've talked about this many times in the past. If you just add up the turnaround time to get a permit, you add on top of that the cost of carrying their properties, what happens at the end of the day, the end result will be that the unit price will be that cost will be added to that unit price. So if we're trying to build affordable housing, there's a couple of things we really have to fix right now. And we have to do it very, very quickly to be able to take that $100,000 to $200,000 off of those units and make them more affordable. The item before us right now is about unlocking the here and now to unlocking the 3,000 units roughly in the development pipeline. So this is a good start, but we need to do a lot more moving forward. So, and I understand where Councillor Bradford is coming from with this motion. He's making a very clear attempt here to think forward, think in the future, and just deferring development charges. Don't let that word deferral fool you, because when you're deferring, at the end of the day, you're just adding that cost at a later time, but it's not going to disappear. So I understand we can't do this alone. I understand that it takes partners in the other levels of government to make that happen because we only have the one tax base. So we need to, though, really look seriously at a plan moving forward, and I think this is what Councillor Bradford is clearly addressing here, not just the here and now, which we're addressing with what we have in front of us, but moving forward. And just to make a short comment about Councillor Cole's, existing, when he says, well, why don't they move into the empty ones? Councillor, that'd be great if that could just, we can snap our fingers and that can happen. But those are not city-owned properties. These are privately owned properties. It's entirely up to them how they manage their investments. And, and likely right now they're finding that these units are, just not affordable and people aren't buying them because of all the reasons I just explained a few minutes ago. So, Speaker, I think, we need to do two things. We need to, move forward with the here and now, and we need to address the future developments that if we're interested in building affordable housing, then let's do it by creating some action, creating some policy that attracts development. When a developer comes to our city, we should be embracing them, inviting them, sitting them down. They're investing millions of dollars into our city, but we have to make it possible, and we need to work with them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. All right, so if we can put the motion on the screen, ready to vote. Motion by Councillor Bradford, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 2 to 22.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Fletcher, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 22 to 2.
Okay. All right, so our next timed item was CC 28.4, an update on electric ferries, shoreside, combined with EX 21.3, Toronto Ferry Service Operational Review. All right, so yeah, well, let's just, I think that they're waiting. Yeah. Yeah, I got your name, Councillor Fletcher. Your name is there. So Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yeah, I just want to go over some of the history of this. So, because it's been a while that we have had this in front of us and the origins of it, because it kind of looks like this administration, this council was busy buying ferries, and I don't know who can answer this question. Where did that first start? Which committee did it go to? Year?
Madam Speaker, just for clarification, are you referring to the operational review or?
No, I'm going back. Can you stop my clock, please, because it's taken a while, 30 seconds to get even started here. Thank you. The ferries, deciding to buy electric. When was that decision? How long was that conversation? Who was there? Where did it go? Let's remind ourselves. That's my question, Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Where are we? Who is it? Oh, over there.
Madam Speaker.
Start my time now, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
now we have the right person.
In 2013, the Ferry Replacement Reserve was established, so that was when the discussions first began around the placement of the ferries. And approximately in 2016, Concept Naval was awarded design.
Okay,
and
so 2016.
2016.
8 years ago.
Correct.
There was a ferry contract that was awarded. I don't think anybody who's sitting here was here at that time. That was a different mayor, different city manager, different CFO, different parks general manager, different corporate DCM, different social services DCM, different everything. Totally different, correct? But that was in 2016, correct?
Correct.
At that time, what provisions were made for shoreline infrastructure? I don't think there were any in that purchase of the ferries or decision to purchase. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
So let's just look at this. Through the Parks Division, there's a decision to replace the current ferries with all electric ferries rather than hybrid, correct? 2016.
Through the Speaker, the decision to actually change them from diesel to hybrid to electric came later.
What year?
About 2019.
2019, okay.
Yep.
So it still holds. 2019, different city manager, different CEO, different DCMs, different everybody, different mayor, decision to actually purchase that went through council. And was there any provision at that time for inshore infrastructure or any charging facilities?
Madam Speaker, no, not at that time. There was not.
Not at that time. So I believe that when we came back to look at the final price tag on the ferries, I think at that point a motion was moved saying, what about the inshore infrastructure, which had been contemplated but never costed, correct?
That's correct.
And at what point did we discover that if we're going to buy electric ferries, they have to be plugged in? At what moment did that light bulb go off?
Madam Speaker, in July 2024, we brought an updated number to Council through the variance report, identifying $42 million for shoreside infrastructure charging that would be required with the 2 electric ferries.
However, the actual charging inshore infrastructure was we have to move the dock wall, we have to make space because they're big ferries. The actual cost to plug them in wasn't contemplated until recently. Am I correct or not? And maybe I'll have to ask somebody else about that.
Madam Speaker, I can answer that that is correct, and in July it was still an estimate at that time for what those costs would be.
I'm not talking about an estimate. I'm talking about if you're going to buy an electric car, would you not think you'd know where you're going to plug that in order to make the purchase, correct?
Correct.
So none of the assumptions about docking, charging, anything related to these ferries were made from the previous administration, the previous mayor, the previous senior staff. It hasn't happened until now. Am I correct?
The capital plan started to identify electric infrastructure that would be required in the 2024 capital budget.
Oh, I'm talking about earlier. I'm talking about when we decided to buy these.
That's the earliest I can trace back to it.
Well, 2019, there was a decision to buy electric ferries, but no decision to have inshore infrastructure that met the size, no decision to make to have a charging facility. So that's all new and in front of us today. I think I'm right about that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So the report before us regarding the infrastructure, I think that's CC 28.4, it asked for more money because effectively the tenders came back, or the quotes came back higher than what was anticipated. Do I understand that right?
That is not entirely correct, through you, Madam Speaker. The number came back slightly higher than the revised budget that PNR had brought to council through the budget process of 47.5 million, and the amount is now just slightly above 50 million, so a slight increase above the revised budget target.
Right. It came back more.
It came back slightly more, correct.
Okay. And so that's why you're here. You need a little bit more money because there wasn't enough.
That is correct.
So there's a part of the report that I wanted to expand on, and that talks about the ferry terminal itself and some enhancements that are planned there. Were they always planned, or did they get added in somewhere?
Madam Speaker, the current program to expand and enhance the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal had been considered in an earlier design competition that was done in cooperation with Waterfront Toronto. That capital project had not advanced. So what is before Council as part of this report is an interim approach to address the additional capacities that will be required at the ferry terminal, considering enlarged vessels, as well as some significant public safety and comfort requirements during the wait to board the vessels.
I'm sorry, and forgive me if I don't understand this right. So the ferry terminal enhancements were, I guess we called them below the water line. Pardon the pun, but that's what the term we used, right? Like it hadn't made it to the top of the capital plan, so it was unfunded and not moved ahead.
Madam Speaker, that would be correct. I will say, however, that Parks and Recreation's 10-year capital budget has a state of good repair program associated with the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal in the amount of funding that has been allocated for this project.
So this report, I thought, though, mentioned things like a shade structure, some customer service enhancements. I thought there was something in here about refreshments. Is that work being done?
Madam Speaker, there is non-cost passenger experience improvements that we began in 2024 that we are continuing this year, such as those that you mentioned. The ones that associated with the state of good repair funding that Waterfront Toronto and CreateTO would be advancing are largely tied to things like the shade provisions that would be permanent.
So don't I understand this right? They're very desirable things, right? To have shade and nice experiences and food and all that kind of stuff. But are those must-haves?
Madam Speaker, I would say again that there is no capital funding being attached to the provision of food and other things like customer service enhancements, and I can certainly let my colleagues here speak to the specific scope of the state of good repair investments, but things like shade we don't consider a nice to have. We consider that an important part of public safety while waiting in line.
So this is where the point of my questions are. Has council then had a chance to think whether or not provision of shade and other enhancements to the terminal should be put ahead of an otherwise increase in cost? In other words, could we not reduce the complexity of the whole scope of work to pay for cost overruns in the mandatory components, which is we bought the boat,
that's already been through council. Now we're going to have to build the charging infrastructure. We're going to have a dock that's big enough, or the vessel doesn't work. And then there's these other enhancements that we could probably debate about how important they are. Why haven't we had a chance to do that? Why are we now suddenly just going into a larger budget?
Madam Speaker, again, I would say, I mean, these project does not come at any additional cost to what is already approved in the capital budget. It's how that funding is being allocated, which was always to improve the conditions at Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. That is how these funds are being spent. And the report before council is to seek authority to advance that work.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so in October of 2024, we approved $42.5 million for shoreside and ferry terminal improvements. That's through you to staff, is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, and what percentage of design were we at?
Madam Speaker, at the time we were at 60% design.
Okay. And I asked you, or I think it was you, I think it's through you, how often our estimates turn out to be reality in terms of capital costs? And I believe you didn't want to speculate at that time.
Through the Speaker, I would say, yeah, we were not at a place of finite design to be able to determine what the actual end budget would be, which is not unusual for capital projects.
Okay. So it would have been helpful for me to know that then, but that's okay. Where are we now? Are we at that, through the Speaker, are we at a point of confidence?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, yeah, we are a TPLC organization that works, that Cratio is responsible for. We have entered into, well, we have commissioned an RFP, we have the submissions in, and we are now in the final stages of negotiating or finalizing those contract terms with that partner. And so we have a high degree of confidence with the amounts, the dollars that are in the report.
Yeah, I think it's a 25% increase from the October $42.5 million. I think we're at $53 million right now, right?
Yeah, I think it's just north of 50 million. And
I think it's at 53. Am I wrong?
It's 50 million and 200,000.
Oh, okay.
There's additional dollars for dock wall repair, which were not contemplated in the original scope.
So 20% increase. What percentage of design are we at through the Speaker?
It's now 100% design.
Okay. So 100% design, are we 100% confident?
Well, we
Thank
produce...
you, Councillor Fletcher.
I would say through you...
Come back here and answer those questions.
It's through you, Madam Speaker. We are quite confident because this is not a design build project.
Okay.
It's actually we have provided a spec and they are building to our spec. And so this is the price that's been bid at, and we are finalizing the contract. There also is an appropriate level of contingency to allow for price fluctuations and the economic environment that we're in today. So we feel confident that...
Does contingency mean more than 50?
No, it's captured within the amount.
Within that amount. And then last question, and thanks, it's been very helpful. If council or anyone else were to make changes like add more shade, which I agree for guys like me, shade's good, others too, would that cost us more?
Well, as I think through you, Madam Speaker, as we said, we're about to finalize the contract on the actual improvements to the infrastructure that are required. We would not expect any further changes to that scope. Waterfront Toronto is undertaking a proposal for the improvements to the ferry terminal. If that scope would change, then that may result in a different price, but that's a project that they're undertaking on our behalf.
And are they, are they paying for that, or is that?
No, we are paying for it. There's an approved budget through the capital budget, and it's before you today.
So the only thing out of our control, if I'm understanding correctly right now, is that portion.
It's within our control because we've approved the budget for it, and so presumably if they know what their budget that they have to match, and so they have a proposal out to receive bids.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I just want to hear a little bit more about the importance of Toronto Island as a tourist destination and an economic driver for the City of Toronto. Can you remind us how many trips are taken to the island every year and what it means for Toronto's economy?
Madam Speaker, it's a very important place in our economy. Approximately 1.5 million visitors to Toronto Island annually, 20,000 visitors approximately per day in peak season, with an average spend of $37 per family per visit. And we have new ferries coming. That's what the report before us reminds us. Can you also remind us what the increase in the capacity of the new ferries are from the existing ferries? Let me get the numbers and just carry on. Holding my time? Yep. Thank you. Can you hold my time, please?
Howie, I have it. Madam Speaker, so I can answer that question. So the two boats that are being replaced, one of them has a capacity of 220 passengers with vehicles, and that is moving to 650 passengers, so a 3x increase. And the other boat, which is being replaced, 400 passengers, moving to 1,300 passengers, so more than a 3x increase in passenger capacity.
And is the current configuration of the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal sufficient for us to manage that amount of an increase in passengers at any given time in a way that's safe and enjoyable and that continues to ensure that we are able to use the ferry service and keep up with demand?
Madam Speaker, we would say no, it does not. And these changes are intended to set us on the path to being able to do so more efficiently and comfortably for those waiting.
And in order to make those improvements, do we have to wait till the very end, or what has been laid out in front of us is building towards our preparation? That's correct. So we've planned an interim improvement plan with Waterfront Toronto and Creatio that is set out to do just that in advance of the first ferry's arrival, with some noticeable improvements this coming season, and then we will work longer term on the full reimagination of the terminal. And those longer term improvements, they have been built into the budget when it comes to the future of the ferry terminal? The 10-year capital budget approved by council includes design work toward that full replacement. Thank you. I do want to just turn our attention to the operational review of the ferry fleet and the shift to fleet services and the higher positioning of management within the division to address key ferry management factors such as asset management, regulatory compliance, and safety management. Can you speak a little bit more to how this shift, again, contributes to our capability to manage this service well and to make sure that it's meeting our legislative obligations and also the millions of folks who are taking trips who count on it?
Madam Speaker, so one of the things that we asked the consultant to undertake when we engaged his firm was to identify to us key principles that would help us decide in terms of the organizational position of the Marine Operational Unit. What he advised is it needs unique consideration. It does need to be elevated in the city's administrative structure. And he did provide us those objective criteria by which we made a decision to reposition the Marine Unit in fleet services. Those key principles included expertise and experience in managing long-lived assets, experiencing in and navigating complex regulation, which the Fleet Services Division works in a regulated environment on the balance of the city's fleet. The next one was related to managing unique skills and certifications required, again, which Fleet Services manages in the context of the city's commercial vehicle operating registration. We manage and maintain unique certifications and credentials for our skilled workforce. I think when you look at the size of the division, so Fleet Services is relative compared to PNR, which is a very, very large division. Fleet Services is a small division, about 200 FTE, versus Parks and Rec, which is 15,000 at its peak. Fleet Services mandate is really focused and aligned to enhancing reliability of the fleet, a significant focus on safety, safe operation, which is up front and center in terms of managing the fleet, and really focusing on the fleet efficiency and the sustainability of the fleet. So these are the mandates of the Fleet Services Division. They have a very focused mandate, which very well aligns to the recommendations that the consultant made to the city.
And thank you for that. And my final question is, what was really important to see in this report was how our ferry service sits alongside other ferry services across the country and even in North America. Can you please share with us, in terms of the number of passengers and the size of our ferry service, how does it compare?
Yes, so the city has a very significant ferry service in the Canadian context. So the City of Toronto, on average through the year, it's about 1.5 million passengers. In the peak season, 150 trips to the island per day, averaging 20,000 passengers per trip. It's the 7th largest service on average through the entire year in the country. And in the peak season, so during the summer peak weekends, we would be 3rd or 4th in terms of size based on passenger volumes through the service.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is maybe some kind of description on the ferry terminal, that while you're doing the dockside and all of that, of the infrastructure enhancement, well, essential, what other improvement are you going to be doing at the ferry terminal? Because it's very crowded, it's pretty sunny there. Are there other improvements that on how to enhance the experience while people are waiting to dock the ferries?
Madam Speaker, so we are continuing the passenger experience improvements initiated last summer, which we did receive some additional operating dollars for. These include additional customer service staff that are assisting with queue line management and assisting answering questions. We have and will continue to improve wayfinding and digital signage. We have increased online ticket sales by 42% and created fast pass lines for passengers so that they're able to get into the terminal quicker. We are providing what we call surprise and delight opportunities.
Surprise and delight?
Surprise and delight. Food, entertainment, both on the city side and the island side. We've provided temporary shade both at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, outside the queuing area, and on Center Island. We have improved our online and communication channels, just to name a few examples. Those will continue. We've also just concluded a passenger experience survey that will be looking at the results and identifying if there's some other enhancements that we can make this season.
And all of that would be for this season coming up. The weather eventually will get much warmer and people will flock over to the islands, right? So
that is correct.
And given these electric ferries that we're talking about will take a few years to get built and get delivered, at the meantime, you have other strategy to minimize the long lineup and be able to provide more relief so more people can get over to the island faster?
Madam Speaker, yes, we had been directed by Council to investigate other relief opportunities, be it adding surge capacity, working with water taxi operators, I should say, to see if they can add a surge capacity, and looking at whether lease vessels are possible. Those conversations and investigations are still underway. That said, we continue to assist the public with better planning tools to help them know when it's best to travel to the island, and those line management techniques are getting people on and off the boats more efficiently.
And the last question, September last year, we had a series of incidents that got people quite worried. There's hard dock incidents, power outage, maintenance delays, and other challenges. The existing fleet you have is quite old. Are there any new approaches, since it's now going to be over at Fleet, that can ensure the public that it would be safe, and not only is the experience getting over there is lining up is faster, is more delightful and more pleasurable, if I might use those words, but the ferry itself is going to be a very safe journey.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So we're working in close partnership with Parks at this point in time to assess the assets, looking at the maintenance plans, et cetera, to ensure that we minimize the amount of downtime that we experience given the long age of, or the young age of these ferries.
We're always forever young. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Fletcher. If anybody else wants to speak, please put your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Okay, yes, I'm going to speak just quickly, and I'm going to move the recommendations, Speaker, here today, and just follow up. I don't know if I can swear here, but how the heck, I'd use a different word, how the heck did this happen? HE double hockey sticks. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Yes, because here we have in front of us, this is the biggest catch going, and somehow we had a decision to purchase ferries 2016. Then it came to a previous council, and as I pointed out, previous administration, both on the senior leadership side and the political side, to buy these ferries. And then once we're actually engaged in that, we find out, oh, well, we don't have anywhere to dock them. Not big enough. Haven't figured that out. And then, oh, we don't have anywhere to charge them. So it's a great idea to buy ferries, but we don't want to be like Kingston. In my research, found that Kingston, they bought the same ferries from the same people, but they forgot to figure out how to dock the ferries. So there's a ferry that's in dry dock. It's not carrying anybody to the islands there, Wolf Island. It's in dry dock. And it'll be in dry dock until all the shoreside gets done. And then because it's the dock wall, you can't just drive up and tie something up to the dock wall. It's very old. That has to be upgraded. The whole thing needs to be widened. And then it has to have charging infrastructure. All of those things have been precisely put in place with the consultant who, as was pointed out, found out that we're the 7th busiest ferry fleet in the country regularly, and in the summer, it's the 4th busiest ferry fleet in Canada. So we know a lot of people are on it. When you're buying something new, I don't think any of us here would go out and buy an electric vehicle and not figure out where we're parking it and where we're plugging it in. But my friends, that's what previously was done about the ferries. So thank you very much, in particular to our new DCM, Kate Basil, and our DCM Corporate Services for coming together, figuring out how this is all going to work. I heartily support moving this to Fleet. It's a fleet. You're carrying thousands of people across water. Thousands of people across water. And somehow this was done very casually. No offense to the Parks Department, but somebody that's busy making sure the beaches are groomed, making sure that the recycling's done, is not the person that's going to be carrying thousands of people across the water or preparing the site or actually purchasing the ferry. So I could get very cranky about it because I'm very angry that we're at this place. I could ask to have an investigation as to how that happened. But we're going to have a lot of investigations, so let's be careful about our investigations, but it's worth looking at. The fact that it's moving is enough of an investigation. It was a failure on the side of the Parks and Recreation Division. A failure. And now we're fixing it. And I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I'm going to be. Because it wasn't this failure, it was a previous failure. There was, let's buy a ferry, let's do this. We've caught it. We've fixed it. We're professionalizing it. We know what we're doing. And at the same time, we're going to get a little shade structure that I'm personally going to look after. So when councillors are going, like John, I'll be there holding your umbrella, John Burnside, but there'll be thousands of new people. The actual footprint of the ferry docks, which we've tried to change for a long time, this is that moment where we can change that. But I'm watching the operations. I'm watching everything because I don't like to use the word colossal fail, but today we're going to be talking a lot of colossal fails. It's unfortunate that happened, but let's be honest about it. Can't hide it. We bought ferries, didn't have a place and a plan to park them, didn't have a place and a plan to charge them. What would you call that if that was you in your house? Somebody did that. You'd say, boy, that was wrong. So I'm happy to move this. I'm happy it's moving. I want to see these things there. I don't want any delays. Don't tell me it's coming in the spring of 2027 because we've already had a delay, one delay, from the summer of 2026 to November 2026. That's it. This is a delivery mode. Let's make sure it happens. I have full faith in the people who are working on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Councillor Fletcher, because I'm glad there's some other councillors that are dissatisfied. I actually voted against the last report. I'm going to vote against this one, more of a protest vote, because I've seen this project grow and grow. It's like one of those movies about renovation projects. You know, they start with something and then they open the wall and they find something else and then something else breaks and they forgot that. And it's frustrating because it's gone from buying a new vessel, which I think most people understood, needed to be replaced, to, getting a really fancy one and tens of millions of dollars later. And part of the frustration is that, now part of the project are things that I would deem, again, this is my personal evaluation, things that are more nice to haves. And when the project escalates on the solid front, that, you're not going to be able to use the boat anymore unless you finish the dock and the charging infrastructure, yet we're funding more there and we're funding the nice to haves. And that just doesn't line up. And what I also fear is that there'll be another report again in the future for more money. And, I don't want to pretend I know that that's coming, but I've just been around here long enough to see that these projects go on. The other thing that has bothered me about the discussion about ferries is that there's a lot of people that are cheerleaders for this, about how important it is and how difficult it is. Open data is available on the city's website. Anyone know how many tickets were sold at 2:45 this afternoon and how many people redeemed them to go on the ferries? 12. The hour before that was 30. And 40 the hour before that. If you go early in the morning, I think, the ferry went out at 7:30 this morning with 5 people on it. And at 6:45 there was 1 person. For all the infrastructure. And you know why? It's March 27th. Clearly, it's not the height of summer. But the point I want to make is that they are running 365 days of the year. I think a lot of people understand that on really hot, nice summer days, long weekends, it's going to get really busy because of the desirability of the park. But there's so many other days during the year that the infrastructure is underutilized. And we should always think about this in a 365 days of the year, 7 days a week scenario and how we judge all of this. So this is really big money that we have before us, and I think council should really pay attention to it. And I think the staff for answering our questions today, and there'll probably be more questions in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Oh, yeah, I'd just like to call the question, please.
You shouldn't have taken your name off. You took your name off.
Are we voting on the question?
Yeah, calling the question. Councillor Burnside. But the deputy mayor had her name on it, she took it off.
Members, the voting panel is open. Councillor Cheng, please.
Okay, as long as nobody else puts their name on. If somebody else puts their name on, then we're going to have a revote.
Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
The motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 11 to 12.
Okay, Deputy
Thank
Mayor
you.
Malik, you're up.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my colleagues for ensuring that we have a full debate on this very important issue. And I also want to thank staff who have been giving incredible leadership to our work in ensuring that our new ferries are coming online in a way that is thorough, where we are well prepared, where our investments are being optimized. And I want to echo what Councillor Fletcher said. We wish that we had been in this position much sooner, and where we had a much clearer and responsible picture around how these ferries would be coming online and what that would take. And I'm very proud of our work together to ensure that we are course correcting on how we are bringing these ferries online, how we are improving our ferry terminal alongside that, and improving the operations of our ferry service in Canada. As we heard, the Toronto Islands are Toronto's #1 destination in the summer months, and thanks to the Toronto Island Park Master Plan, we are working to make it a destination in all 4 seasons, and we are well on our way already. The city's ferry service is one of the busiest in Canada. It's a vital link for residents to visit a green oasis, many of them like me, who don't have backyards of their own. And it's just minutes away from our busy downtown core. And as you heard, 1.5 million visitors, tourists, locals, every single year, and that is unmatched. And as a driver of our economy and our tourism on the waterfront, as well as our enjoyment of our beautiful waterfront, is also unmatched. This is why the Electric Ferries Shoreside Infrastructure Project, the investments in the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, and our operational review of the ferries and the new structure are so important. These are crucial steps towards a more sustainable and efficient future for our waterfront and for our Toronto Island Park. The transition to electric ferries is a testament to our city's commitment to economic development, to tourism, to enjoyment of our public spaces, and our environmental stewardship. And by investing in it, we are laying the groundwork for a more sustainable ferry operations and to ensure that we are able to welcome 3 times as more passengers per trip, and that's just with these 2 ferries that are coming online. And this will significantly improve the quality of the experience and benefit all of us. The improvements to the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal are absolutely essential to enhance the customer experience, and the proposed upgrades include better queuing systems, shade covers, improved accessibility, and will address long-standing issues and create a more welcoming and efficient terminal for everyone. And that includes, as part of our passenger experience survey and the work that has been done by city staff, to also include better payment methods so that we can maximize the opportunity that higher capacity ferries allows us to have. By completing those dock wall repairs that were mentioned and the interim terminal improvements concurrently are part of an important strategic move to minimize disruptions and keep costs at bay, to do this responsibly and to keep up with the pace of the use of this asset. This project represents a significant investment in our city's infrastructure and our city's future. It demonstrates our dedication to sustainability, improved public services, and the enhancements of our waterfront. I'm very proud to see these pieces move forward and to have my colleagues' support to ensure that Toronto's ferry system is ready for the future, serving our communities for generations to come. And I also want to echo the thanks and that was shared here already in the chambers and the leadership of Councillor Fletcher on this file. We are better for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's vote. We'll vote on, we'll do CC 28.4 first. On favor? Is hers on this CC? Okay, Councillor Fletcher's motion, CC 28.4. Pardon? Okay, who said a recorded vote? You would like a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. In the affirmative, motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-4.
Okay. On EX 21.3, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mantis, please.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative. Thank you. Item EX 21.3 carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, that's it for that. So now we'll go. We're going from ferries to snow. EX 21.1. Hello, can people listen to me, please? So everybody knows where we're at. EX 21.1, which is the review of Toronto's winter maintenance program. All right. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, put your name on the screen. Do councillors need a timeout at this time? Okay, because everybody's talking and nobody's paying attention. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, question. Councillor Fletcher, you ready? Councillor Ainsley, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, first of all, could you explain what the minimum horsepower is for a sidewalk snowplow in the contract? Is there a minimum?
Through the chair, the contract specified the size, the width of the vehicle, but did not have specifics with respect to horsepower.
So no minimum standard for horsepower?
Not to my knowledge, but I will definitely confirm that for you.
Okay, and then my understanding is some of the sidewalk snowplows, I guess, in the downtown core, are they equipped with snow blowers, or is it strictly plows?
Through the chair, the in-house sidewalk machines have both plows, blades, blowers, and also salt boxes installed.
Okay, and it's just the downtown core with the blowers? I've never seen a plow in Scarborough, for example, with a blower on it.
The contractors' sidewalk machines have both the blades and the sidewalk boxes.
Yep, so sorry, Vince,
And
just
the salt boxes.
right across the city?
And the blowers, yes, across the city. They also have blowers.
Okay, and then in terms of the crews that are doing the corners, is it strictly by shovel, or they're using snow blowers?
Through the chair, depending on the amount of snow, there are areas across the city where mechanically service is less effective. So the intersection corners, the curbs are done manually using hand crews.
Sorry, say that again, Vince.
They're manually using hand crews.
Right across the city?
Across the city, yes.
Okay. And then who's responsible making sure that contractors are adhering to the standards as set out in the contract? Do you have physical inspectors? Is it a spot check?
The contract is monitored both through automated fashion, through the use of our work order management system, Maximo, and also through physical inspections. So we use both digital and physical inspections to oversee the contracts are, in fact, satisfying all the terms.
Okay, and may as well keep standing, Vince, I got more questions. So the sidewalk snowplows, for example, I'm trying to understand the GPS system on the map, because I've had trouble with this, where I've had neighborhoods in the past snowstorm, the plow TO map is saying that they were plowed. I have residents saying they've never been touched. And then when I reach out to staff, they're like, well, we'll go out and verify this. And then they come back to me and say, yes, in fact, Councillor, that's true. Those streets haven't been plowed. I'm like, but on the plowed TO map, it says they've been done. So I don't understand that discrepancy. And it's never been very well explained to me.
So, Speaker, the Plow TO map is done. We've done a fair amount of modification to the Plow TO map over time, and there have been some discrepancies. In this storm in particular, we had some challenges. I don't think in your ward, but certainly in Councillor Bravo's ward and a couple of other wards where the files that fed the Plow TO map were not synced up with the GPS units, and so we did have some issues there that had to be resolved. And that's happened in the past too. We did a major overhaul of Plow TO in 2022, I believe. So we also had some experiences with that in the last storm as well.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask a bit about the penalties. So how are the penalties determined if contractors haven't done the work within their specified amount of time?
I'll just start to say.
And I'm also I don't understand how that gets determined between not getting work done by plow TO where you think it's being done and your inspectors having to go out and confirm what plow TO is telling me.
So Speaker, all of the units that go out, whether they're contracted services or internal services, have GPS on them. And then the contractors, through their performance-based contracts, are held to maximum operating times for, and this is not in a snow removal operation, but this is in an average snow management situation. So like 15 centimeters, 20 centimeters of snow. And so those maximum operating times are tracked according to the GPS, and then our staff oversees that through Maximo to make sure, and we have a dashboard that checks it, to make sure that they have met those maximum operating times, and if they don't, then there are penalties that are applied.
Okay.
And I would just wish to add to that we also conduct field audits after every winter event to determine if in fact the contractor satisfied the performance outcome per infrastructure. So for instance, a sidewalk must be safe and passable. We do an audit of random locations across the city to determine if, in fact, the contractor met that specification. If they did not, and also did not meet the maximum operating times, then in that case, price adjustment can be applied.
And I'll just finish by saying, Councillor, that regardless of all the technology that we brought to bear through these contracts and that we currently have through work order management, this program is something that we always feel like continuous improvement is the most important thing to do because it affects everybody in the city. And as you know, sometimes streets do get missed, sidewalks do get missed, snow gets moved around. And so I do think there's always more work that we can do to address better communications, make sure that the information that's getting out to people and that we are looking at is more consistent, and so that people have that consistent experience. And I think we still have a ways to go on that.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you. I have a few questions for staff. Many of the residents in my ward reported issues with sidewalks that they had shoveled either by the plow shoveling it, like the sidewalk plows, or they shoveled it themselves, but primarily the sidewalk plows passing by, and then it being filled in with snow from passing street plows. And I wondered, is there a way to ensure that sidewalk and street clearance are sequenced to avoid this in the future? Because this seemed to be a repeated thing that was happening in my ward, and it was really frustrating for families.
Speaker, I think your constituents share frustration with a lot of people throughout the city. And I know in areas where we do windrows, for example, we always have that challenge where the machine will come by, and then if we have subsequent plowing phases, then the driveway gets backed up again, and there might be a delay between when we get back to do the windrow opening again. And it's the same thing with sidewalks. We do try to sequence that. But there are different times, so sometimes the beats for sidewalks take a bit longer. As you know, we had some challenges with equipment this time, and so sometimes those beats will take about 12 hours, and the sidewalk plows will do, the street plows will do two passes in that same amount of time. So we do try to sequence it, but it doesn't always work.
Speaker, I can't hear. Everyone's talking very loud here.
So with respect to the challenge of some of the sidewalk plows, I know we heard just before that you were talking about some of them, or they all have snow blowers. Are there different machines? Like it seemed like throughout my ward, there were some sidewalk plows that were more effective than others. Like some left a big trail in between, the blade didn't go down, others went down. Is there like an equipment challenge that we're facing?
Yes, through the chair. In fact, in your particular ward, you actually have a mix of both contractors and in-house doing sidewalks. And the contractors' machines are a little bit larger because those sidewalks have the capacity to handle a larger machine, where in the neighborhood where we do our in-house, it's a smaller machine because the sidewalks are more narrow and there are also more obstructions in those areas. So that's what perhaps you may have seen a bit of a discrepancy because There are less challenges in the sidewalks where the contractors are currently doing, but that's one of the areas that we're looking and seeing if in fact we can make some improvements.
Okay, thank you. I'll look forward to that. My residents will look forward to that. In the city's prioritization of pedestrian routes for clearance, what consideration is given to high-use pedestrian corridors in areas with limited alternative connections to other areas? I'll give you an example. Thorncliffe Park has very few pedestrian access points. It really has one main street that goes through it in terms of Thorncliffe Park Drive, but they waited a really long time to get cleared. Their timely snow clearance is critical to maintain connection to the surrounding area and also to have access to public transportation because so many people rely on it.
So Speaker, certainly pedestrian access is one of the guiding principles that was in our extreme winter weather plan that we brought to Council last July. I do think that one of the things that we're going to do, and we will bring back in the summertime with our report with the city manager, is an assessment of what we can do differently on sidewalks in terms of timing and equipment, how we communicate that to residents, what are the responsibilities across the board between city staff and the homeowner, and also in those locations where we really do have high need, perhaps areas where there's a lot of vulnerable users, seniors, people with disabilities, to further prioritize those locations. So I think we can bring back a more fulsome review of that in the summer.
Okay, and then two other quick questions, if I can get to them. It seemed like, according to the report, there were a significant number of assets that averaged repairs on plow equipment, and I'm wondering, this is obviously creating a challenge for us, and I'm wondering if we are continuing to search for better alternatives.
Speaker, so I'm just going to start, and then Abby Thomas is here from Fleet, and he can talk a little bit more about that. But when we started the sidewalk snow clearing pilot in the downtown, we had been challenged by clearing those sidewalks mechanically for any years prior to that because the sidewalks are quite narrow, there's parked cars, there's encroachments, and when you have an average storm, 15 centimeters or less, those sidewalk plows work reasonably well, and they can go through their beats and manage the snow. When you get up to the kind of storm that we had back in February, where it was about 55 centimeters, it is very challenging for those sidewalk plows to get through the locations when there's now a windrow on either side of them. And so they do struggle. It is the only plow that we found on the market that actually can fit the dimensions of the small downtown streets. And what we've heard from Fleet in the past is that the actual equipment itself is sturdy and does its job, but it was not designed to manage in that kind of snow condition. And so there are challenges related to that.
Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. We'll start with transportation staff. So I've been in my house for almost 20 years and in the area a lot longer. And I remember really big road graders coming by and shoveling the snow down the street. It worked like clockwork for years. And I've been doing this work for about 10 years. And this set of snowstorms in particular, I got calls. I heard a little bit last year, but this year I got calls and they said, "Hey, Councillor, why is a pickup truck driving down the middle of the road with a blade on it, like something I saw in the grocery store parking lot clearing snow? Is that what the city's using now?" So I don't know. We have these new contracts. What do I say? Why has that happened?
So through the chair, in some particular parts of the city, there are some pieces of equipment that are more adept to service a local road relative to Sartira Road. So for instance, Sartira Road, you have more success with a very large piece of equipment like a tandem or a triaxle piece of equipment. For local roads, that's where you have issues with parked cars and other issues. And in this set of the contract, we allowed the industry to come forward with best practices that they could propose to handle certain infrastructures in the past where there were some concerns. So in some cases, in fact, yes, a contractor may be using a smaller piece of equipment to service a local road. And for the most part, For a normal winter event, they work very well. But when we have, as I said, as the GM said before, when you then have 50, 55 centimeters of snow, then certain pieces of equipment are less effective, and you then have to transition to snow removal. And in those cases, then you then apply a different type of equipment. But for normal pieces, for normal events, 15 centimeters, a smaller piece of equipment to service local roads is effective.
Nobody asked you about snow removal, so I'll tell you a story. This is true. The second snow event, I actually did have to go to an urgent medical appointment. It was a true story. It was me. And I was shoveling the driveway, and I was thinking, I'd love to take my car. It's going to save a lot of time. It's going to be really slow, and I got to go downtown, so I'll take TTC part way. And I'm shoveling, and I see the pickup truck plow coming up my street, but it didn't make it. It got stuck. And eventually, something came by and cleaned it, and they left 8 or 10 inches of snow on the road. And it went down, one pass down the center of the road. And so I said, well, I'd love to have gone. So I got my boots on and got ready to walk down to the TTC stop because there was no way I was getting my car out. And it stayed like that for days. So I guess my question is, is it acceptable to have equipment that can't move the snow off the road? And what do our standards say with respect to the width of clearing and how much snow is left on the road? And that was just my experience, but I can tell you, as a counselor, I got hundreds of calls of similar experiences throughout the ward. And I know the snowstorm was bad, but this was off the charts in terms of things that was escalated to the counselor's office. What do I respond to citizens with?
Yeah, and Councillor Holiday, I really think that sounds like it was not the right matchup in terms of the conditions and the equipment as you describe it, even on a local road. And I do think these are the types of issues, again, that we're going to take a close look at when we come back in the summertime with our annual report. We're still in the process of gathering all our lessons learned, and there's more work for us to do. But I do think that we know that I think we had 25,000 service requests. Variety of reasons for that, more than we got in 2022. And so I think all of those are things that we have to look at and see where we can improve. And the contractors can improve as well.
GPS has always been a really important aspect of managing the contract. Things drive down the road and they may or may not have cleared the snow, but they drove down the road or they drove down fast. Can you tell me, is the GPS fully deployed in all of the equipment? And more importantly, is the GPS working properly so that we can harvest all of the information? Because I do remember in another audit, not just on snow clearing, but we talked about GPS, and there was two parts. It had to be there and working, but it also had to be an effective system so that you could extract the information. So where are we at with all that?
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. So, Speaker, the GPS is fully deployed on every piece of equipment, both in-house and contracted equipment. It is checked every shift. And also it can indicate whether the plow blade was down or not down. So we can go back and do review to make sure that what we are hearing from the service is what's actually been done. I think that's it. That's what I got.
And through the chair, the GPS can also identify if the blade is deployed or not. So there are sensors on the GPS to also identify if in fact the blade has been used.
So, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted, following up on Councillor Holiday, you're aware that in Ward 2 there were 446 people that were in touch with 311 around road plowing requests. So you've got all of that information, do you not?
Yes, we've provided that,
so
Speaker.
That's quite a large number. Would you agree with me? Or is it small for you?
I think the amount of SR requests we get by and large in snow is the biggest one we ever get, and that's a fair number, 4,000. Yes, it's a big number.
400 calls about plowed roads, and you're hearing the councillor say he saw a truck drive down with a plow on the front. So that's all what's happening, correct? 446 plow on the front of a truck, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And when we got the contract was given out to AJ, whoever got that contract, they said they would have plows on the front of their trucks because they didn't have enough. Do I remember that right? Am I correct on that? Yes? For their equipment?
There was temporary equipment initially. Yep,
Okay,
initially.
thank you.
But when the
Thank
contracts were first starting out.
I'm going to ask the city manager. He's been asked to do a review by the mayor and with the auditor general. And in your review, are you going to have pretty wide scope of all the operations? Are you doing this or is Transportation Services doing it? I understood, I just heard Ms. Gray said they're going to do the review for you. Who's doing that review? You or them?
So, Speaker, it is a review that I am undertaking. Transportation does a yearly analysis of what's happening. That will feed into it. But the request was that I do a full review. And
You're
so I'll
going to
be
do a
leading
full
that.
review. So you could bring that scope to the appropriate committee to what your full review and who's going to do that and who's watching and who did what, right? Because that's the mayor asked for something, not for them to review themselves, but for you to review it. Am I not right?
So I was asked to review that. I was not asked to bring the scope back to a committee first.
No, but were you asked to review it or were you asked to have the department review themselves? So which
I
one?
was.
You are?
Yes.
Your report, whatever's in there, so whatever the scope's going to be. Thank you.
Correct.
For the procurement, which really bothers me, I've got a letter here, I had it here, it's right here, November 5th, 2021, from Ariba, from Mohammed El Jar, telling Steels that their contract was 20 million above the estimated budget. Was that correct or incorrect, that information? And where did they get it from? I believe they got it from the Transportation Division. Am I correct?
So, to the chair, so technically that information is correct.
Thank you. That letter is correct.
Correct.
And they have been given that information. Would your staff have been given that information, make it up, or got it from Transportation Services? Which one?
We would have gotten the estimates from
You
Transportation.
got that from Transportation Services. So on procurement, as you've told me, Ms. Sharkey, that the division has a lot to do with the procurement. They're the ones who lay out the scope. You let that, but they're going to oversee the technical, they're going to oversee the money. So they must have told somebody on your staff that that contract was $26 million, $20 million over the estimate, which was, their 26 million was 26. Was that correct? Was it $20 million or was it $6 million over? Which one?
20.
It was $20 million over. You're standing behind this letter. You're standing behind this letter.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
It was $20 million over the engineer's estimate. The engineer's estimate was $6 million. That particular third round was disqualified because the costs were higher, and we went back in the sole source to the next
And that was
most
$6 million?
qualified.
Was the cost $6 million for the sole source contract?
No, they came back at both, there were
20.
two areas. One was at 18 and one was at 15.
Oh, so it's over 20. So in other words,
No,
that
it was
is
under 20. They
Under
came at,
20.
one was at 18 and one was at 15.
But we could look at that. We could have that looked at.
The
because-
20 million over was just that, according to that letter, as you
So
were
there was
correct,
only,
was
the
disqualified.
estimate for that
They were
area.
Councillor Fletcher, please allow the
Sorry,
staff to
I don't have a
answer.
lot of time.
Okay, I know.
The estimate was
Okay,
only $6 million for that zone.
That was the engineer's estimate.
That was your estimate or the engineer?
the engineer's estimate.
And the actual was?
The actual that was identified.
The actual was
What was
18 or 15?
When we went through the non-competitive procurement process, we then received a bid that was $18 million,
18,
$7
thank you.
million dollars than
It doesn't matter.
than
It
the
was
stated
$18
evidence.
million. It wasn't $6 million, was it? It was $18 million that they bid, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In the NRFP. And you oversaw the advice to staff around the NRFP, including the technical amendments or if they met the technical qualifications. Is that correct?
Speaker, there was a team that included Transportation Services staff, PMMD, and Legal Services. That was the team that reviewed and made those decisions.
And who would have understood what the technical requirements were? PMMD or Legal Services or your staff?
That team worked together.
No, who would have made the call on the technical requirements? Your staff or the other staff? Who knew about the technical requirements for snow?
The technical requirements for snow were made by our staff in
staff.
consultation with Legal Services
You know
and
what?
PMMD.
I'm sure that they're great at legal, but the other thing is there. So just on that review, one of the bidders, because you only had 3, you had 2 bidders, you had somebody, IML, that when I looked it back, they actually hadn't done work for the city. They said they had, but they weren't actually a main bidder. And now we had the JV, the joint venture was actually the 2 of them. So we don't really have 3, we have 2. Am I right or wrong as far as a joint venture is concerned? They have a joint venture made up of the two bidders. So
Speaker-
there's technically three, but it's really two.
Speaker, that determination, the sole source that Councillor Fletcher is talking about, there were certainly people who had been ranked in the other rounds of that RFP. We actually had to send that RFP out 3 times. First, we had 6 people who had qualified to actually respond and were awarded. Then we had 4 people, and we had 2 additional areas that were not awarded. And so the firm that Councillor Fletcher is talking about that was over the engineer's estimate was disqualified. And then we went back through procurement rules to the next highest ranked firms that had bid on the other who had been successfully awarded, and we asked them to make us a bid, and they did, and that was accepted. That's how that worked.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. I think this experience was very unique. I think many of our offices were completely swamped that week. A number of major questions in relation to our review. We had many seniors who were boxed in and blocked in from and being unable to leave their homes. As part of this review, what's the lens or the approach we're looking at how to address the challenges that are unique to those with mobility issues and seniors to ensure this dynamic doesn't happen again?
Speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. Was that to transportation, or was it about the review that the city manager is doing? I'm sorry.
It's about the review in terms of what's the thinking to look at mechanisms to address the unique challenges for those with mobility and seniors being blocked in and boxed in. Because that was a frequent reality and
Yes.
a consistent call that we got in our office.
Speaker, we will be reviewing certain both demographics within the city as well as certain experiences. So yes, seniors and their experiences, but also things like transit stops. So we keep people having access to transit. So those types of issues, Councillor, will be addressed.
I appreciate that, and I think as part of this, there needs to be an ability and a mechanism to identify with those who have these particular challenges. The other question that was clear in our experience in our ward, as you know, my ward borders Beaches East York, and we had many residents on the west portion of our ward who travel frequently between wards, noticed a disparity and discrepancy between when sidewalks were plowed west of Vic Park versus east. Granted, these are different districts, but residents consistently notified our office of a discrepancy in timing of snow clearing operations on sidewalks. How will this be addressed as part of the review?
So, Deputy Speaker, there definitely are discrepancies. I would say that there are certainly challenges with delivering this service consistently, and we appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and we're happy to do a deeper dive, a review of what that discrepancy was. Certainly in areas where we have the narrower sidewalks in the downtown versus some areas like on the north side of the Danforth versus the south side of the Danforth, it is different. One is contracted services, one is in-house, but I don't believe that's the case where you're describing, so I think we need to do a good look at that.
I'm really looking forward to this review in the summer because it's been a consistent reflection in previous years, but very pronounced in this year is when we see stark differences on bordering districts. And that feedback was passed on to our office from really countless residents who live near the, I guess, border. And I think that's something we should look at citywide, is how service delivery is being delivered vis-a-vis district and neighborhood. I think there's a unfortunate perception and perhaps reality that neighborhoods are serviced differently. And I think as part of this review, I'm be looking forward to in the summer that's addressed and what's the mechanism for next winter to ensure we've got a uniformity of delivery and there's consistency throughout the city and not by neighborhood. Lastly, we saw in a number of local roads a plow would
Sorry, Councillor Candaval, can you ask questions, please? The speaker has drawn that to my, could you ask your question, your last question? Thank you.
Try to get to the question, Councillor Fletcher. We'll see roads being plowed on one road and an intersecting local road would form a snowbank and it wouldn't be cleared, and we had to bring that attention to staff repeatedly. How would that be avoided next winter?
Deputy Speaker, you raise a very good point, Councillor Candaval, that those corners and the sequencing of equipment and clearing is very challenging in real time, and the snow does move around. So while we try, we have to come back and do a number of passes in order to get things clear, and then we still have significant challenges at intersections where those services come together. So that is an area of focus for us. We know that we want to take a look at that and see if there are other ways that we can address this critical infrastructure, because it's typically where transit stops are and also where people are coming out from businesses and from residential streets. So certainly those areas are definitely challenging. And then the only other piece I would suggest is we often get private snow that's moved into those areas as well, which is not the only issue, but it's an issue as well. And so we also are going to be taking a look at that.
Thank you so much. Speaker Nunziata, you're next. Hang on, please.
So I just have a few questions. So do we know what the total amount of complaints that came in, including 311?
Deputy Speaker, we had about 25,000 service requests.
Okay, so I believe in my ward it was close to 1,000. So I guess my question is rather, like, forget GPS, okay? Obviously, GPS is not working. And, like, do we not have staff when we have a huge snowstorm the way we did? Do we not have city staff at least driving around to make sure the sidewalks plowed or the roads plowed? Or do we just depend on GPS? Because obviously there's an issue because we heard that earlier. So why aren't we driving around rather than have the council staff driving around or residents calling us? I don't understand why we depend on that only.
So, Deputy Speaker, we actually do have field staff that's out throughout the entire program when we're managing the snow. I think it gets particularly challenging in these very, very heavy snowstorms, like the 55 centimeters, in that this was an 18-day response. Yeah. And so we do have staff out there, but we don't have nearly enough staff to be able to cover things comprehensively.
I know, but the councillors are sending their staff out there. The councillors are going out there. So I guess when you wait for 2 days, 3 days after, and it still hasn't been done. I guess that's what's frustrating, what I heard from a lot of my residents, and I think I brought that up so many times, is that when we have a huge snowstorm, the residents get up in the morning and they shovel their driveway, right? And then our trucks come along and just plow the snow. So why aren't we timing the snow plow to come earlier in the morning so residents don't come out after they've shoveled the snow and have to do it again? Like, why can't we time that? Like earlier in the evening or something and have them do it?
Deputy Speaker, I think that would be ideal, but part of the challenge is the snow starts at all different times, and so we send people out within 30 minutes of when the service level is met. But I do think we've heard from a lot of people that it's very frustrating.
It is frustrating.
And certainly, especially when the snow is heavy and they go out there and shovel their driveway, they do get very frustrated.
They get up in the morning and they shovel to get out of the driveway, and then we come along and we throw it back into their driveway. I guess that was a lot of complaints I received. And I mean, we have to look at maybe the timing on that. I don't know, but something had, And then my question is, when there's a snowstorm, what I don't understand is why we do bike lanes and not sidewalks.
We do both.
No, you don't. Because there were areas where bike lanes were plowed, the sidewalks were not, and residents were walking in the bike lanes because the sidewalks were not plowed. This is on Bloor Street.
Yeah, we send both out at 2 centimeters, Councillor, but I do agree that the sidewalks can be much more challenging to address. And the bike lanes are challenging to address as well. I know that we had lots of complaints from people who also were concerned about the piles of snow at the intersections in the bike lanes as well.
I was there. I couldn't walk on the sidewalk. I had to walk in the bike lane because that was plowed. I guess I just don't understand why. Like, what is the priority? I mean, I don't think anybody's going to ride a bike when you got 6 feet of snow.
We send both of those services out at 2 centimeters of accumulation, Councillor.
Okay, I'm just telling you what I experienced.
Yep. I don't think you were alone in that experience, Councillor.
Okay.
Look what my driveway looked like.
Sorry, I'm in the chair. I can't comment. Sorry.
Okay, so it was my understanding too that, am I correct to say that for this year we had contractors and trucks that were on standby, that we didn't have them dispersed because we were saving money?
No, under the terms of the contract, the contractor staff are on standby and have been since the first day of the contract.
So
But they were deployed, Councillor. They were fully deployed for the service. They are on standby during the winter season so that they're supposed to be out and delivering the service within a half an hour of the service levels getting met. But we did not hold staff or contracted staff back.
So, okay,
Last
Anthony,
question.
I'm speaking. Why are you showing me a picture? No, just on that point. So you're telling me that this last snowstorm that we didn't have any trucks just on standby, that they were dispersed right away?
They were dispersed, but Councillor, I just want to be clear
I
that
just want to know because I was told that that's what happened.
But I do want to be clear because when we moved to snow removal, the crews that run the snow plows then went to do snow removal and use different pieces of equipment, and so those snow plows were in the yards because the crews were on doing snow removal. Okay. So that might be what you had heard about.
Okay, maybe that's what. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is you, Councillor Bradford. Let me get you set up.
Oh, it's me. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yeah, great. Fabulous. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, how many pieces of equipment does the City of Toronto have in our winter sidewalk clearing fleet that we own?
Through the chair, there are 59 in-house sidewalk pieces of machinery.
Very good. And at the height of the winter snow clearing operations for February, for that storm on the 8th, 12th, and 15th, 3 days, how many pieces of our equipment for sidewalk snow removal was deployed on each of those days?
Madam Speaker, we started off the operations on the 8th with 34 units, on the 12th with 36 units, and on the 15th with 26 units. However, they were doing running repairs throughout, so we averaged around 60% availability of that 59 units.
60% available, so 44% capacity? You're doing work on them. Some of them are going in, some are going out, but 34, 36, 26 units of the 59 units, 44% capacity?
It sounds about right.
Okay. So, and the issues were, as we've read, with hydraulics, with the tires, with the attachments, 40% were down at any given time due to operational use, collisions, overloading, broken components. Is that correct?
Speaker, so as mentioned before, when we're dealing with snow loads of up to 55 centimeters, it's well beyond the capacity of the equipment. The equipment performs really well when up to 15 centimeters. When we're above that capacity, we do have mechanical failures that we are challenged with.
How much snow fell on the 8th? On the 8th, 12th, and 15th, how much snow fell each of those days, independent days?
Independent days, through the chair. Approximately on the 8th, we received about 10 centimeters of snow.
Right.
And then on the 12th, we received approximately I think it was like 15, 20 centimeters. And then on the last event, we received 23.
Okay.
So about 53 centimeters of snow
Got it.
within the 8th to the 15th.
So we're good at 15 centimeters. First day was, did you say 8? No, you said 10. Then you said 10 to 15. Then you said 23, cumulative 50. Got it. Okay. So why were we only at 34 on day 1 if we only had 10 centimeters of snow hitting the ground and these things are good for 15?
Speaker, so we did have some snow on the 28th of January as well, and some of this equipment was operational till about the 4th of Feb. It is typical that operations after their deployment would come in and write up all the defects and deficiencies so that maintenance can address that and prepare the equipment for the next operation.
All right. That was like way before. That's a January storm. I appreciate your point. I got to keep moving, but I don't think that can be the bar for the record. We've heard a lot of blame hoisted on the contracts. Everybody blames the contracts. The mayor's out blaming the contracts. Everybody's blaming the contracts. But the city staff and transportation services also perform the snow removal operations. What percentage is done in-house by city staff of the sidewalks?
For the snow removal operations in total, about 30% is done
Okay.
by in-house staff.
Got it. And in my ward, south of Danforth, who holds the responsibility for cleaning sidewalks south of Danforth? Is it contractors or city staff?
South of the Danforth will be primarily in-house staff.
What about Davenport?
Davenport, again, there's a portion south of it that's also done by in-house staff.
Which wards have the highest volume of 311 complaints in the entire city of Toronto? Number 1 was Davenport, number 2 was Beaches East Shore. Can I help you with that?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I was aware because we heard about it. Prior to the 2020 and 2021 audits, how many winter maintenance service contracts did we have?
47.
47, that's a lot of contracts. How many contracts do we have now?
We have 11.
Okay, and from the staff analysis, did the reduction in number of contracts improve the accountability, or did it make accountability worse?
It improved the accountability.
Because you didn't have 47 contracts.
And we also had a robust work management program. We had a different performance-based contract that had maximum operating times per each equipment type and service provided. So a lot, as is in the administrative inquiry response, there was a lot more performance oversight built into those 11 contracts.
Right, and how did you get there? You got there from an administrative inquiry, you got there from Auditor General recommendations.
Yes.
And now the solution here, the solution being proposed, is to go and do that same exercise again.
As I understand it.
Very good, got it, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, I'm not normally in the habit of thanking staff for doing their job, but the folks in my area, right? But the folks in my area, notwithstanding problems with sidewalks having been plowed and then plowed over by the actual street plows, were amazing. They were super responsive, and they made my life a lot easier. So I just want to put that out there. So thank you. Through the speaker to Barbara Gray and Vince, were you the face of the snow clearing operation doing press conferences?
Through the speaker, yes.
Okay. And you did one on Tuesday, the 18th, where you laid out timelines of how long it would take to actually remove snow, snow that sidewalks are being plowed, but then snow continued to fall. Got the plow, put snow on the sidewalks. You made it clear. And I think I have one of your notices on the 18th as well, that it was going to be up to 3 weeks.
Correct.
Okay. So that's my question. Were you accessible to the mayor's office for any questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did the mayor's office reach out to you asking for any clarification about the difference between plowing, removal, clearing?
Through the speaker, we did have conversations pretty early on with the mayor's office chief of staff and staff to talk about planning to sort of alert them to what the major snow response was going to be. And then we did communicate quite frequently with councillors and the mayor through the bulletin that you just identified, as well as operations.
Did anyone complain that you weren't accessible for clarification?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Through the speaker to the city manager. I know you live in the city. You came to work. You always come to work. Thank you for that. Did you notice that the sidewalks had some issues? Yes. Okay. Did you get complaints from councillors, maybe constituents, folks in the city, that there were issues?
Mainly from councillors and the mayor, yes.
Okay. Were you unclear about the timelines? In terms of snow removal, you know, of all the problems with the sidewalks, were you unclear, like was the transportation unclear about this was going to be a 3-week operation?
So through the deputy city manager, I was kept abreast of our plans, yes.
Did the mayor's office ever come to you, or the mayor herself actually, chief executive, expressing concerns about clarity with snow removal, plowing, those sorts of things?
So Speaker, yes, we had conversations just about the general approach and some of the concerns of the community around snow plowing and snow removal and the time
cool.
frame.
That's good, thanks. So this is actually through the speaker to the mayor. There was the transportation folks, the face of transportation, had a press conference on the 18th. You had one on the 25th, a whole week later. And I'm pretty much quoting, but maybe a bit of paraphrasing. Last week, I was repeatedly told that 100% of the sidewalk had been plowed. I was told about that this morning. I was told that last Friday. I'm sorry, it is not true. As I travel across the city, it is obvious the sidewalk is not 100% plowed. Claiming it is 100% plowed is blatantly untrue. De facto, you're calling staff liars. I would like to understand, have you had an opportunity to clear the air with staff?
Councillor, 25,000 people calls from 311. I walk in my neighborhood and I've seen the sidewalks not plowed. I'm not talking about snow removal. I'm talking about the sidewalk, literally, you cannot get through it. In fact, I was right because I live quite close to a long-term care home.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you clear it? You de facto
there's nothing
called
to clear
staff liars.
because, well,
I'm asking you, did you clarify that? I've already...
to clear. Let me finish answer the question. It is clear to me. It's clear to the people that called in. It's clear to the Toronto East York 11,763 calls. Most of them had problems on sidewalk. People could not get out of their house. People can't go and visit their loved ones on long-term care. Yet what
it's okay,
I
Madam
was
Speaker.
told...
It's clear to me the mayor is going to answer my question.
I'm about to answer the question. What I was told for a whole week was that the sidewalk, it was plowed at least once. Okay? What I'm seeing is that, I'm not talking about the snow being removed. I know that takes a few weeks. I'm talking about ability for pedestrians to get out of their house, ability for pedestrians to get onto a TDC bus stop or a streetcar stop. I'm talking about people that are seniors with walkers and can't walk anywhere. They can't shop anywhere. If you have a stroller, you can't get anywhere. It is so clear. Anyone can see that the sidewalk has not been totally cleared. So for a week, I was supporting the staff. I was out there with them. We were starting to remove snow, but it wasn't done properly. It was just whether it is outside the old city of Toronto, I know those are proud by the city of Toronto staff, or the problem that exists in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke that are by contractors.
Thank you.
I then look up the 4 auditors' report, and then I looked up all the recommendations that haven't been, running out of time. I can go on about the recommendations of the auditor that have not been implemented.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I just want to take a different direction with this with this discussion, and it came up in committee, bylaws. Could you explain to me where the city starts and where private sector establishments, whether it's commercial, condominiums, apartment buildings, schools, other institutions, galleries, these kinds of institutions, where do they take over, or do they start when the snow, where does the city take over, I guess is my question.
Madam Speaker, the city actually, our bylaws were revised not too long ago when we took on the mechanical snow clearing program in downtown to say that the city was responsible at 2 centimeters. And under 2 centimeters, it was the private property owners. And we did have quite a robust discussion about that at Infrastructure Committee.
So once we hit 2 centimeters, it becomes the city's responsibility, even if it's
under the current bylaws.
Yeah, even if it's a school or a condominium building or the Art Gallery of Ontario or the ROM.
In the right-of-way, in the public right-of-way, on their property and on their walkways they control that are not on the public right-of-way, that's their responsibility.
So it's the public right-of-way adjoining their property, surrounding their property. Correct. Now, then that begs the question of education. Many of these institutions do not understand or know about the bylaws and their responsibilities. And that we get calls from, for instance, schools or other institutions asking why we're not clearing their sidewalk. And they don't seem to know that the first 2 centimeters is their responsibility.
So, Councillor, we are certainly happy to continue to look at how we can improve communications. We do a campaign every year that goes to out throughout the city. We have institutions at tables with us. We have our bylaw officers out issuing notices of violation in locations where those areas are blocked. But I think there's always other things that we can improve on communication.
And we have moved a motion in committee, and you're going to come back with recommendations.
Yes.
Just generally speaking, should we put more onus on the private sector, or at least public schools or institutions, universities, and so forth? Should we maybe go up to 4 centimeters? They should do the first 4 centimeters.
We do have that, and I believe the city manager also has that on the list of things that we will be looking at as to what that balance is, and did we actually get it right?
All right. So next part is enforcement. Now, it's my understanding that when people who are responsible for clearing sidewalks do not do so, there is an enforcement mechanism. Can you just briefly describe how we get private property owners to clear their sidewalks?
Madam Speaker, typically our transportation standards officers, they are deployed throughout our winter events. They go out and, on a complaint basis, but they will also go out if they're doing their rounds, and they will identify locations that are in violation of the bylaw, and they will issue a notice of violation, typically with a 24-hour period to clear it up. That's typically enough for people to clear it up, but we did, in fact, issue violations. I don't have the number directly in front of me. It's not a very high number, though, Councillor, because mostly once they get that notice of violation, they'll go out and clear the snow.
Okay, so there's a heavy compliance. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Warranties. Now, I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago we bought these micro plows for the downtown for those narrow streets. Now, are they breaking down? Or they were $100,000 each? Are they not operating now, or do we have a high maintenance?
Through the speaker, so those equipment we procured them in 2019. They're actually coming to the end of their life cycle. So we're going to be starting at looking at replacing those assets. And as part of this exercise, we're going to be looking at what different type of equipment that we can purchase or what is available in the market moving forward. But the warranty on most of this equipment has expired.
So that's been 6 years. 6 years?
That's correct, Speaker.
Okay, and there were a couple of winters in there where there really wasn't much snow at all. We didn't use them much at all.
Speaker, so certainly last year was a very mild winter in 2023-24, but we definitely deployed the sidewalk plows a number of times. As we mentioned, they get deployed at 2 centimeters, so it doesn't take much snow for those machines to go out. So they did get use. They certainly didn't get the kind of use that they got this year.
In my few seconds left, I just want to thank you because I think under the circumstances, I think city staff did the best they could. And on a procurement basis, you're never going to find perfection when you get this volume of snow. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't.
Thank you, through you, Speaker. So I want to change course just slightly. Can you determine if we do snow clearing based on predetermined routes and schedules?
For general winter activations, the routes are predetermined and the equipment is deployed accordingly.
So what kind of analysis do we do on 311 calls? So if we know we're receiving 311 calls historically from one area of the city because, let's say, the windrows aren't being cleared properly, or let's say this street is being continually missed, what type of data analysis do we do to make sure that doesn't happen again?
So thank you for that question. Yes, we do collect that data. We have a dashboard that identifies heat maps and other important areas.
When you say heat maps, what do you mean?
So we have a dashboard that collects all the data, and based on the number of service requests, it will identify a specific color, and a specific color will have a larger amount of SR. So that's why I refer by a heat map.
Okay.
And so we do use that information, and my staff do have regular ongoing meetings with the contractors to identify those areas where in fact there is a need for improvement. And we do then send out inspectors and our patrollers also to do inspections of those areas to ensure that in fact there is improvement.
There is, okay. So getting back to, I guess, the broader question of technology, how do we use artificial intelligence, machine learning, real-time analysis so that we're not just sort of going on predetermined routes, but we sort of know where the hotspots are. We know to start from those areas first. And we sort of know historically what sites are getting missed in certain parts of the city, and we can focus on that. So that we're not sort of having the same calls, because this is my third winter, and every winter I kind of know which streets or passages are going to get missed.
So, Speaker, there's a lot to unpack there. I'll start with the AI piece because we don't use it consistently or comprehensively, but we are using, and we have done some pilot testing, and we are going to be looking at more AI to address salt spreading. You know, so we have a salt management plan, so how that salt gets spread and what the calibration is and how quickly it goes out and all of that. So there is some opportunity to use that information, and that machine learning to really be specific about how that salt gets deployed, and we can report back on that. With regard to areas that frequently get missed, I mean, I have said, and I will say again, that every storm is quite different, but there are areas of the city that are consistently challenging to address, and we have tried we keep running notes every year so that we do not miss that information. And so,
sorry, when you say running notes, do you mean like paper notes? What do you mean?
Well, no, we have work management, so and we have a dashboard, so and we also keep we have people who are overseeing those contracts, those contract administrators who have very specific knowledge of their area. One of the other things that happened when we moved to the 11 contracts is that you have one contract that services every service in your ward. So it's easier for us to be able to address deficiencies and issues. That said, Councillor, I think we know that things do get missed, and sometimes they get missed multiple times, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to continue to tighten up those practices.
Thank you. And do we have conversations with other winter cities that have fully leveraged artificial intelligence and other types of technology to better manage their winter snow clearing systems? Have we had those types of conversations yet? And with which cities?
We've definitely done a fair number of jurisdictional reviews, and I know that the city manager has been asked to do another one, so that will be updated.
When you say jurisdictional reviews, does that mean someone from the staff goes out and actually sees how these cities do snow clearing? Or is it more of a literature review, or is it more of a phone call? Like, what does that mean?
It's a bit of everything. I mean, in the 2019 review, we had it done actually by a private consultant that reached out to about, I don't know, 5 or 7 different cities. Typically, we reach out to one in the prairies, Ottawa, Montreal, Halifax, New York City, Chicago. So snow cities that are of a size and scale that are similar or approaching the kinds of conditions that Toronto has. And then Vince did go to New York to meet with their snow team a little while ago. And that's all more work that we can continue to do. And certainly we can bring in the concept of advanced technology. We also are active members of the Transportation Association of Canada, and when we have our annual meetings, we can also ask those questions, and that's a very efficient way to get information all the way out to the Yukon Northwest Territories and across the country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. And through you, we heard now that an acknowledgement that the Ploutio wasn't updating for Davenport at all during this time. And there was a challenge between the GPS unit and the connection to the website. So the map wasn't updating. But this is the challenge I have, is that when we were sending indications that entire streets hadn't been done, despite the fact that we didn't have that update on Ploutio, the information we were getting was that, yes, those streets have been done, and it happened on numerous streets, both in the old downtown, part of my ward, and also in the inner suburban former city of York side. So I would like to understand who was telling you that this was done. It was being passed on to me, and I would like to know how you were getting those reports.
So, Madam Speaker, I think the difference here is that the GPS units on those sidewalk plows and the equipment, that was working, but the communication between that GPS unit and the Ploutio was not working.
Except that when I was told the streets were done, I went out on my own in both sides of my ward, the downtown side and the city of York side, and the entire streets that my residents were reporting weren't done, hadn't been done. So I'm just still struggling with how we're supposed to understand whether something is actually done without going ourselves to verify. I'm sure that information will come through your review.
Yes, and I also think, Councillor, you've pointed out a really good point, which is that there is a real need for clarification of terms around snow management. Because and we try, when we do those council briefings that we do at the beginning of every snow season, we try to bring pictures that demonstrate what is considered safe and passable under our terms, right? That doesn't necessarily, is not going to be cleared or plowed for others. So I think we really would benefit in this review from looking at some clarification of terms.
Well, yes, but we did review all the materials, and I'm talking about something beyond. It's not that it was 2 centimeters. I'm talking feet and feet of snow. So the second thing is we received various reports from our residents that the sidewalk plow was going down the middle of the street, and then we were getting reports that those sidewalks were plowed, and I'm wondering how we can ensure that that's not happening.
Speaker, I'm happy to address that in our follow-up reports and do a bit of a deep dive into your ward, which is historically a very challenging one to service because of the hills and the one-way streets and the laneways. But nonetheless, I think it's really important for us to go back and find out what happened there. I know that when a number of those small sidewalk plows lost mirrors or things like that still made them able to move but not safe to operate, sometimes they were not able to operate down those narrow sidewalks, and that might be one of the reasons. I don't know.
That's great. I have a question around the escalation process. I'm still confused because I've spoken with staff, and we were in my office over Family Day weekend, set up a command station. Every single person in my office was inputting data here as we were receiving calls. We were told that we were doing the escalation process wrong. Then we were told by the Director of Operations that to do it by contacting our supervisor, but that had been how we were doing things. So I think some clarity on how we communicate with each other would be really helpful, and I'm hoping you can confirm that that process will be clarified and that any inefficiencies or insufficiencies in that regard will be corrected.
Yes, I can confirm that, Councillor.
And then finally, I did hear something about best practices, that they had come from industry, and I'm wondering in the course of your review whether there will be any kind of independent analysis about what is needed so that we're generating some practices that aren't being produced by industry who may be, bidding for our work. I just would like some clarity on what information and data is being used to ensure that now that we've taken on this responsibility since 2022, that it's done in a way that is understood by the public and satisfactory in terms of a defined standard.
Through the Speaker, that part of the review, certainly the City Manager and I will be in conversation about what the nature of that review is, and I think certainly getting peers from industry, others to come in and give some guidance is definitely in line with what we're thinking.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Just a quick one, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask a question about what could be included when you come back to us in July. I'm having trouble finding it, so I'm sure there'd be a link in the report. When we tendered the current mode of delivery out, which is, I believe, 2019, 2020, somewhere in there is when we finalized?
2021, Councillor.
2021. So many people in the chamber dealt with their first extreme storm and weren't around when we were looking at that report. So I'm wondering if we could not just link it as we usually do, but put a little précis in there of what that new mode and that new way of bundling the contracts that we did, so they know what we were trying to achieve there. If that could be included in the report,
yes,
and then that will help us with that discussion. The other thing is, I'm wondering if you could refresh my memory on that, because I understand that now there are only 4 contracts.
11.
So there are still 11.
There are 11 contracts.
There are 11 contract zones across the city, correct. Yeah. And there are 5 contractors that have been awarded.
That was my memory. So there's the 5 contractors, and we do still have in that contract options such as the reason we did the multiple contract system was so that if one was disappointing, we wouldn't be left high and dry. We might reconfigure and stick with the ones who are less disappointing and say, thank you very much, bye-bye. We left ourselves that ability in the contract to create that dynamic tension between contracts.
Through the chair, there is flexibility within the contracts that allows us to utilize the contractor in various different ways other than within their specific zone.
Right. And then lastly, if we could, when we come back for that review, if we could, we talked off the cuff when it was still fresh in our minds when we had the storm, and I talked about there's a different way of doing window clearing. They're doing in Markham, limiting that. There are different models out there, and I think, we could go shopping through those models, but I think if it's possible, I know we want to look at now. I know we want to look at today and the current delivery, but I just worry that we're going to get into a conversation. Everyone's in a different place in history. If we could do a brief chronology in that report to inform the discussion of here are services we started with and here are where others came in and others moved out.
Speaker, that's a great idea. We'll be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'll be a happy camper in July. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to staff. Can you help me to understand with respect to the snow clearing or snow removal on bridges and overpass, at what point do you determine that you would remove the snow as opposed to simply clearing the snow?
Through the chair. So we will assess critical areas such as bridge overpasses usually when we get around 15 to 20 centimeters of snow. And in fact, we did that on February the 14th. Before the final winter event, we began removal, and we did removal on various bridge decks, but we take into consideration storage capacity, weather conditions, but it's in the neighborhood of about 20 centimeters.
Right. Montreal has built in their system snow removal, specific areas. Do we have specific areas that we have that built in? And at what what's the actual centimeters that the amount of snow has to accumulate in order to have that as being a measure for clearing?
Through the chair. So yes, when we do receive approximately about 15 to 20 centimeters, there are locations across the city that we have identified that we will inspect to determine if in fact there's a need to do some more controlled or managed localized removal. Bridge decks is one of those examples. We also look at cycling infrastructure and also areas that have monolithic sidewalks where there is no boulevard capacity to store the snow. So we begin, and hills as well. So we do have specific areas, like the ones I mentioned in streetcar routes, where in fact we will begin inspecting those areas for managed snow removal.
Just to follow up on that, I get the 15 centimeters, I get that detail and so on. How do you determine in terms of, from a timing perspective, so for example, both Lawrence and Ellesmere overpass had a significant amount of snow there for a number of days, and it was very difficult for people to traverse that area. And I know, Ms. Gray, you and I talked about this and so on, and your staff were great, but it took, I would say, more than 7 days, perhaps more than a week, for attention to be brought to those specific areas with the actual removal, because that was what was required, because there's no other place to place or put the snow.
Right, so when we, through the chair, when we started to receive accumulations in excess of 50 centimeters, then yes, it will take considerably longer than just a few days when you have 15 to 20 centimeters. So as a result, we did have prioritized locations based on principles that City Council approved last July when it comes to extreme weather response. And in some cases, yes, it took a little bit longer. We did remove snow from over 160 different bridge decks across the city.
And my final question, Mrs. Raza, in areas where sight lines are impeded because of the buildup of snow, because we continue to pour it on, because lots of snow, realizing the challenges in terms of association, how do we decide in terms of the actions to be taken when we compare it to sightline restriction and overall safety of people, pedestrians and automobiles and so on, people traversing? Because it doesn't seem apparent that there is really a system or a pattern to respond to the overall safety concerns that people in the community have in terms of how we respond to either clearing, removing the snow. Because we create the hazardous, we create the problem in such.
Right. Through the chair, so safety is definitely one of the principles that are applied in determining priority locations. I think in this particular recent event, there are some lessons learned where in fact some areas perhaps will look back and determine if in fact they may be given a higher priority, such as the ones that you mentioned, Councillor. But safety is definitely one of those key areas that we look at. In addition to that, we've also created what we refer to as fly squads. These are crews whose sole purpose is to address those specific issues.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I know. Well, I don't have quorum. Can I have a quorum call? I know, but it was over 5 minutes. Yeah. I'll let him finish, but let's just have a quorum call. We don't quorum in this council chambers.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you please indicate your presence in the chamber?
Quorum call.
Councillor Chernis-Lynn, Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, please.
If you're present, you have to sit at your desk. No, I know, but you can't leave once you're... No, I know, but you're supposed to be at your seat. Anyway. I don't know. What am I dealing with here?
Councillor Myers, can you register your presence online, please?
Councillor Myers, please. Are you here?
Okay. And then you'll do Sachs.
Present.
Madam Speaker, quorum is present. There are 21 members in the chamber.
And Councillor Pasternak, you're here, but you put down you're not here. It says absent. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Based on what's left on the agenda, I'd like to move a motion to have a dinner break from 6 to 6:30 and then complete the rest of the agenda this evening.
What did you say? I missed that. What did he say?
Dinner break and finish
That
the
we're going to
agenda.
break. Okay, just let me repeat it so people are not confused. Councillor Ainsley moved that we take a break at 6 o'clock to 6:30 and then finish the agenda tonight. That's his motion. Okay, on favor? Okay, so we're going to break at 6, then come back at 6:30. Okay, let's go back to the snow. And Councillor Fletcher, you're up to speak on the snow. Is Councillor Fletcher motion ready? Ready? Okay, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Well, I think I've shown a number of councillors. These are the big days, and these are all the numbers and the number of requests, all from 311. And Councillor Holiday and I have had a chat about 311. I think probably at our Service Excellence Committee, we'll be looking at that reporting. I have a motion here, sorry. City Council requests City Manager to undertake a forensic audit of the procurement of NFRFP-number and NFRFP-number for the 22-29 winter snow removal contract as part of his review of the winter maintenance operations. And I'll just say I moved that because I don't know if the Auditor General can actually undertake that. I'll quickly go to that for a second because I did hear the answers to my questions, but I was very concerned that an engineer told somebody that the cost of that zone was $6 million, and it turns out the actual bid was 18. So that's what we were basing the RFP on. I have concerns about this RFP. We all know I get concerned about RFPs. These were, again, contracts that were under COVID, so we weren't here together to have a conversation of any kind. And these are RFPs. This is a very big RFP. I think it was a $1.4 billion one. And we've ended up, as we just discovered, we don't have 11 contractors. We don't actually have 5. One of those contractors is the Don Valley which, by the way, the Premier took away. And so we have 4 contractors, Maple Crete, and 3 others that are actually related through a joint venture and their relationships. So it's very, very scoped down, and I think when you get this many councillors saying, we haven't seen this before, and we're concerned about your tracking, we're concerned about performance, we're concerned about a number of things, and the number of times that we had folks beforehand ask us, well, how come we were technically proficient before, and now we've failed the technical proficiency? And I did some of my research on that for technical proficiency. One of the people successful said that they had worked for the city, but when I went back and looked at them, they hadn't worked for the city since 2018. They hadn't actually worked, and they'd worked with somebody else. That's what I found. So I think we should have a look so everything's clean. Everybody says, Fletcher, you were out to lunch, you were wrong, everything's fine, or here's some of the issues with his procurement. When we actually look at what's happening here in these zones, that's where I know a lot of people are focused on, but I'm really concerned about the letting of the contracts, the Auditor General's report, which was very clear that there were some anomalies, and a number of times that, I'm just going to go back to the $6 million. How could somebody give a $6 million number that would go in an RFP that was a wrong number? A wrong number. Is that serious? I think so, because we're not doing the procurement, we're not interfering in the procurement, but certainly we're saying what happened that that was the case. So I think that's fair to do. I also just want to indicate that in Councillor Bravo's ward, Councillor Bradford's ward, Councillor Fletcher's ward, those are the top 3. But to say to you, Councillor Candeval, that did go back and forth across that Victoria Park border. Yes, you had a lot, but Councillor Bradford had way more issues, but there didn't seem to be just narrow sidewalk issues. When I'm looking at your ward, Councillor Holiday, number 1, I don't think you have teeny tiny sidewalks. The only place we have those are Councillor Moises' ward. East York, there's big wide sidewalks. East End, big wide sidewalks. They're regular size sidewalks. So what was our problem with the sidewalk clearing? To my mind, it's very clear there was, and I think the city manager is coming back. I need to be clear. Who's reporting in June? I don't think it's transportation. I don't think it's the deputy city manager. I think it's the city manager that's reporting. At least if I'm wrong, I'd like to know. But I don't think it's an internal review. I think this is a city manager review that the mayor asked for. And I'm simply adding on there, I want to have a look at this contract, because talking to Ms. Sharkey, she's very clear that they don't oversee all the technical requirements. They don't say, oh, you've missed that, you've missed this. That's our staff that have done that.
5 seconds.
So I'll rest my case there, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Councillor Matlow, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
This is actually one of those rare, very sincere clarification of the motion questions.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing, Councillor?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, that I don't know the answer to. When you crafted your motion, through you, Madam Speaker, why did you decide you just explained about the city manager, but why not the Auditor General?
Well, because the Auditor General, we've asked her to review the pay-it contract. We've given her a lot of work. It's up to the city manager. If he can ask the Auditor General to do it and she can do it, that's fine. But if she doesn't have time, I don't want this review in 2029. I want it in 2025. And so he has the ability to bring somebody on to do that review and the scope of that review quite quickly. That's my answer.
So regardless if it's
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to hear, Ozma.
There is a lot of talking.
Sorry, can't hear. Can't hear.
Regardless of the path, your expectation, City Manager, Auditor General, your expectation is that it would be an independent, objective audit.
Correct.
That would just provide the facts, and it wouldn't be either to say that something was wrong or to defend staff if something was wrong and should be shared.
So I believe the mayor asked the city manager to review, along with the auditor general, the operations, the actual operations for the winter of 2025. This is saying, could you please just have a look at that procurement? Because when the auditor general brought her report forward in July 2023, she referenced all the issues with the procurement, but she didn't really dig into them deeply. So that's really what that would be. So it's not the same operational report, it's just that, and it may be perfect. There may be issues.
But you think this might be quicker to do it this way rather than the auditor?
Well, the review the city manager is doing, it's up to him. It might be quicker, or the auditor general say, fine, I can bring you that person. I don't know. It's just for them to figure out.
Fair enough.
Councillor,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we break, do we have any quick releases, please? Quick releases. Okay. Councillor, let's try to get rid of some of them before we break at 6. Okay.
I have the general government. I have general government. I don't have the list. Yes, I do, right here. It is a GG
19.17.
19.17, and it is releasing that. Councillor Perruzza has a motion, and I believe that's been all cleared. We're all good with that motion.
Do we have Councillor Perruzza's motion on that? He's not here.
Oh, I'll take carriage of it because he's told me he's done it and it's okay.
Suspension of Duron, Ontario.
We're ready to release that. Do you want to just move that and then I'll release it? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza, can you move that so we can release it?
Yeah, I'd like to move the amendment that's before you on the screen. I think Councillor Fletcher is okay with that.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, amendment by Councillor Perruzza, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Next one is Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get back to you. Councillor Pasternak, go ahead.
I'd like to release DM 28.2. This is an amendment as a compromise over the conveyance of some parkland that will be part of a major development.
Does the staff have your motion?
Yeah, let's...
Okay, I don't see it on the screen.
It's been advanced circulated.
Oh, there it is on the screen, yes.
So
DM 28.2.
It has been advanced circulated, and it's been vetted by legal and by planning.
Okay.
So I assume it's meeting all the requirements for the conveyance agreement.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Pasternak, on favor, carried. Item is amended on... That's the item? Okay. All right. Sorry, Councillor Bravo, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release CX 21.5, and I have a motion.
21.5 is extending vehicle age limits.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we have your motion?
Yeah, it's
oh,
on
there
the
it is
screen.
on the screen. Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Bravo on EX 21.5.
Can we have a recorded vote because I've declared a conflict?
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Moyes, please. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Matlow, Councillor Holiday, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? The motion carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, item is amended, on favor. Oh, recorded vote, item is amended.
Councillor Chang, Councillor Bradford, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 20-1.
Okay. Can we go back to the screen? Okay, there we are. Councillor Fletcher, I've got Councillor Holiday. Quick release.
Yes, Speaker. I can quick release one of the items I held. That's 28.36, addressing vacant storefronts. MM 28.36. However, I would like to vote on clause 1 and 3 separately because I'd like to vote against those. And number 2, I don't need a recorded vote.
Members motion 28.36. Councillor Holiday wants to vote on that separately. Oh, sorry. There you go. Okay.
Correct. 1 and 3 separately.
Okay, you want a recorded vote for that? Yes? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Affirmative. Parts 1 and 3 of item 2836 carry. The vote is 22-1.
The item on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Cheng.
MM 28.51, Section 37.
Pardon?
I'd like to do a quick release on MM 28.51. There was some confusion with the way it was worded. It looked like the fence was on the north and south. I have an amendment and also an attachment.
Well, this was the one that we took a recorded vote to.
Introduce.
Yeah, it wasn't introduced yet.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was held by Councillor Fletcher because it's a Toronto housing. Okay, let's just hold it for now. Councillor Cheng, do you have another one? That's quick. Councillor Cheng. No, Councillor Cheng, please, do you have another one?
With an amendment. 21.3, 2810-2816 Bayview Avenue. Yes, I'd like to move staff recommendations because it was moved without recommendations at North York Community Council. So now I'm moving staff recommendations with an amendment.
Okay, so the amendment's on the screen.
It's like adding visitor parking and parkland dedication.
Is this a quick item or do we need to hold it? Huh? Okay, let's hold it. All right. Hold on. Wait, it's 6. Councillor Bravo.
I'd like to release
Yes, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo,
Thank you.
go ahead.
I would like to release AU, sorry, getting back there. The auditor's report on shelter, AU 8.3. I had held it for questions for Councillor Chang, and she no longer wants to ask questions.
So just a sec hold on, I'm just trying to find it. Yes, I got it here. AU 8.3.
Correct.
You're releasing that.
Correct.
Okay. AU 8.3, Councillor Bravo is releasing. That's the audit of the Toronto Shelter and Support Services. On favor? Carried. Just one sec, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. IE 19.1 Cycling Network Plan. Oh, come on, Harley. Do you have a quick? I had my questions answered. I thought it was a novel idea to ask them offline and save people time.
So,
but I don't know that it will.
Is it so it's not a quick item? What? Yes, but does the staff have your technical amendment?
They should.
No, they've got it. They're ready.
Okay, hold on, please. If I can just have one person at a time, Councillor Fletcher. Does the staff have the amendment for Councillor Pasternak? Okay, it's on the screen. Okay, there it is. The amendment by Councillor Pasternak.
No.
No, that's not it?
No.
No?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's it.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Pasternak, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we'll recess to 6. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I need to have staff tell us about TE 20.40, transit priority measures through wards 10, 13, and 14. I understood it was time sensitive, and if it is, we need to know, and if it isn't, we'll be able to put it over to the next meeting. But we've been unable to find that out.
Okay, we'll find that out during the break.
Thank you.
Break till 6:35.